Caden ends up moving away shortly after 8th grade, and I'm depressed now. I'm abusing my amphetamines. Um, Apparently, you can just say you're a Christian and drink and smoke, so that's cool. I know that now. I hate school. I have one friend, uh, this kid named David on the wrestling team, down to earth guy. Didn't smoke, didn't drink, didn't do anything. Literally was the only reason I made it through 8th grade. Uh, in the same class that the kid was in, that you know, first period. This guy is right across from me. Like, yep, this is the guy that stole my girlfriend. He's a Christian, by the way. I drink and smoke. Like, bro, I literally do the same things. But she got mad at me for doing those things. Like, surely she doesn't know he's doing these things, or she'd leave him too, right? I didn't know anymore. I just knew it was too late, and like I didn't even want to bother anyway. Plus, my life at home sucks. Like, there was other things I realized about my first relationship. Like, it wasn't gonna work anyway. Like, I wasn't gonna be able to bring her over to my house. I can't go see her anyway. My mom can't take me anywhere. Like, I can't go to town to go to the movies with her because, mom's not gonna take me all the way, 30, 45 minutes to town. And then she definitely don't have no money to freaking give me to go to the movies. So there was just other things there. And then, so yeah, I started abusing my amphetamine, and I guess out of desperation, I started also like making up stuff. So like, one of these tropes was like, I made up this imaginary draft called Steve, and I would go to school and I would claim to see this imaginary draft called Steve to get attention. I knew there was no imaginary draft. I could not see any imaginary draft. I was not seeing anything. I just made it up to get attention. And it worked. That's the crazy part. It started working. And then I realized, hey, if I just be really random, spontaneous, be an idiot, say stupid stuff, say stuff that doesn't make sense, be funny, that's how I get attention. So that would birth the first era of me being a class clown. So I go from quiet, weird kid to outspoken idiot very quickly. Not all the time, not every day, but I started doing that. Like, I had my periods of that, but I feel like the main significant thing of this is like, abusing my amphetamines. I watch porn now every once in a while. I'm in love with weed. I'm obsessed with it. Even though Caden moved away, that made me more depressed because I was like, I'm not gonna be able to smoke weed now. And all I could think about at school was weed because I was so obsessed with the feeling of being high that literally anything else couldn't compare. Like, I literally didn't want to live. So that didn't help anything. So time goes on, I stay abusing my Adderall. I start abusing my Adderall in different ways. I start taking it to go to school, like 6, 7, 50 milligram extended releases, like 8, 12 hours of just like 350, 400, 250 milligrams, like, of amphetamine, like going to school, not eating all day, like talking to some imaginary draft, like, bruh. I am literally 12 years old. Like, what is going on? How did this happen? Why? Well, my mom didn't check my pills, so. And when I first started abusing them, I took one from my brother's pill bottle because I was like, okay, if I take one from his pill bottle and then just take my medicine like normal, she's not going to notice one pill being gone. So that's, like I said, like, at first I wasn't abusing them like that. I was just curious at first. A little bit of curious, but looking back, I also do think I got addicted to them. Now that I understand how the brain works and like how it builds these neural pathways. And I didn't have ADHD, so I was getting high, and apparently my brain loved it, regardless of my feelings about taking the medicine. So yeah, that became a thing, and then another big thing is like I talked about right before the video, and Black Ops 2 comes out 2012 November. So I take so Black Ops 2 and amphetamine become a thing. That's why that's significant. Other than the fact that Black Ops 2 was just like a legendary game, but I'm trying to like, that's besides the point. The main point is like this game plus amphetamines started inspiring me to take a bunch. Like, now I don't just have a reason to take a bunch of amphetamine and go to school. And my reason for doing that was either A, if I took enough, it would, well, I don't think I was trying to kill myself, but if I took enough, I could get, I just wanted to see how high I can get. Because I wanted to kill myself, I want to die, but I don't want to do it painfully. So I don't want to OD, I don't want to, like, slit my throat or anything like that. We don't have any guns from as far as I know, or that just wasn't on my mind. Apparently, the only way I could kill myself was slitting my throat for some reason in my head. So since I can't kill myself, I'll just, like I said, do what I want, however I want, whenever I want. And that's been my life. That's been my life up to this, up to this point, up until recently anyway. Like, that was my life. Do what you want. You can be whatever you want when you grow up. Like, you hear all these things. I think they're garbage now, personally. But these things negatively affect me. Negatively affected me. Because obviously, I couldn't just be whoever I wanted. I figured that out eventually. I couldn't just do whatever I wanted. And like I said, they were in, like, confines. So, like, I didn't want to hurt anybody. I didn't want to, like, get myself in trouble, and I didn't want to cause, like, drama that would get me into trouble. But I did everything I could get away with. So this is bad because I never got caught. And it's bad that I didn't get caught, because if I would have got caught, my life probably wouldn't have been as bad as it was. And not getting caught basically gave me free reign. I mean, people knew I smoked cigarettes. I mean, obviously, my parents, or one of my parents, buys them for me. The other parent encourages it because she can get free cigarettes because she smokes, aka mom. And I mean, my stepdad didn't like it, but eventually he just stopped caring too. He's like, whatever. So by this point as well, I also forgot to mention, I've had sex. So I've also now have had real sex. That was out of, like, curiosity, and it was incest. So I'm an incest victim. So I have to say that has to be said. Definitely part of God's will that the darkness be brought to the light. This would also basically be one of the main things that basically said you're never gonna have a life. So, I kind of, yeah, no, I didn't really skip ahead because that was a part. But I'm gonna pause on that, and then I'll get back to that later. But basically, I'm gonna go to 14 now. So Caden's moved away. Eighth grade year was literally horrible. Um, Abused my amphetamines all throughout that. During this time, I also ended up having, like, my first binge porn session where I ended up, like, I realized not only can I take 7 Adderall and stay up and play Black Ops 2 all night, I can also take 7 Adderall and watch pornography and masturbate all night and have an absolute time. So I did that. That would go on to harm me very negatively as well. Stayed up all night, and then I went to school after doing that all night. And then, like, I'm at school tired, and the teachers are like, "You should have went to bed last night." Little do they know what I had just done. Um, and it's not like it matters if I tell anybody, because CPS is corrupt. You tell them what's going on, they're just gonna call your abuser and tell them, like, "Yeah, your son said you abuse him." Like, yeah, smart idea. Tell the person that abuses me that they abuse me. Like, obviously they're not gonna freaking buy it. Like, she's convinced she doesn't abuse me, so in her eyes, she doesn't abuse me. It's discipline, but in my eyes, it's abuse, and in other people's eyes, it's abuse. So, and the cops don't care. Like, the cops show up, and yeah, she threatened to beat me with a 2x4. Oh, well, you just need to listen to your mom. So the cops don't give a fuck about me. CPS doesn't give a fuck about me. So I'm on my own. And once again, I'll say it again. I said it in the last video. I say it, well, part one anyway. I say it again. Like, I'm on my own. I'm on my own. My dad's not gonna come help me. My dad can't help me. My grandma and my grandpa can't help me. I've, they basically, at this point, by this point, it's been iterated that, like, if we go to court, she'll win because she has like the authority in the situation or whatever. She'll make something up, and like they grew up in a time where the women was, favored in the court system. So like, oh, you tell the judge, hey, yeah, she neglects them, doesn't change their diaper for 3 weeks, as when we were babies and all that stuff. Yeah, it kind of mattered, but it doesn't matter as much as my dad physically assaulting my mom. Forget the reason why he physically assaulted my mom. He jumped on her back to prevent her from taking us away. The woman that wouldn't change our clothes for 2 to 3 weeks. But obviously, physically assaulting somebody is illegal, so uh, he didn't respond the right way, obviously, but he responded naturally. Like, that was a natural response. Like, yeah, you're not going to leave with my kids and go off and be an alcoholic and a drug addict and leave my kids to rot and clothes and whatever else was subjected to us. So, by the time I'm 14, I do not care about anything other than getting high, video games, porn, music, and that's about it. That's about all I care about. Oh, and coming out to my grandma's. Yeah, I loved coming here. It was great when I came here. It's the only thing I ever looked forward to besides those other things. But I know, you know, half of a Friday, a full day Saturday, and then maybe if I'm lucky, half a day Sunday. Because my mom, like, oh, you better be home by 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Like, you better be home by 1 too. Like, right? We already stay here 5 days a week. you know, don't let us stay here for 3, 4. But she hated my grandma because she was jealous that I don't know, that she treated us better, had a job. Apparently, we were also rich. Went out to the mall, Walmart every day, or whatever she thought. But really, she just said that kind of stuff because she was jealous and she didn't have a job and she didn't actually know. Like, really, in reality, my grandma's going to work every day and my grandfather has disability and my dad also has disability and is paying my mom child support while all this is going on. But she was delusional and she was messed up in the head, so she thought what she thought. But yeah, by the time I'm 14, something I didn't mention, I would end up meeting Brendan from Caden. So right before Caden moved out of his dad's and his stepmom's, I would end up meeting Brendan. And this person would become significant. So the night I met him, I ended up hating him because like I had to change into brand clothes. Already didn't like that because I was just like, bro, clothes are clothes. Like he shows up, he's this rich preppy kid. I didn't think too much of it. I just did my thing, been myself. Still smoked my cigarettes. Did normal things that I did when I was over at Caden's. Tried to play basketball, whatever. What really happened is he shows up. I think they ended up talking, ignoring me most of the time, and then by the time night hits, it's like 9, 10 o'clock. We go in the trailer, and they just literally watch a movie, and they smoke weed. They ask to borrow my lighter. They use all the lighter fluid, and they occasionally turn around and point and laugh at me. I experienced that for 2 to 3 hours and was like, I'm never hanging out with this kid ever again. Like, you gonna make me put on brand clothes to invite this kid over, to put me in a corner of your room, to laugh and make fun of me every fucking 20 minutes, and you steal my lighter and use all the lighter fluid, and you smoke weed, all the weed without me, and I can't even smoke a cigarette because I have no fucking lighter now. So yeah, this kid was in the fucking death note of kids, like people that should die and that I would never fucking like ever and never wanted to hang out or be around ever again. So yeah, I basically told Caden, I was like, yeah, like if you ever invite him over again, I'm not coming over. Like you can forget it. Like if you invite him over, I'm here. I'm fucking going home. Like I never again. Like I got everything I needed from the first visit. Like I will never give him another chance. Fuck that. And Caden was like basically like, all right, whatever. So 2014 in November at this point, Caden ends up moving out with his. So basically, I can't go there anymore. Yeah, I don't think Caden moved out until, like I said, I can't remember if it was at the start of 8th grade. I think it was though, because yeah, I lost my access to weed and I was depressed about it. Might have been in the middle of eighth grade. I don't know. It was some point during like 12, 13 years old. He ended up moving away. So I lose my bike buddy. I lose my basketball buddy. I go back to playing video games, taking amphetamine, staying up all night, whatever. And 2014 in November, Brendan ends up getting my phone number, I guess, from Caden. And at this point, Caden's moved out, so we don't hang. I can't go out and hang out with him down the road because he's not there. He's not going to be there. But somehow Brendan gets my number. I didn't even know who it was. Like I was playing MW3, just doing my thing, hanging out in my room here. I think it was like spring break or something, like or winter break or Thanksgiving break. I don't fully remember. Yeah, I think it was like a break or something, like during November. Or we had to like go to school Monday, Tuesday. Regardless, the important thing is Brendan calls me, and then this is gonna become significant because he hits me up, and I didn't want to hang out with him, but then he's like, "Yo, I got $20 worth of weed." So thus would begin the journey of Brendan and Zach hanging out, but I only started hanging out with him because he had weed. We had some good times every once in a while, like when we first started hanging out, obviously, but every time this kid came over, it was like more weed, more weed. So like he comes over the first time, $20 worth of weed, which doesn't even look like $20 worth of weed. Like he says it's $20 worth of weed, bro. This kid brings over what looks to be $40 to $50 worth of fucking weed, and it's like good stuff. So like instantly, I'm like, okay, yeah, I don't like this kid, but like maybe that was what maybe what happened was one time, whatever. Like I started just trying to rationalize me hanging out with this kid. But deep down, I knew the only reason I'm hanging out with this kid is weed because I don't need anything from this kid. I have everything else I want, which is basically my video game. Like as long as I have my Xbox 360 and my Call of Duty games, like MW3, Black Ops 2, I'm good. Like I don't need to hang out with nobody because this is what I want to do. And if you're not going to give me weed, then I don't want to go do other things for the most part. Especially not with this kid. Like, I hated this kid. And I wasn't going to hang out with him, but obviously the addict in me took over and he offered me the weed to come over or whatever. So we start hanging out. This ends up bad. So he introduces me into a lot of weed. Like Caden was like every once in a while. Like we'd smoke a joint, we'd smoke a bowl. We'd have a few bowls. Bro, this kid was bringing loads of weed, like more weed than you could want type of weed, like just stupid amounts of weed. And I hate to sound like I'm encouraging it, but I loved weed and like so yeah, I was like, all right, I'm hanging out with this kid as often as possible. So school starts up, or no, like I think the break ends. We go back to doing whatever. I hung out with Brendan. Not much after that. Then 2015 summer hits. Then he starts coming out like regularly. So like that November thing happened. He came out like 2 weekends. Like the first weekend he came out with a 20 sack. The second weekend he came out with like a 40 sack. And then that was like kind of it for a while. Went back to school. We didn't really hang out for a good period. And then 2015 summer comes around. He starts coming around like normal, like all the time. So we hung out basically throughout the entirety of 2015 during the summertime, and it went from 2040 sack to 60 sack, 80 sack. Like it just always went up in increments for some reason of 20. Until it got to like a certain point. I think he brought over like $120 worth of weed stuff one time, like a bunch of stuff, and then as the summer went on, I think he decided he was going to try to start selling weed out of my house because this kid didn't like me. Was not my friend. He was clearly just using me as a place to smoke weed because he lived in this mansion with a bunch of security systems and he couldn't go outside and smoke weed at night. So he would tell his parents that he's going to go hang out with this kid that he met, that's his friend, but in reality, he's coming to my house because he has a free place to smoke pot, which I guess Caden told him that or whatever. I'm guessing what happened. But I didn't care because I'm getting weed, so who cares? But he started getting like to be a liability because he started bringing over like an ounce would go on to smell up my whole house. Thought we were slick and we could just hide it in, my little cedar chest in a backpack and put it under some pillows and covers, and that would be like that did not work. Like it smelled up the entire house. Grandfather finds out. Everybody finds out. The whole house smelled like weed. We're high all the time, so we're just high. Grandma's having a talk with us, like, this isn't okay. We're high, laughing, like, weed isn't that bad, whatever. But she's basically like, no, it's illegal, and I don't want it in my house. Like, I don't care how you feel about it. It is what it is. So basically, we had no choice. He had to take his weed home, and he had to leave too. And if he was going to come over anymore, he could not be bringing weed. So we decided, okay, well, so he found out, I guess, he can't. Because obviously, why else would he bring like an ounce of weed over to my house? Like, he was clearly holding it for somebody to sell, or he was trying to sell. Since he couldn't do it out of his house because it was probably risky there, and his dad's a doctor, and like his family like probably were more diligent about weed being brought in the house. He probably, I don't even know, maybe he hid it outside or something. I don't even think he brought it in his house. So anyway, yeah, basically he was just using my house as a weed place, either to smoke and then try to sell out of my house, I guess, or would keep it here to then be picked up by somebody to go sell weed. So that's the first time like we got in trouble, and then we'd go on. He'd end up taking me to a house party after I broke up with like my long distance girlfriend that I met on Black Ops 2. That lasted for 6 months. That was so stupid. I didn't even want to date her. I got peer pressured into it though. Thought I could make it work. I was about to go meet her, then I didn't. That depressed me for a little bit. I also ended up telling her about the incest thing because she like shared her dark secret with me one night, and then I was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna share mine," and then I share mine, and then like a week later or two, she breaks up with me. And then she joined like my Xbox Live party and was like, her and her friend that she hung out with were like, yeah, you're a freaking redneck, you know, incest guy. And I'm just like, fuck y'all, basically. Like, y'all have no idea. Like, whatever. Anyway, that was stupid. Don't recommend online long distance relationship. I didn't even want to date her anyway, so I got over it pretty quickly. Like, within like a few days, I want to say, maybe a week. Um, so that happened. I break up with her. I end up taking a bunch of Adderall to get over it. Come out here to my grandma's, making a point, or Brennan hits me up. Hey, there's gonna be this house party. Um, we wanted to hang out. So apparently, I was supposed to go to his house and hang out this night, but instead we planned to meet up and we were gonna go to this house party because we weren't allowed to. We were supposed to go to his house and nowhere else, but instead he had his friend come pick me up and we just dipped to the house party. So this ended up getting us in a lot of trouble because we ended up getting, like, I think the law got involved. His parents showed up here to my grandparents, like, yo, they weren't supposed to go anywhere. They went somewhere. Like, everybody's worried about us. We're over here at this house party. Brent, like, it was just all bad. I'm not going to go in specifics. But basically, I guess the whole point of all this was, like, 2014, 2015 was just me being negatively influenced by this kid I was hanging out with. And all this is significant because maybe not like the specific scenarios and anything, but like some of the scenarios are kind of significant because it's like, look at the links that I was willing to go through. Like, I'm willing to hang out with this kid that smokes, that is like potentially getting me in trouble with the law. He was abusive. He tried to sleep with my sister, all because I wanted to get some weed. I was letting this kid come over and do this, so that's the significance of all this. Like, this is how bad like addicted I was, but I didn't see myself as an addict other than like the few addictions that like I learned going to school. So like I knew I was addicted to caffeine and I was addicted to nicotine. But then I told myself that shit like, oh, I can quit anytime I want. I just don't want to quit. Bullshit. But whatever. Like, that's bullshit. You're addicted. But I didn't see that, nor did I care, because I'm like, I don't want to. I'm not going to quit anyway. Like, I have to do this to survive, or I'm gonna kill myself. So 2016 comes around. I think that was my freshman year in high school. Nothing too significant there, other than my mom ended up inviting a girl that graduated when I was like a kid. Like, I was going to like what, third or fourth grade. She graduated, and like this is like 2014, 2015. She has a husband now, which is like my stepdad's son, and she comes over, and this is significant because she's bringing us alcohol and pain and like muscle relaxers and shit. So she starts coming over regularly and doing that, and then my mom gets addicted to muscle relaxers and ends up like bad, like starts being aggressive, not being able to get them, whatever. So that was terrible, and she just kind of was like trying to rip the family dynamic apart, what little family dynamic we had. So yeah, that was bad. Also letting some girl come over and give your kids alcohol and drugs, probably not like recommended. And by probably not recommended, I mean definitely not recommended at all. Nonetheless, I took muscle relaxers and played Fallout New Vegas and had a great time. Oh, I think she gave us painkillers too, and like I remember the blueberry vodka. I think at one point I got weed. I don't know, but point is like yeah, that happened. And then mom got addicted to muscle relaxers. She started becoming aggressive. She ended up abusing my sister over it because she didn't tell anybody. Obviously, I knew what was going on, but my sister didn't do drugs or any of the sort other than like the Adderall she was prescribed, and she, from what I understand, didn't like she didn't abuse it. She didn't know about getting high or anything. She actually went to church with these people that lived up the road, and she would go to church with these girls, and they're two boys that they had these kind of Amish people, but not Amish people. They were kind of like 50-50. But yeah, she would go to church with them, and she would tell me about how she had the Holy Spirit and all this stuff. But and obviously I was happy for her because I wanted her to get out of the house. I didn't want her to be at mom's house. But my mom would often be like, make up stuff why she couldn't go, like, oh, they have lice and all this stuff. So I started seeing my sister get like manipulated, and until the point eventually my mom was like, yeah, you can't go to church anymore and all that. So my sister lost a big part of that, and I guess she started kind of becoming toxic, kind of like me. So at this point, I hate everything. I don't care about life. I only want to get high. Like, I have no future because, like, if I tell anyone what I've done, I'm gonna have to kill myself. So I'm just gonna keep it to myself. But I still want to die anyway because I live in this house that I don't want to live in with these toxic people. My mom smokes in the house. I'm constantly getting called names and like made fun of, and like, so this is my life. My life is I get high or I die, basically, no matter what the high was. So I think, what was it, 16 or 17? Yeah, 16 freshman year, still abusing my amphetamines, listening to awful music still. 2017 sophomore year, I meet Sheldon and Isaiah, bro. I finally meet my two friends. Or I meet my two high school friends essentially before I would end up meeting my third one. But unfortunately, these relationships would be like revolved around drugs. Bless you. Bless you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So I got put in these classes, like this class with this woman named Crazy K, and got set to next to this kid named Sheldon, and I didn't know like I'd seen him in freshman year, like in the hallways, but I didn't like know who he was. And we both had like the same reaction when we met each other. We're like, who is, like, oh my god, this kid, and he had the same reaction about me. He's like, oh my god, this kid. Turns out, I think we were in there for like what, 2 or 3 days, and then somehow like weed gets brought up, and then I'm like, hey, I love weed. He's like, oh, I love weed too, and I'm like, we should be friends. So that's how that started. Turns out Sheldon has a friend named Isaiah that he's a childhood friends with, and they hang out all the time. So we make an appointment to basically, or like appointment, whatever you want to call it, a schedule, a date to hang out on the weekend. So we do that. I show up. We're supposed to smoke weed. They tell me this lie about how they rolled up this joint and that Sheldon's mom caught him and confiscated it. Turns out they just ended up smoking it and they didn't want to tell me because they felt bad. So the first night I went over was to get high and smoke weed, but there was no weed, so I was like kind of disappointed. But obviously I wasn't going to sit there and do nothing all night. And they seemed interesting enough. Like turns out they play video games too. Like, you know, they know they know Black Ops 2 and I'm like, yo, whatever, like so we talk about stuff, whatever, and they tell me like what they like to do in their free time. Like they like to go out the back of the house and go in past like these trees that was in Shelton's backyard and go down to this like creek and walk around or whatever they did. And they'd like to just walk up and down the street and just basically just got introduced to Sheldon and Isaiah. So since there was no weed, turns out they take Adderall. Okay, at this point I've quit my Adderall because in 2015 I had to stop taking my Adderall because I had a second porn binge where I stayed up all night and basically I think I had multiple, I don't know how many I had. It was like 2 or 3 where I stayed up all night watching porn, masturbating up until like 6 in the morning, and then like the second or third time I did that, I was like, yeah, if I keep doing this, I'm gonna have a heart attack and die. So I had to stop doing it. And plus, my heart started to feel weird from the Adderall and like abusing it. So I knew I had to stop. Like I just felt it in my heart, if that makes sense. Like I didn't really like research like what this was doing to me. So I quit my Adderall in 2015, and I started like I had amphetamine withdrawal for like years to come. So like for the next year, like from 2015 to 2016, like I basically couldn't stand in the cold at all because I would get like the shakes and shit. Don't know why that was, but that's pretty much the extent to my like amphetamine withdrawal. I don't know if it really extended to too much else other than like I don't know, my brain seemingly just being more wired. Like even after stopping the Adderall, like I could still stay up all night, play video games, like way more focused than I ever could. I was more OCD than I ever was. Like even after quitting, I guess because of how much fucking at like of this drug I was taking all the time and like how much I was taking. So yeah, I meet them in 2017, sophomore year. That starts that relationship. This would lead me to my first job at Pizza Hut. This would also right before that, I just jumped ahead. So I meet Sheldon and Isaiah. We go through sophomore year, and I think it's like second or third semester. We had these thing called like quadrats or something, or I can't remember what they were called, bro. They were called like not semesters, but like they were basically semesters. They were just billed different. So instead, like 7 classes for like that would switch every like what 2 to 3 months or something, and you did that through all out the school year until summer, and then boom, you go to the next year. That was high school. I think it was like 3, right? Trimesters. That's what they called it. Trimesters, bro. Yeah, so it was 3 basically sets of like classes. So like for the first half of the year you go to these 7 classes. The second half of the year you go to these second set of classes, and then the last half you go to these last 7 classes. So in like the second trimester, a kid starts riding my bus. And up to this point, I haven't really mentioned, my bus rides, but since middle school, like once I got into middle school, my bus ride was like an hour and a half long. So lo and behold, introduced Cody. Welcome, Cody. So here's this kid, black hair, purple hoodie, chill as fuck. Probably the chillest person on planet Earth. At the time, I had a girlfriend. She was chill too. And like, at first, I don't even think we interacted too much. Like, he kind of talked to people and got to know everybody around the bus and whatever. So I didn't know anything much about him. But as I guess time went on, I don't know if it was weeks, months. I want to say it was like a month, maybe or two. I ended up realizing something. So we lived so far out in the boonies from high school that we were like the last stop off the bus. So it's like 1 hour and a half, like no exaggeration. It's an hour and 30 minutes to ride this bus. Like you get on the bus, like you get out of school at 3:30. You get on the bus at 3:35. Bus pulls out at 3:40, 3:45. You're not home until 4:30, 5 o'clock. Sometimes even 5:30, depending. Turns out Cody lives all the way out in the boondocks with me, and turns out even more he lives super close to me, 2 miles down the road from where my mom lives. So for some reason, I became like infatuated with that fact. So I was like, I started having like these questions. I became interested. I was like, yo, he lives out here with me. Like, I wonder what his house is like. I wonder if he knows what it's like to, like, what are the people that, he lives with are like? Like, I've walked around kind of where I've lived a little bit. Like, it's the people that he lived with, are they as crazy as my mom and stepdad and, like, all my siblings that I live with here? You know, oh, I didn't even mention, like, by this point, yeah, I'm living with, like, like, I have two brothers, five sisters, plus me in one house, so it's, like, 8 of us, my stepdad and mom. So I'm just curious. I'm like, yeah, I'm just like, I want to get to know this kid. I'm going to try to ask him to hang out. So I asked him to hang out, like, a few times. I'm like, yo, we should hang out. And he's like, yeah, we totally should. And I could not get this kid to come hang out with me. Like, I was like, dude, let's meet up. Like, my mom can't take me to you because she doesn't have gas money, like, ever. And, he'd always be like, oh, yeah, this time. And we just never would hang out. And I remember one time, like, the last time I think I tried was, like, I met, like, we said we were going to meet halfway. I go halfway. He's not there. I go back home. I'm sad. But one day, my mom's going to the dollar store, and I'm like, Mom, drop me by this kid's house. He rides my bus. His name's Cody. I want to tell this kid I want to hang out with him. I'm like, please. I was like, I'll be real freaking fast. She was like, hurry up. I was like, all right, bet. So she pulls in. I'm like, this is his house. Like, I've seen him stop on the bus. I know where he lives. I get out. It's like 7, 8 o'clock. Sun's down. Get out of the car. Walk up to the door. Knock on the door. His cousin answers. I'm like, yo, is Cody here? She's like, yeah, I'll go get him. Cody comes to the door. I'm like, yo, dude, it's me. I'm like, we need to hang out. I was like, he's like, dude, I did not expect you to show up to my house. I'm like, dude, I'm like, do people just tell you they want to hang out and then they're not serious about it? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, dude, well, like, no, I'm serious. I want to hang out. And he's like, all right, like, clearly you're serious about this. Like, we'll make it actually happen. I'll actually meet you halfway this time. I was like, all right, bet. So we go back to school. I don't know if it was days, whatever. Doesn't really matter. What matters is eventually we actually end up meeting up halfway. I end up going to his house first. Actually, no, I think I ended up walking to his house first. Yeah, I came to your house first. I came to your house, your aunt's house first. And I had to walk past these vicious dogs. So you better know I really wanted to freaking get to know you. Because there was these vicious dogs I had to walk past. And they were like, I just knew if they got off the leash, like, my balls were going to get eaten. I just want to let that be known. I was terrified. Like, so I show up, I knock on the door. I think his cousin lets me in. She goes to do something. Or I don't know if I knocked on the door and someone said come in. I can't fully remember. But what I do remember is I come in the house, his aunt sitting on the couch. I'm like, hello. And she doesn't say a word to me, bro. And I'm just like, okay. So, like, already don't like you. Like, already am not liking the vibes I'm getting. And she's just like, oh, Cody's in there, whatever. I'm like, and I'm like, this is my cue, so I don't say anything. I just walk to his room. I'm like, yo, what's good? Like, I'm here. So I came over with $10, and we actually were. and I was gonna see if we can get weed. Turns out he's like, yeah, the person we have to ask is my aunt. And I'm like, yeah, fuck that. I'm not doing that. After the greeting I just got, I'd rather like I don't want to ask her to do anything. Like I wouldn't ask her to save my life if I was falling off a cliff. I didn't say that specifically, but that's how I felt basically. So his cousin comes in, this girl, this female, and she's like, "Yo, who's this?" Because like, "Oh, this is Zach. You know, he rides my bus, whatever. This is his first time here. Like, we're meeting up, we're hanging out, whatever, getting to know each other." And then she's like, "What are y'all doing?" And he's like, "Oh, well, you know." Cody's like, "Oh, Zach brought over $10. We are gonna try to get weed, but you know, we know $10 ain't really gonna get us anything. So, you know, Zach was like, not gonna say anything. We're just gonna hang out and do other stuff." She's like, "Oh no, I'll go ask. You know, it's no big deal, whatever." And I'm like, "Yeah, no, I don't want to do that."
That's so.
And before I even get a chance to explain myself and say no, don't do that, she literally just bolts away, goes to his aunt, and is like, "Yeah, yo, the kid in there wants weed." And his aunt's like, "I'm not selling that kid no weed. I don't even know him. And like, if that's why he's here, he can go home and get the fuck out of my house." I'm just like, these are the people you live with, bro. Like, what did I walk into? Like, I did not tell her to go in there and say that.
Walked into a
So,
war zone, pretty
so
much.
I was basically like, yeah, I did not say that, and I was like, bro, I kind of don't want to be here right now. Like, so so I think we ended up just going outside and hanging out, and then I think I ended up going home maybe shortly after, or maybe we went to my house. I think we ended up just going to my house, and so yeah, I brought him to my house, introduced him. So we start hanging out. Thus is born the relationship of me and Cody. And this would become extremely significant, more significant than Sheldon and Isaiah in terms of like the effect it had on my personal life. And this relationship wasn't drug related like like with Sheldon. It was like, oh hey, we both like weed. With Cody, it was like, I want to get to know you. You know, I was just curious about him because he lived out in the boondocks with me, and I wanted, you know, to see. So yeah, his house was, you know, his aunt's house was great. You know, great house, clean house, but the people were terrible. Like the people were worse than my mom and stepdad, and that was a statement because my mom and stepdad were terrible. But I was like, you know, by the time I'm this age, I'm like, geez, like you know, they've eased up a little bit, you know.
I try to tell people all the time. I don't know how I turned out such a nice person.
Like, dude, your
Around
aunt
such
was
rude
like,
people all
your
the
aunt
time.
was the rudest woman I've ever met in my life. Like,
Just
how could
didn't
you
give
have
a
such a
fuck.
nice house and be so rude? Like, I walk into your house, I say hello, you can't even say hi. Like, that's crazy. So, needless to say, I tried to keep going over to Cody's house to hang out, but more times I went over, the more, you know, similar, you know, figures. Like, it was his aunt, then, you know, his cousin, his crazy cousin. I never seen her again. The one that went out there and just against my will told this person I wanted nothing to do with it. I wanted weed. So I don't think I ever saw her again. If I did, it was like one time. And by this point, I don't like her nor trust her. So I'm like, yeah, don't say anything to her at all.
Fuck that dumb shit.
His other cousin is kind of chill and laid back, and I think we ended up hanging out with her, and she would like. I remember we rode with her in a car one time, and like we ended up smoking weed and hanging out. But nothing too much came from that. Like she wasn't as bad as his aunt or his other cousin. Like she was more chill for sure. But I remember she had this boyfriend, and we were over one time, and we got orange juice, and he's like, y'all N words and drinking up all the freaking, you know, whatever. Like, y'all don't even live here, whatever. And like, so I instantly don't like this guy either. So I'm just like, God, like every time I come over to your house, there's like just someone here that is just like verbally abusing us. Like, or like it's just uncomfortable to be here. So I have this idea. I'm like, dude, why don't you just start coming to my mom's as often as possible? And like, heck, bro, like, I'll semi move you in. You know, it's not as like clean as your aunt's house, but I'm like, dude, like I'm like, you're not gonna get called slurs by my mom or my stepdad. I was like, my stepdad might make fun of you a little bit, like he might say we're gay or like make fun of your jeans for being too short, but he's not gonna use you for basically being the chore slave because that's basically what Cody was at his aunt's house. Like, do all the chores and then then they just didn't care about him, which understandably from their perspective, it's this kid that just got dawned upon them because he lived with his grandma and then he moves in with his aunt because his grandma's crazy and you know super strict. He had like a mattress, no TV, super strict grandma. She would lock him out, which those things wouldn't have been too bad if she wasn't like locking him out of the house after he gets off school. I remember you told me that. Like, I'm not even sure. There's probably other stuff she did that you didn't tell me about. So I basically felt for this kid. I was like, I feel for this kid because I know what it's like to grow up and like, my mom was a little bit strict and like I definitely felt him on having to live with these people that are rude and obnoxious and toxic. So I was like, yeah, let's move you into my mom's house. Like, I can't officially move you in, but I was like, you can come as often as possible. Like, we're gonna try to just hang out as often as possible. So he semi basically moved into my mom's house. Like, there are a few days my stepdad would have a stick up his ass and be like, "Oh, he has to go home," or he can't come over today, whatever. But 90% of the time, like for the next 6 to 8 months in 2017, like yeah, like shortly after sophomore year started, yeah. Yeah, like that's we hung out through all of sophomore year. So basically, sophomore year is coming to a close at like the end of 2017, or like after the summer. I'm about to go into junior year. He's about to go into senior year. So this is his last year of high school. Um, he ends up moving in with two people. Because he was coming over to my mom so much that eventually he ends up. I mean, I think he was hanging out with these people before he moved in. I know who it was. Freaking, like, I don't want to say their names, but I might as well. Like, from what these two individuals. Should I say their? I don't even know if I should. Anyway, just the point is he moved out of my mom's house and he got kicked out of his aunt's house. So he goes to move in with, or no, did he still live with me? Actually, yeah, maybe no, he still lived with me for a little bit. Until I think it was the end. Yeah, yeah, he still lived with me until the end of like 2017. Like I think September or October. Then he moved in. So sophomore year is over. I met these, Sheldon and Isaiah. Went over there, hung out a lot, hung out with Cody. Drugs. I I'm pretty sure I still watch porn. Yeah, like video games. Still had sex occasionally. So yeah, towards the end of 2017, Cody ends up moving, or yeah, like I swear you moved out, or maybe he moved back in with his aunts. I can't remember. I think you went back with your aunt, like to stay with your aunt for a little bit, if I'm not mistaken. And he stopped coming over to mom's as much. And then shortly after, he ended up moving in with the two people in town. And then I think he finished off his high school year staying there. And then somewhere along the lines in 2018, so like my junior year starts. Or my junior year ends in the summertime, and my freaking senior year starts in 2018. Yeah. Or no, I'm getting mixed up. I don't know. Anyway, I think the significant point of all this is like I meet Cody. He would go to be my best friend eventually, and we would end up getting into stuff that is going to be significant. So yeah. I need to stay on track because I ended up getting my first job at Pizza Hut. At the start, it was either during my junior year or it was like yeah. I think it was like during my junior year, leading into my senior year. I get Sheldon offers me a job at Pizza Hut because he works with his dad there. So and he offers Cody a job there too. Cody doesn't end up getting the job. I end up getting the job. That's when Cody moves out.
No way he liked Perry's again.
So I think I end up getting this job in like 2017 of like October or November of 2017, and I end up starting to work at Pizza Hut. So I stay there for 6 months, and I quit after 6 months because I spent all my money on weed and drugs, and also just got introduced to the work, you know, the work BS in general. Like I was a newbie, so I fell for all the tricks, the tricks in the book. Like, hey, come in on your days off, you get brownie points. You don't get brownie points; they do not care. 3 months later down the line, it does not get you brownie points. Um, at least for me, in these fast food industries, you are not a family. They just tell you that to make you feel better about yourself, so you work better and harder. And if you call in 2 days, that's not okay because more is expected from you because you're a really hard worker, but everybody else can call out and miss a bunch of days and whatever. So I had my reasons basically. Regardless of the reasons, I ended up quitting after 6 months. I spend my last paycheck on weed, and that was it. Pizza Hut's over. Cody's out of the picture at this point. He has been kicked out of his aunt's house. Had to take an officer to his aunt's to actually get his stuff because he had like legal documents. So he had to call an officer and break into his aunt's house through a window, basically,
You're such a bitch,
to
bro.
get his stuff. And then that's when Cody moved in with the people that he was living with and finished out his senior year. And I was doing my junior year. I think it was toward the end of my junior year, yeah, and like after the Pizza Hut thing. So I quit Pizza Hut. I'm about to go into my senior year.
You're a goat.
Cody graduates, has no one to take him to his graduation. My grandma takes him to his graduation.
True story.
True story.
Absolutely 100%.
Where did you go after that though? Because I don't think you lived with me. Did you go back with Crystal and Nate after
Yeah,
that?
I lived with them for a while. Which
So you stayed with them during your senior year, right? And then once you graduated, you went back with them. Like we still hung out, but you came out, I think, here, if I'm
yeah,
not mistaken.
yeah.
So I finished my senior year doing the week to week thing because, yeah, I didn't even talk about this, but so sometime along these lines in 2017, during my job at Pizza Hut in the 6 months I'm working there, I end up buying some shrooms from a drug dealer. Obviously, it wasn't the freaking cake dealer, but I buy some shrooms, and this would become significant because I buy them. I bought like a 60 sack worth of shrooms, and I put them in my backpack, and I was going to save them for the weekend for me and Sheldon to do. And basically, I wanted this would be my first time trying shrooms, and I think this would be Sheldon's first time, or he said his second time. And basically, we were just gonna have a chill weekend and have some fun, and I was gonna see how shrooms was. Well, I came home from work, and I was at my grandma's at this time, so it was like a Friday. So we're still doing the Monday through Friday shit. And I come home, I think, from work, and I'm picked up by my grandma. So now it's time for the weekend, and I go to my backpack, and I'm gonna show my sister the shrooms I got because I was just excited. I was gonna maybe share. I was honestly planning on sharing them with her and Sheldon, and she ended up stealing them while I was at work, and I didn't know that. So I come home, I'm excited. I go to her room. I just got off work. I'm like, yo, come check this thing out. I get in my backpack. I grab the bag. There's one stem in my bag. Like, bro, I had three. I had like a whole bag of this. Like, I had caps, everything. Like, a stem ain't gonna do nothing. So I freak out. I'm like, did a rat get in here? Like, I genuinely was thinking all types of stuff. Maybe I dropped them. Like, I'm freaking out. She's like, you know, I don't know. And I'm like, did you take my shrooms? And she's like, no, like, I didn't take your shroom. Like, whatever. Like, I don't even know what that is. Like, I wouldn't come in your room, steal your stuff. So she goes back to her room. I literally rip my room in half, and then it dawns upon me like she had to take them. Like, she's been here all day. She got out of school at like 3:30, 4 o'clock. She had to take my shrooms. So I knew she had took them. So I went to her room and I was like, "Yeah, I know you took my shrooms, and I'm really upset at you." But unfortunately, I wasn't just upset. I was extremely, extremely pissed. And I went to her room, and unbeknownst to me, she had just recently taken them, or, recently, as in, I don't know if she was like 6 hours in, or 8 hours in, or 3 hours in, but regardless, she was geeked off of shrooms. And I just went to her room and I was like, I know you took my shit. Like, can't believe you do this. I was like, you're never hanging out with me and Sheldon again. You're never smoking with me again. Because at this point, she started dabbling and smoking with me and Sheldon, a little bit. More so because Sheldon, because she would like pout outside of the shed and want to come smoke with us. So Sheldon would feel bad after listening to her pout for like an hour. And I would be like, hey, we shouldn't let her smoke. We don't have that much weed, and be like, it's my weed. We're gonna let her smoke. But from what I understand, she never did shrooms before that. But yeah, basically the significance is like I end up transferring like a mega amount of hate to her while she is tripping on shrooms. So I close the door, I come back to my room, and 10 minutes later, I don't even know if it was 5, 10 minutes. I think it was 5, 10 seconds. Like I hear like, "Oh God," and my grandma says her name. I open the door and I see a trail of blood from her room into the bathroom, and I just closed my door and I was like, "Fuck!" Like, what the fuck did I just do? Like, I know this is my fault. Like, I know I just caused that. Like, that's why she just did that. Like, I was really hateful to her, and I was like, shit. Like, she's tripping right now. I didn't even realize that. Because like while I was in her room, it was dark. Like she had her light off, and like I think she had like a TV on or something. Like I could barely see her, so like I didn't see her eyes were like dilated or anything. Like I didn't know she was tripping on shrooms. Turns out she was. So she ended up cutting herself because I ended up upsetting her really bad while she's on this crazy shroom trip, and she like cut herself a bunch, and yeah. So she ends up getting sent to this place called Lincoln Trail, which is basically like this juvie detention slash like holding center for, mentally ill people. And this would be significant because while she's in there, I go back to doing my thing. So I hit up my drug dealer, I end up getting more shrooms, wait another weekend. I think she was in there for like 2 or 3 weeks. Took the shrooms, they didn't do anything. Regretted just I don't know. And mainly like I go back to my mom's, and okay, so my sister's in this place. I'm still working at Pizza Hut, and I get home from work one night. So I just been at school for 8 hours. I've just been at school or at work for another 8 hours. So I've been basically working all like I've been at one place I didn't want to be at, and another place that I kind of didn't want to be at, but at least they paid me money so I can buy weed and whatever else. Mainly just weed. It was really just weed, yeah. And I think cigarettes, yeah, cigarettes. And my mom ended up getting mad at me because I went outside at like 10 o'clock at night, and I was like, because my stepdad didn't want me to be out there. She's like, you need to come in. It's 10 o'clock. It's bedtime. Everybody's in. I'm like, bro, I'm still in my work clothes. Like, I want to get fresh air. I've been in two buildings all day, 8 hours each. Like, I want to be outside for 10 minutes. Like, I'm not a kid anymore. Like, all right, fine. Like, maybe, you know, a few years ago, fine, I would have listened to you. But, like, I'm a big boy now. Like, I do the chores. I have a job. I go to school. Like, I should be allowed to come on this porch for 10, 20 minutes to get some fresh air. Like, all I'm doing is smoking a cigarette. I'm not listening to music. I'm not talking to myself. I'm not making any noise. Like, I was really quiet with the door, so I don't see the problem.
I
Well,
love
apparently,
that.
it's a problem. It's a big problem. Well, this is like the turning point. I've had enough. I've had enough. I'm done. And this would be the night that I absolutely unleashed on my mom. So my mom tried to get in a like argument with me and was like, "I don't care, whatever. You need to come in because your stepdad said so." And I basically let her have it. I was like, "I don't care what he says. I've been at work all day. I've been at school all day. I'm sick of you. I'm sick of this." And so she tries to ground me. And then I lost my shit. I was like, "You're gonna ground me for being logical." Like, I'm out here, I'm not causing any trouble. I'm not even smoking pot or like anything. Like, I'm literally smoking a cigarette, bro, getting some fresh air for 10 to 20 minutes, and I was going to come back in. But everything happens for a reason, and this would be the night I argued with my mom for 3 hours straight. So for the next 3 hours, I would get in a screaming match with my mom, and I basically told her everything that I've always wanted to tell her. I was like, "You're manipulative. You don't care about my school. You don't give a shit about me. You treat me like shit. You put me in these awful situations with people I don't want to be around. Like, you make me go over to people's houses and sit there all day to be around a bunch of people that don't care about me, more people I don't want to be around when I'm old enough to stay home by myself. Now you're not even going to let me sit on the porch by myself, for 10 to 20 minutes after I get done doing two things for 16 hours. Like, y'all don't even have real fucking jobs. You and my fucking stepdad never had a real job in your fucking life." And I was like, "I'm done." I was like, I was like, "I'm done with you. No more fights, no more arguments." I was like, I was like, "You have a choice." I was like, you're gonna let me move in with my grandma or my dad, one of the two, or somebody like that isn't gonna be you. But I knew it was gonna be one of those two. And it was leaning towards more of my grandma. So I was like, "Yeah, you're gonna let me move in with my grandma, or I'm gonna commit suicide." And like, I was like, "I don't care who fucking knows." I was like, "If you call the cops and you lock me up tonight," I was like, "I will come out, come back, and if I'm forced to live here, I will walk in that kitchen, I will grab a knife, and I will slit my throat, and I will drop my body in that fucking kitchen for anyone and all to see. Like siblings, all. I don't care. Like, my little brothers and sisters will see a dead body for the first time, like a real one. Like, I will kill myself." I was like, "And there will be nothing to stop me." So I was like, "Those are your two choices." I was like, "You don't get any other choices. Like, something's changing. Like, but this whole stay here 5 days and then have these stupid ass rules." And I was like, "This shit is ending. Like, this shit is over. Like, the drama constantly grounding me and manipulating me over dumb shit. Like, oh, you act like this because of your music and the friends you hang out with and the weed." I was like, "No, it's because of you. Like, you make me like this with the situations you put me in, the people you put me around, and you yourself in this house that I live in. Like, my siblings are disrespectful. Like, I'm constantly getting called slurs. Like, I constantly smell like shit going to school because I wake up and have to smell like cigarette smoke." Like, I was fed up. I was like, "I'm not dealing with this shit anymore." Unfortunately, she wasn't willing to fully budge, but she was like, "All right, whatever, go live with your grandma." And at first, I was on the phone with my grandma for 3 hours. I yelled for 3 hours. I lost my voice. And for once in my life, like, I fought with my mom. Didn't want to take the Adderall when I was younger. Couldn't win on that. Tried to fight moving in with my dad or my grandma growing up. Like, up, can't fight with her. She's gonna win, so just give up. But I finally was at a point where I was like, all right, fine. If my dad's not gonna come save me, if my grandparents can't save me, like I gotta do what I gotta do. So at first it seemed like she was gonna let me move in permanently, but then she was like, "Yeah, I'm still not letting you move in, fully, but we can start doing week to week. That's all I'm willing to do, or you can just keep doing this, whatever." And I was like, "Yeah, fuck that. We're doing week to week." And she was like, "All right, well, that's all I'm willing to do for right now. So you're just gonna have to deal with it." And I was just like, "All right, fine." So we started doing week to week. First fucking day of the thing. It was supposed to be first week. We're going out to my grandma's for the first week. She comes to pick us up from school, and we have to leave. And this was the first time in my entire life that I did not want to leave school. Any other day in my entire life, oh hey, my mom's picking me up, my grandma's picking me up, my dad's picking me up from school. I'm out. Peace out. I hate this place. This was the one day in my entire life I did not want to leave school. But we had to. We were forced to leave because she is the parent. So we had no choice. Me and my sister get picked up. She puts us in the van and she basically starts giving me this sob story and I'm gonna miss y'all and I want y'all to stay here and I'll change. And I was like, nah, 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 nah. I'm not buying any of this. You're not gonna change. We've been through this year after year. Like, I haven't even talked about it, but like, there were times like I tried to make things work. Like, I tried to teach my siblings manners. Stepdad intervenes. No, I don't teach my kids anything, whatever. All right, cool. So I have to live with disrespectful people, disrespectful parents, disrespectful siblings. I have no choice. Because those are their kids, and we're not going to teach them how to act. Right, right. Because the better way is, give your kids dip in nicotine at a young age and let them cuss and get addicted to drugs, and then demand respect from your children, but you don't respect your own children. Like y'all are morons, bro. So essentially, we start doing this week to week thing, and what do you know? For once in my life, I finally realize, wow, everything I've always like knew would come true happened. Moved into my grandma's. Like, every week I was out here at my grandma's. Work at Pizza Hut was better. I would go to school, people would interact with me because I didn't smell like cigarette smoke. I could go hang out with my friends because I have people that have gas money that don't spend all their money on nicotine and buy food to keep for themselves and then tell us there's no food to eat because y'all bought all the good food and hid it in your room from your own children because you guys are selfish. Um, so yeah, school was better, work was better. And oh hey, no screaming people. I don't have to get called the. I don't have to get called the R word or the FAGGOT anymore. I don't have to get called, an N word wannabe for listening to rap music. I don't have to get called, uh, a pothead anymore because by this point they knew I'd smoked weed. It's like, wonder why I'm a pothead. I live with you freaking idiots that treat me like garbage. Like, yeah, I don't want to be sober. Like, I want to be dead. Like, you're lucky I'm high and not killing myself. I wanted to kill them. Just could never bring myself to do it, I guess, or muster up the courage to do it, but that is also a thing I wanted to do. And fantasized about while going to school while going to school on the bus. Like, hey, I wonder if I just chop my stepdad's head off with a machete and then just like don't kill my mom and then just let her wake up to my dead stepdad. Just to just to show how truly awful they make me feel. So my pain was real and like and I was tired of being told like it's not that bad here. You don't have it that bad. You can have it worse. Like, nah, bro, it's bad. Period. Like,
right here.
So week to week showed me that
Oh, I got it.
I was gonna come live with my grandma, and like I've always wanted to come live here, and I was like, yeah, this is the place I'm going. I can't go live with my dad because, and I didn't want to go live with my dad because my stepmom was a little bit overbearing. Like, I mean, she had even previously stated to me before, like, okay, if you move in, you're gonna have to do this. You're gonna have to get involved in stuff that you don't, you know, particularly want to be involved in. Like, and then they had my two sisters, and then like just going over and getting in fights over petty stuff. I ended up not liking my stepmom. And then like just getting into fights with my dad because me and my stepmom not getting along too, and then like losing respect for my dad because there were like times that he would, one time he came to pick us up and he got in a fight with my mom because he couldn't just hold his tongue and stay in the car. He had to come in and start a fight, and that made me lose respect because we had to end up staying there and almost didn't get picked up and might have had to stay there for the whole weekend, which made me really upset. And then the second time was when we start doing this. This is when I would lose respect for my dad completely. Is when we started doing this week to week thing. So the first day of the week to week thing, my mom picks us up from school, gives us this sob story. I get home, I'm like, no, we're not doing this. I'm calling my grandma. She's coming to pick us up. I was like, I'm telling you, I'm serious. You go back on this, I will kill myself. Like, I'm so fucking dead ass. Like, I'm not doing this. Like, I do not trust you. You are full of shit. You're not gonna change. I've given you chance year after year. It's not happening. I'm not doing this no more. Like, you're just gonna have to deal with the week to week. Like, just suck it up, deal with it. Just like you've always told me throughout my life, suck it up, deal with it. Like, now you have to suck it up and deal with it. Or something else she used to tell me, like, oh, now you see how I feel, despite the fact that she didn't care how anybody felt. Like, yeah, I already know how you feel, but I don't think you care about how anyone else feels. But she was delusional. She was messed up in the head.
I like how he fought me fairly one on one and still said wow when I told him.
So I call my grandma. She's like, I can't come pick you up. I don't have the gas money. And I'm just like, you have to come pick us up. I'm not staying here with her. She is trying to basically go back on the deal. We're not doing this. Like, I will kill myself. Come pick me up. And she's like, I can't. Call your dad. Maybe he can come pick you up. So I call my dad and I'm like, please come pick us up. Like, mom is basically, she's going back on this deal. We're starting to do this week to week thing. Like, because I don't even know if my dad fully knew. So I kind of explained to him what was going on. And he's basically like, no, I'm not going to come pick you up because I don't want to be in your mom's driveway. And I'm just like, and I'm like, oh, you must be, worried that she's going to like call the cops or trying to start something. I was like, I'll just go freaking, ask her. I'm like, so I go in there. I'm like, you're not going to call the cops if dad shows up. And she's like, no, but I'm not taking you out there. So if you're leaving, somebody has to come get you basically. So I was like, I went in there on the phone with my dad. He basically heard that, and he's like, "No, I'm still not coming there. I'm not being in your mom's driveway." And I was just like, "You're not gonna come pick us up because you don't want to be in my mom's driveway." After being told that nothing's gonna happen, you cannot come pick up your two kids that are trapped down here in this hellhole. So I was like, "All right, cool, whatever." And I just hung up on him, and I was like, "Yeah." Right then and there, all respect lost for my father. I was like, I will never have a relationship with you again. Like, I do not like you. I do not respect you. Like, you can't even come get me one time in your life, and you're totally capable, and you just won't come get me. And regardless of the reasons, like, I'm sure it was like an emotional reason or whatever. Maybe he would have lashed out. I can understand, but it didn't change the reality of the situation. And the reality of the situation was I lost respect for him, regardless of the reasoning.
Scrambled eggs, so I got new one.
So I called my grandma, begged and begged and begged her, and finally she agreed. She was like, "Fine, I'll come get y'all." And I was like, thank you. So thus, I got my grandma to come pick us up. I've now lost respect for my dad, and boom, we start doing this week to week thing. So I end up staying at Pizza Hut throughout my junior year, and then for 6 months, and then by the time I get to my senior year, I quit Pizza Hut. Like I said, um, me and Sheldon's relationship kind of takes a hit from that because we kind of had some things we got into because of being at Pizza Hut working or whatever. Like I called in while he was like out at the zoo with his family, so he had to come home from the zoo, but in my head, I thought he was out, doing drugs. So I thought he was lying to me, and I didn't buy what he told me. Regardless, that happened, and then I ended up calling in another day, I think, and then that's all it took. They were fed up with me, so I had a day off on like a Wednesday, but then like one of my managers called me, the one that said we're family, and said, "Yeah, I'm sick. I'm not coming in." Clearly, she did not sound sick. She just did not want to come in. Wasn't buying that, and she was like, "Yeah, if you don't come in, you're fired." And I was just like, "This is my day off. Like that's BS." And she's like, "Yeah, well, it's not your day off anymore. You called in 2 times in the past like 2 weeks." And I'm just like, can I at least go home and get my clothes? No, no, you need to go over there right now. You'll get clothes when you get there. And I was just like, I can't even go home to get my stuff. So right then and there, like I just kind of made a choice. I was just like, you know what? I quit. Like, fine, I quit. And I think she said some things to me, and then she hung up, and I was just like, yeah, whatever. Like, I'm over it. Like, clearly, like, like right then and there, that was my first debut into the working 9 to 5. Like, the family stuff, the brownie points, all amounted for nothing. I think those were the only 2 days I ever called out in my 6 months working there. And like I'd watched other people call in and not show up, and like they even put me there with one manager one day and expected me to do a whole day's worth of work. Like I was supposed to do dishes, line, and oven, all like I'm supposed to make the pizzas, cook the pizzas, wash the dishes, serve them, and do all this other stuff. Like we stayed there for 2 hours, and she's like, "Yeah, like we can't keep up. We have to." I was like, Why did they put two people here and thought that this was gonna work? Like, so that was just crazy. Um, but yeah, essentially what came from that is like I don't have a job now, and Cody has moved on to the people he's living with, and I'm now doing this week to week thing with my grandma and my mom, and I'm trying to get to 18 years old so I can freaking move out of my mom's completely, because even though we started doing week to week, it gave me, more time to be at my grandma's, but it also gave me more time to be sad and disappointed every single time I had to go back to my mom's. Cuz now it kind of worked both like pros and cons. Like the pros were I get to be out here for 7 days, but the cons are I have to be there 7 days. So I have to go there 7 days and freaking want to be here the whole time I'm there. And it was terrible. And I saw the dynamic every single time. So, and what I mean by that is like I just saw how differently I was treated when I didn't smell like cigarette smoke. Like, go to school when I'm out here. I get to, obviously no one here smokes in the house, whatever. Go to school when I'm out here. People want to interact with me. People want to be next to me, and what have you. And then go back to mom's, and it goes right back to normal. Go to school, you smell like cigarette smoke. Nobody wants to be around you again. You're invisible again. And everything that I always knew was coming true. I was like, my mom's house is the reason my life sucks. The people there, the environment, like if I didn't live there, my life would not be fucking this terrible. So finally, throughout my senior year, I think we get a good ways in, and just I think I end up getting into another fight with my mom. Yeah, this is when the other fight happens. And one day, doing this week to week thing. I think this happened in like 2018, like the start of 2018, maybe the end of 2017. And I want to say it's like, yeah, it was like the start of 2018, maybe like January, February, March, somewhere around there. Maybe it was even later. It was sometime in 2018 though. And I get in another fight with my mom because she gets in an argument with my sister, and I go into a room and I'm like, I'm trying to get something, a bowl to smoke weed, and but mainly I try to like you know state my case. Like I walk in there, my mom's in this argument. She's like, "Tell your sister I'm right and she's wrong and she's in trouble and blah blah blah." And I'm just like, I had just walked in. Like I don't know what's going on. I'm just like, I look at my mom dead in the eyes and I'm like, "You tell her yourself. Like this is your argument, right?" I'm like, she's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Do I have anything to do with this?" She's like, "No." I'm like, "Okay, then tell her yourself. Like why do I have to tell her? Like this is your argument. I just came in here to get something. Like if you're gonna ground her or whatever, that's on you. Like, don't let me get in the way." And she's like, well, "You're grounded." I'm like, "I'm grounded because I'm not gonna agree with you because you don't want to handle you want me to give an opinion on something I have nothing to do with." And she was like, "Yeah, like go get the Xbox, put it up, whatever." And then boom, another fight breaks out. And I think this fight, same similar stuff happened. Another big fight, just like laid into her, like why, you can't even handle your own business. Like you talk about me being, everyone else should just have to deal with stuff and grow up, but yet you can't even handle an argument with your daughter and you have to put your son into it. Like I literally am telling my grown mother this, like word for word. I'm just like, you can't even handle an argument you get in with my sister and have to throw me into it. And then ground me when I don't agree with you because you get offended that I don't want to sit here and be a part of your drama BS. Like, I'm sorry, I have school. I think I was still at Pizza Hut at this time, maybe. I don't know if I'd quit by then. I think I'd quit by then, if I'm not mistaken, but I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, I think I'd quit by then. I don't know what, but so anyway, yeah, that would mark the beginning of the end of being at mom's completely. So instead of continuing to do the week to week stuff, after this fight, my mom's like, "Whatever, just go live with your grandma permanently. Just get out of my house. I'm sick of you." And I'm just like, "I'm sick of you. I never want to come back here." So I think I actually ended up getting to move in here early after that, and so boom, goal completed. All right, one of my few goals in life. Okay, so I had a few goals. One was either A, kill myself, and the other one I was already living out, which was live it up to the absolute fullest since you can't kill yourself. But if you die, that would be great since you can't get out of your mom's house. Because that was the main reason I wanted to kill myself because I lived in that horrible environment. But now the unthinkable happened. I haven't killed myself, which I thought I was. Like, I thought I was going to kill myself at 14, 11, then 14, then 15, And yet here I am. I'm not dead. I haven't killed myself. And now I'm out of my mom's even. So, like, now what? So now I live with my grandmas, and I thought, okay, my life's going to get better. Okay. Like, my problems are gone. The main source of my problems are gone, which was my mom's house, And I was like, well, every time I come out here on the week to week schedule, everything's great. So surely now everything will just be great all the time instead of just 7 days a week. And before it was like a day, 2 days and a half for the other part of my life. But unfortunately, that's not what happened. I ended up moving in here. I start being like the damage was done. Like everything I had done at my mom's house, I had just brought here. So I thought I'm gonna move in. I'm gonna get my shit together. I'm gonna get another job maybe eventually. I'm gonna get a license like Sheldon, because I think Sheldon had a license when he was 16. So I was like I wanted to be like my friends, like in high school. I wanted to start leveling up, whatever, getting my life together. But this whole time, all these things I've been doing, masturbating, smoking, having sex, doing drugs, have become my life. At some point, I stopped using them to escape, and they just became my life. Like, these are the things I do. And so instead, I mean, weed was something I loved anyway, but I don't think I ever particularly liked cigarettes and nicotine. I think I just did that to cope with my environment. And then I ended up just getting addicted because that's just how drugs work. But I was just addicted to the high. Like I'm an addict. That's what I do. So I thought, time goes on. I move in here full time. Me and my sister. My sister ends up moving schools to go out school to the school out here in this county, and uh, but I stayed at school in the other county because I didn't want to move schools because I heard about how school is out here and I didn't really like what I heard. So I decided I'm just gonna stay at the other school that I'm in, and I'm gonna continue going there because that's where my friends were too. So, that's where Sheldon and Isaiah were, and that's where I wanted to be. But once I moved in here full time, I just had more reign to start being an addict. So, like, instead of getting my life together, I just started being more lazy. I stopped going to school as much because now I can get away with not going to school. Like, if I tried that at mom's, like, I'm getting yelled at, screamed at. I do it here. My grandma knocks on the door infinitely until she doesn't, and then goes away after about an hour, and then just leaves me alone. So I could get away with not going to school for the most part, you know. So I started skipping hella days after I moved in here. Like, this is what my second trimester of 2018, so it's probably like January, February of 2018, something like that. Or maybe it was like March, April, somewhere around this time. But like, yeah, my life didn't get better. I did not get another job. I did not get my situation together, and I just kept wanting to be an addict. I still wanted weed. I still want, like, that's the main thing I wanted. I wanted something to do with weed, basically, like constantly. That's all I really wanted. And or something to do with video games or something to do with, rapping, which I haven't really talked about thus far, but who would have, yeah, like, grew up listening to rap music. Who would have thought start rapping at some point? Crazy. So those were the three things that I wanted to do, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna do those things, but I just have to finish school first. And I hated school, so let me just do what I've always done and just half-ass through school. But now I don't have to worry about my mom, and I can get away with not going to school some days. So that's what I started doing, and I'm still the same old me. I still play video games. I still smoke pot. I still um, smoke cigarettes. Like, at this point, I vape because that started becoming a thing in like 2017 or like 20. Well, it'd been a thing, but like for me anyway in my life, like Sheldon vaped and Isaiah vaped, so that started becoming a part of my life a little bit. So I get I finished my senior, or yeah, like I finished my senior year of high school and like barely go to school. And it got so bad. Like I skipped probably 30 or 40 days. I think I even got in the 50s at the end. And yeah, basically it got to the point where like the assistant principals, like I had never had this happen in my life up to this point, but they're basically like, yeah, like you have to go to school. Like you have to come to school. Like there's no like you have to come to school or you're like something's going to have to happen. Like your parents are going to get in trouble. Like it's just that easy. It's just that simple. Well, obviously, no. If that happened, then there was gonna be a bunch of problems. So I was like, all right, what can we do? And like, I would lie to them. Like, I'd show up and like once I got to day like what 25, 30. I mean, even before that, they were pulling me in and they were like, yeah, like you're gonna come to school, right? And I'm like, yeah. But once it got like day 40, 50, they're like, yeah, you keep telling us you're gonna come to school, and then you don't come to school, and I'm just like, yeah, I do that. So they basically were like, well, you either have to come to school or you're going to get in legal trouble, or you can go to this alternative school that is basically going to be on a computer. It's not going to be as hard as your normal classes, but it'll be like different. Like you'll basically do everything from a computer and you go there, you can finish your high school and then whatever, boom, you can graduate from there. But they were basically like, just know it's a lesser school. Like, yes, it'll still be a diploma and everything, but just like they're like, just know this can possibly affect you getting a job. Like, if places know that you graduated from here, they might not want to hire you because this is looked at as like a lesser school to graduate from. So I was like, all right, whatever. I don't care about school. I don't care about my life. I don't have a life anyway. So I just want to graduate to get out of this place. Like, I never liked school. I don't care about school. I don't have a career. In my head, I will never have a career outside of what my aspirations are, which are, get rich and famous by, making rap music or being a professional video game player or being a bud tender. And those were my three aspirations in life. So school had nothing to do with either of those three. So I end up going to the alternative school. I end up doing all that. Pretty easy. Still barely graduated that because I ended up deciding. I think I even skipped some days there. And then at the end, we were gonna have finals. So this is about to be the summer of 2018. This is like what, March, April? Yeah, like towards the end of April. It's about to be May, and I think like what, May 5th, May 8th, school let out. If I'm not mistaken, the school I was going to let out a little bit earlier than the other school I was going to. And so basically, I graduate. And boom, that's it. High school done. I've moved in with my grandmother. Surely I'll get my life together now. Like, so at this point, I'm planning on moving in with Sheldon or Sheldon moving in with me. We're gonna get, me, him, and Isaiah are all gonna have jobs, and we're gonna do whatever we're gonna do, and life's gonna be great, and blah, blah, whatever. That did not happen because towards the end of senior year, in those days, I stopped coming to school. After the Pizza Hut thing, that was one nail for Sheldon, like in terms of the relationship. And then towards the end of senior year, he started like not liking the fact I wasn't coming to school because like I wouldn't be there, and I think he genuinely, like, looking back, it's crazy. He genuinely became fond of me, and he would be sad on the days I wouldn't come to school. So he started getting upset with me, and he's like, I don't know why you can't just come to school and go get a job again like a normal person and all this stuff. And he sent me that over Snapchat, and I wasn't even mad at him. I wasn't even mad that he sent me that message. I just knew I couldn't explain to him. Like right then and there when I saw that message, I was like, I can't tell you because you're not going to understand. Like, I cannot I cannot begin to explain like all the shit I've just been going through. And then if I do, I didn't feel like he would feel for me, so I didn't say anything to him. Or maybe I did. I don't know if I said anything to him or if I just said like, "Oh, like, you don't understand." I think I ended up saying nothing cuz I didn't even want to tell him that he doesn't understand. Like, so that was like, you know, the beginning of the end of Sheldon and Isaiah pretty much. And so that entailed Sheldon and me not moving in. I'm not moving in with Sheldon. He's not moving in with me. And now I have no plans. Like, so there goes my final plan out the window. So now what the hell am I gonna do? Like, I live with my grandma now. I have no job. So I decided, all right, you know what? I just graduated. I went through all this shit in my life. I'll just take my time. All right, let me just take this time to relax. Revel in my victory. I did the unthinkable. I got out of my mom's house. I don't ever have to go up to my dad's and hang out again. I can just stay here and I'm good to go. And so I just went on after my graduation. Like after right, like yeah, the day or day or two after, I ended up hanging out with some high school friends. A girl that was with me since middle school named Sabrina. Shout out Sabrina, and her boyfriend Dylan. Shout out Dylan. And yeah, I started hanging out with them like right before I moved out of my mom's. I think in 2017, 2018. Can't remember if I was still working at Pizza Hut. I think I was. So yeah, yeah, yeah. I was still working at Pizza Hut. And then like right after I quit, Dylan came over and told me his dad had cancer. But nothing too crazy with them, other than the fact they'd be a little bit significant because I would start hanging out with them after I graduated, and you know you would think, yeah. So I took this time, figure things out. No, I just took this time to go have basically fun, and that entailed, going to hang out with them in hopes that there'd be weed. Of course, there was weed. So that was an easy take.
Am I just gonna fight the entire enemy team after that?
Started. I don't even know if I talked about that, but yeah, I hung out with my cousin for a summer. I can't remember if that was in 2017 or 2018. Did a bunch of Vive events all summer and basically played Warframe all night. So that happened. Also, in that time, I ended up going to a friend's house, and this kid that I met at school that um, named Evan, shout out Evan, and I went to his house to just hang out because he was one of those and other people that I was just interested in, not even in a drug relationship kind of thing. And went to his house like once or twice. I think, yeah, like I stayed like a night, and then like the second day, Sheldon hit me up and wanted to hang out. So I was like, yo, like I asked his dad to take me to Sheldon's house. He was a little skeptical about it, but he ended up taking me, and I ended up eating a ghost pepper for the first time, so that was interesting. Fucked my stomach up for a whole day. Never, never. I don't think I've ever done that again. Um, but yeah, the significance of Evan was I ended up going over to his house after I graduated. Yes, this was after I graduated. So after me and Sabrina and Dylan hang out for a little while, they go back to doing their thing, and then I have to find other things to do. I can't hang out with them 24/7. So I think I still hung out with Sheldon. It just wasn't as often, and like it wasn't like obviously we weren't gonna move in with each other, and like or I still hung out with Sheldon and Isaiah. It just wasn't as often because Isaiah was a big part of it too. I'm just not talking about Isaiah as much because I don't feel like we had like we weren't talking about moving in with each other. That's what I'm trying to say. Like we all hung out, we all had like great times with each other and everything. I was fond of Isaiah, I was fond of Sheldon, but like towards the end of senior year, Sheldon just ended up becoming more significant in terms of like getting your life together type stuff because we were the ones discussing moving in with each other, not me and Isaiah. So obviously we're not moving in, but me and him are hanging out with Dylan and Sabrina, and that goes on for a while. And then I end up going back to Evans. So I went to Evans actually in 2017 for the first time. So now it's been like uh I think 2 years, or it's been like a year or two, because I don't know if this is like starting in towards like the end. Yeah, I think it's like the summer of 2018. So like I just graduated for like a month or two. I'm hanging out with Dylan, Sabrina, Sheldon, and then Evan hits me up out of nowhere, and he's like, "Yo, let's hang out." I'm like, "Sure, dude, whatever. I haven't seen you in like a year or two, but I'm down." So it turns out, they're all graduated too because they were in the same grade I was. So Sheldon's graduated, Isaiah's graduated. Isaiah didn't go over to Evans, from what I understand. And basically, we were all gonna have this. What ended up happening was it started off with I was gonna go over to Evans. Well, it turned out we turned this thing into like a whole like everyone is going over to Evans for the summer to have an absolute blast. So it started with me coming over, and then turns out like he started inviting just a bunch of people over, and we basically just had a like I wasn't over all the time, but this was around. I think this was the time like yeah, during this time too, I was hanging out with Jared. I actually think this was when we were doing the freaking Vivants all night and playing Warframe. Uh, because I went over to Evans, and then we ended up getting uh, absolutely. Anyway, basically, Evan just started inviting a bunch of people over, and it just got out of hand really quickly. And then Evan ended up starting, like, I ended up starting to not like Evan because it felt like he was like kind of being a bully to me at times. Like he would want me to watch all these YouTube videos, but then like I'd try to show him stuff and he wouldn't freaking be receptive, and I would just be like, "All right, this kid's kind of a douchebag," and but I can't say that because he worked out and this kid's like really fucking buff. And he had this other kid that I talked to at school named Miles, who I was like friends with, but like not really friends with. Like, I didn't hate him or anything. And like we talked and like we related on like our internet being trash, playing video games, but that's kind of about it. Like maybe a few other things, like living in like a bad environment. Like he said, his parents were terrible too and stuff. But we weren't like friends basically. And me and Evan really weren't friends either. I was just kind of there to like hang out or whatever. But this was not the Evan I hung out with a year or two ago. Like the Evan I hung out with in 2017 took me to Walmart, and like his family took me out, offered me like water and food and all this like stuff, and like now I show up and he's like a completely different person. He smokes pot now. Like I never thought that would happen. Like he's buff as shit. Like he could snap me with his pinky. Like he drinks, he smokes. I'm not sure if he said he had done acid by that point or what, but so that lasted for a while. I think maybe for like 4 or 5 months, and then towards the end of that, Sheldon ended up coming over and talking about him. He was gonna do something that I ended up not really liking, and like it like scared me, and I didn't want to be associated with him if he was gonna do something like that. So I was like,
I love how he just fucking whirly girly.
if we were starting to not be friends a while ago, we're definitely not gonna be friends now. Like I don't hate you, but like I couldn't believe what I was hearing, and like I was like, "Do you even hear what you're saying? Like, do you know what you're talking about? Like, this is dangerous." And he's like, "Relax, you're overreacting." I was just like, "Nah." Like, I was like, "I'm sorry, I can't be associated with you if you're gonna do that." So that was the beginning of the end of Sheldon, uh, for me. And then shortly after that, I stayed over there. Like, I didn't stay over there permanently. Like, I would come every like I don't know, maybe like every other week or so. Stay for like a week, 5 days. It depend. I don't know. It was like hazy looking back, but this lasted for like I don't know, maybe not even 5, 6 months. Maybe that's a bit long. Maybe 2, 3 months, maybe. And towards the end of this, I ended up having a night where I stay there and I'm playing Warframe because that was the game me and Jared were playing at the time. And yeah, I'm gonna hang out here. I'm gonna go back to Jared's and hang out with him. And Evan and a bunch of people went out to go smoke, and then they came back with weed, and they had a little bit of weed, and I've been waiting all day to get high. Well, they come in and they're like, "Yeah, we have weed, but not enough for you," or Miles, and I'm like, "Well, like that's kind of bullshit. Like we've been waiting here all day. Like I've been doing nothing but playing games. Like we can't take like a hit or nothing." And they're just basically like, "Nah, y'all be fine, whatever." And then you know everybody comes in, like Sheldon comes in high, and like everyone seems to be having a good time. But I've been playing video games all day, and like I said, video games are great until they're not enough. Or I don't think I've said that, but yeah, like everything's enough until it isn't, right? So yeah, I've been playing video games all day, but I want to smoke weed, especially knowing that it's right there and it's amongst my all I have to do is go outside and ask for a hit, and they're just telling me no, stay in here. We're not going to smoke with you. Well, I didn't like that at all, and that really pissed me off. And they'd been gone all day. I've been in this house all day. They didn't tell us where they were going. Like we just wake up, they're gone. You come back, everyone's high, having a good time, and now I'm just expected to sit here for the rest of the night and play games and get ignored. I was like, nah, fuck that. So I took matters into my own hands, and so I went to the bathroom, and by this point, I know what inhalants are because that's something I didn't even talk about. Brendan introduced me into inhalants in 2015, and I did that for basically 4 years, to the point where my parents and grandparents started like not buying like they stopped buying like I was drinking cough syrup. I was fucking inhaling air duster, Axe. I showed Sheldon and Isaiah how to fucking inhale Axe. Like I was doing all types of terrible stuff. So I went to their bathroom and that they had in the basement, and what do I know is in the bathroom? Inhalants. If there are going to be any inhalants, they're going to be in the bathroom. So I go in there, and all I found is some hair dye, but it's in an aerosol can. Well, I know what aerosol is. By this point, I've been doing this for 3 to 4 years, so I don't want to do this, but I'm gonna do it. I did it like partly out of spite, and also partly out of like I genuinely wanted to get high. So I huff a bunch of freaking like hair dye. I think I huff like 2 whole cans of it because it barely did anything. If anything, I felt good that I was wasting hair dye because this kid at this point is an absolute douchebag. Like, I could not stand him. Like, he has threatened to punch me because I won't watch his anime video, but won't listen or, you know, interact with me in any way. Leaves us there all day so he can go out and get drunk and high. But then when he comes home, I'm just expected to be there and like be content with life or whatever. Which, to be fair, in his eyes was probably, that's probably right. But in my eyes, in my head, I'm an addict and I don't fucking care. I'm here to get high, and if I can't get high, I'm not gonna be happy. And at this point, people were like stealing my like nicotine products and stuff, which I didn't even buy anyway. Like, my people are still buying this shit for me. Like, didn't even mention like at this point, like I said, I never quit smoking. My grandma has bought me nicotine products my whole life. Her and my grandfather, like my whole life. And then even my mom started eventually buying me cigarettes at some point. If I didn't have cigarettes, like if I had money, I'd give it to her, to buy cigarettes.
I just got a triple.
So yeah, like out of spite and addiction, I did that. And then I went outside. Everybody, leaves except Sheldon. Sheldon's about to leave, and I'm semi high because I just huffed like 2 fucking aerosol cans. So even though it wasn't no can of Axe or air duster, it was something. And I went out to Sheldon and I basically tried to like brag to fucking like to make him feel some type of way about what I just did. And I thought he was like gonna be on my side because like I've known this kid for like almost 2 years now, and yeah, 2 years now, going on three, and I'm like, yeah, like Evan's left me here all day, and like everyone gets high, so I was like, fuck that. I went and huffed a bunch of hairspray, and I told him, and he's like, you huffed a bunch of hairspray, and I was like, yeah, and he's like, oh damn, like you're high right now, and I was like, yeah, and he was like, oh damn, nice dude. Well, it turns out it was not nice because he ended up telling Evan, and they ended up having a whole debacle over that. So I ended up staying there. I slept. I woke up the next day, and I just felt the vibes. Like I'm there all day. It's like 4 o'clock, and everybody's interacting with each other, and I'm just sitting in this chair playing video games, and I'm like not being interacted with. So like I'm fed up. I'm like, you know, not getting drugs. I'm getting ignored. Like I might as well just go back to fucking Jared's. Like this, like at least Jared interacts with me. And like right then and there, I was like, fuck this. I'm not, I figured I wasn't gonna come back anyway, but so I called my grandma and I was like, yeah, come get me. And I packed up my fucking PS4 and everything, like, and like I even ended up dropping it, trying to put it in my suitcase because I was fucking mad. I was mad. I'm getting ignored. I'm getting treated this way, and I don't know. I just have this like really delusional mindset because I'm an addict, and so I go back to Jared's and I get a message from Sheldon, and he's like, yeah, I told Evan and everyone had to talk because they're by this point, like, there's a girl over there named Cassie. She lives next door though, so she just comes over to visit. Um, and like, if he had anybody else, like, I know there was this other kid named Mills. I didn't really know him. Like, the main people I really knew were like Evan, Miles, Sheldon, and that's oh yeah, and then Makasi. But the only reason I kind of knew Makasi is because I went to school with her, and she used to slap me in the face, and I had to tell her to stop because I really hated that, and it really pissed me off. So that's the only reason I knew her. But she ended up having like a grinder. I ended up scraping out, so they ended up finding out all this shit. They're like, I told him you huffed, the hair, the hair dye. Makasi knows you got in her grinder. A day that Evan ended up going to some party with his girlfriend. And then they were like, basically, we all had this talk. You're not welcome here anymore. Don't come back. And then he was like, as far as me and you go, we're also done too. And I was just like, I don't even know if I said anything to that. I just knew I left my clothes there, and that pissed me off even more because I was like, I don't want to leave my clothes there so people can steal more of my shit. So I think some time went by, and like I texted Sheldon. I was like, "Are my clothes there?" And he was like, "Yeah." And I was like, "Okay, well, I will. I am coming by to get my clothes." So, and he was like, "Yeah, all right. We'll put them in a bag, and you know, that's all you'll be doing essentially." And I was like, "Yep." Didn't plan on coming back anyway. So that happened. I go back to get my clothes. They're all hanging out, having a grand old time, and I grab my shit and I fucking leave. And on the way home with my grandma, I think back, I was like on the way home, or I was gonna head back to my cousin or Jared's, and I was just like, I fucking just everything like hit me. I was like, bro, I don't fit in. Like, I'm not accepted. Like, what the fuck? Like, I thought I moved in here, life gets better, and like, I'm still treated this way. Like, if it's not people, if it wasn't people at my mom's and the environment she put me in, it's these people and they live in a good house. So like, what the fuck? Like, I guess I'm worthless. So, she basically tells me you're not worthless. I love you, whatever. And I end up going back to Jared's, and I end up talking to him, and he's like, "Man, fuck those people. Don't worry about them. Let's have a good time." So I go back to playing with Jared and having a good time with him. But I felt empty inside at this point. I'm like, I don't feel like okay after everything that's happened. Like not even moving out of my mom's is seeming to make anything better. Like I'm out of school, the thing I hated the most. I'm out of my mom's, the place I hated the most. I don't have to really interact with people I don't want to. I don't have to worry about homework anymore or coming to school and like here I am still miserable. So like what gives? What's the deal? So I think that's when I started becoming that's when I started becoming like depressed again and suicidal and I was just like I went back to my toxic ways of like fuck life, fuck humanity, which I also didn't talk about. I used to be on that wave when I was 12, 13 because I was listening to like Gmo Ski and like humans are worms and life sucks and all this, you know, stuff a 12-year-old shouldn't have been listening to. So all that happened and then Cody comes back into the picture. So Cody comes back into the picture and turns out he moved out with the people he was living with because that ended up not working out. He's graduated at this point because my grandma has taken him to his graduation a year. You know, obviously I had a year left to go. So he graduates, goes back to live with those people. I graduate, you know, all this stuff with Evan and Jared happens. And, you know, time goes by, things happen, whatever. So yeah, Cody comes back in the picture and he's basically like, yo, I moved in with these two other people in this other place and I'm living with them now and you can come up here and hang out. And I'm like, oh yeah, I'd be down, you know, whatever. So now I'm about to go do this. So that's what I do then. I start going to hang out with him and go there. And lo and behold, wow, the people he lives with, guess what? Wouldn't you believe it? They drink alcohol, they smoke weed right at home. How great. So I just went up there to hang out with him. Turns out I got more than what I asked for. So we start hanging out there. That ends up lasting like 6 months. Bunch of stuff happens there. Like mainly just me going over there, either getting drunk, getting high. Although I didn't get drunk like a whole lot, but I did get drunk. Probably more drunk than I've ever gotten into my life. Because I first got drunk when I was like 14 on the 4th of July. And that was like the most drunk I've ever been. So like I was getting like extremely drunk. And Cody's working this factory job, going to work 12 hours. But turns out this girl and this guy that, you know, that he's living with are kind of crazy. So that experience starts going downhill as any experience does when life is revolved around drugs and maximizing happiness and minimizing suffering. So I think Cody, like, he worked he worked at like a fast food 8 hour thing and then he also was working at like a factory job at some point 12 hours and the female wanted him to watch his kid and would like make up stuff about how he offered to watch his kid but he was like half asleep and like was sleep talking and said yes and then apparently that's a verbal confirmation but apparently it's not because when he wakes up he wasn't even conscious so now there's a kid being unattended to all day. So that lasted like 6 months, and then he's gonna get kicked out. So he hits me up one day. I'm out here at my grandma's, and he's like, "Yo, I'm getting kicked out. I can't stay here anymore. You know, whatever." And I kind of knew that was coming. Like every time I went over, they're like, "How are you his friend?" and all this stuff, and it's whatever. So I knew eventually something was gonna happen. I just didn't know what. And if something did happen, I kind of just thought he would have another place to go, but turns out he does not. You know, obviously he can't go back to his aunt's. He's been out of there. They like he had to break in his window to get his stuff because they left a note on his door that said, you know, we can't afford, you know, people living here. Basically, like they just wanted him out. They didn't care about him, and he was a liability. So if he's not going to be there doing chores, then you know he's not going to live there. Period. So yeah, he can't go back there. Not that I'd want him to anyway. Those people were terrible. So I didn't really know what to do, so I just kind of thought, all right, well, Sheldon was supposed to move in with me, and that's not going to happen now. Wonder if I can move Cody in with me. And now it's going to be at my grandma's, so like he's not going to have to worry about roaches and like smoke and like when he was living with me at mom's, it wasn't that bad, but obviously we still had to deal with the roaches, the smoking, my siblings screaming at each other, throwing stuff at each other, whatever other toxic stuff. But now we ain't gonna have to deal with any of that. So I talked to my grandparents and I'm like, yo, he's about to be homeless. I wanted Sheldon to move in with me anyway. Let's make this happen. I'll do something. I don't mind to do something. Like, please let me do this. So they were like, all right, he can move in, but you both have to get a job like as soon as he moves in. Like, you guys cannot wait. I don't want two people basically living here with no jobs doing nothing. I was like, fair enough. Hey, hey, and I'll have money to buy stuff. That's perfectly fine. That was perfectly fine with me. Pizza Hut wasn't that bad, so how bad can another job, be? Turns out pretty bad, but I wouldn't know that yet. So it takes me like a month to convince them to move him in. Right at the end, his mom, he meets his mom for the first time. Like, what wasn't that the first time you met your mom? 2018, 2019, or did you meet her like before that or
I met her semi before that, like
semi
months
before
before.
that? But you didn't like have a relationship with her.
Yeah.
No. So yeah, his mom ends up committing suicide. So now he's getting kicked out and his mom's dead and he goes to see her and he's like and he has to see that and deal with that. But they're still going to go through with it. He told the people that was kicking him out that, they felt for him, but still didn't change anything. He was still getting kicked out. But hey, he's getting to move in with me now. This is happening. We're going to get, a job. We're going to move in together. Everything's going to be fine and dandy. So we do. We end up getting a job up at McDonald's. Easiest hire of my life. Like on the spot, we both got hired. We both literally walked in there, answered like a few questions for what, 15 minutes,
Literally.
signed a paper, and boom, you're hired. Like, I mean, dude, with Pizza Hut, I had to literally go in for an interview and like fill out a resume. Like, I didn't have to do none of that at freaking McDonald's. I literally signed a paper and literally like what put the date on it and like answered like 15 to 20 questions and all right, you're hired. I was like, okay, that was easy. And they're like, yeah, we need people. It's not that crazy. And I'm just like, oh. I mean, it was crazy for me though. So now I'm happy. We're gonna get a job, no problems, which means Cody's gonna be able to stay here. He's gonna be able to move in. Everything's gonna be great. So we start working at this job. We want to quit within the first 3 days.
Literally.
It's literally hell.
It's the worst.
It's literally the worst. Like, but we knew, like, if we quit, we're gonna have to find another job soon, or face the risk of him getting kicked out. And I didn't want that to happen, considering all the freaking work I had to just go through, the persuasion, the conversations that I just had to go through to get him to even get here. So we stuck it out. Although I think we did end up skipping a few days at first, but we ended up sticking it out. Well, something I failed to mention that I don't even think Cody knew was sometime in 2018, either like during my senior year or after I graduated, actually, somewhere around that time, I get my wisdom teeth taken out. So I end up getting prescribed painkillers. So the problem with this is they prescribe me painkillers. I end up taking them for the pain, but I'm an addict, so I love the high too. So I remember the first day I'm supposed to be in here resting, healing up, pop one of them suckers, and go invite Isaiah. Like, literally, this is how crazy it is, bro. Me and Isaiah, I set up a schedule to hang out with Isaiah after I got out of the hospital of getting my wisdom teeth. So I get my wisdom teeth taken out, wheelchaired out to the car, even though I could walk anyway, so I wasn't like debilitated or anything. Mouth full of blood. I haven't even gone home. I haven't rinsed my mouth or nothing. Like I have no water to rinse my mouth. And we go to pick up Isaiah and take him home. Not take him home, but bring him home with us so we can hang out. So we do that. We come home, and of course, I take one of those painkillers. I get high, and instead of coming in here and resting, I go to the shed and smoke a cigarette. And I think we had weed, so we smoked that too. And I went to freestyle, and all that came from this is after taking these pills. I think I got my wisdom teeth taken on out on a Saturday. So from Saturday to the next following Friday, uh, I basically became like dependent on them for the pain because I basically still needed them for the pain because my mouth still hurted, but I didn't have any more pills and there's no more refills after you're done. And I took them exactly like, prescribed, like take every 8 hours, whatever. Like, so I did that. And so I had to get pills from an alternative source. So I started doing that. And then I started getting addicted to them because obviously the pain started going away and then it became like less about the pain, actually not about the pain because the pain didn't exist anymore, and it became about me getting high. And now this source that I'm getting them from, I wasn't going to get it from the source, and I didn't even think about taking painkillers before this. Like I'd taken painkillers before in like 2015, 2016, like for something, I don't know, but I never got like addicted to them. And like, I mean, I got high and I felt good, but like I never got addicted to them or anything. But now I have a source that gives them to me. So for some reason, I just kept taking these pills even after my wisdom teeth were, obviously healed up and the pain was gone. And, the person kept giving them to me. So I was just like, all right, I'm going to keep taking them. Like, I ain't got to worry about getting weed. Like, this is a high too. So I'll just do this. So I started taking opiates, which also, I fell in love with because they just made, video games more enjoyable, which was the main thing. It was mainly they just made video games more enjoyable. That was the main stigma for that. And they also just made me feel good. They just made me not give an F about anything. So those two combos together, like euphoric, don't give an F, can't feel anything, and make me play video games better. Hey, what more, do I need? I mean, obviously I still wanted weed, but so yeah, I get addicted to opiates, and so we start McDonald's, and I'm still taking these things, and I basically didn't have a single day. Like from the time I started McDonald's for the 6 months I was there to the time I quit, I was addicted to opiates. Took one every day. Like there wasn't a single day that I did not come to work high. Like I tried to come to work high one day, and like I was there for 15 minutes and I was freaking out. Like I was getting pissy. Like I was like, I'm gonna hurt myself or someone. Like so, I had to call my person, and I was like, I need a pill, and they came and brought me a pill. So that ended up. I didn't think anything of it at this point. I don't know anything about opiate addiction, withdrawal. Like I just think I take these pills because I like getting high. If I need to quit, no big deal. Whatever. Like if I had thought about it, that is not that I really needed to. Like if I couldn't take one, I don't know if I had withdrawals just yet, but towards the end of my 6 months working at McDonald's, I was brutally addicted. And in this time working at McDonald's with Cody, all we did was buy drugs because of the stress that we just had working there. Like we felt like we weren't paid enough for what we did, and then like obviously we were just addicts anyway. Like we want to smoke and drink anyway. We start getting acid. That ends up being significant because Cody would end up getting in trouble for that, unfortunately, and it would end up being my fault. So that uh, ended up happening. Luckily for the better, though, in the end. And yeah, so the 6 months I'm there, I go to work, I'm high every single day. If I'm not high, I'm trying to get drugs to get high and having a constant flow of a paycheck, two paychecks, because literally all we had to do was pay $100 to live here. That's it. Like that's all we were told. That like my grandma was like, all you have to do, $100, you're good to go. So that's what we did. And then I think we got to the point we didn't even pay the $100 because she didn't even show up to collect most of the time. Like I think she asked for money here and there, but like we didn't even have to stick to the regimen because she wouldn't even show up to like make us pay what we needed to pay. And if we didn't have to, we weren't gonna go out of our way to, kind of thing. So he ends up meeting a coworker that we worked with. She starts coming out to my house. So she starts being our ride because we didn't have cars other than like my grandparents taking us to and from work. But she starts being our ride to get drugs because obviously my grandparents are not going to take us to get drugs. You know, unbeknownst to them. Like maybe we tell them, hey, let's go to the store, and then we meet somebody there. But you know, now we don't have to do that with this person. So we start, you know, letting her come hang out because hey, you know, she's a free ride. You know, maybe it was more to him. I can't speak for him, but for me, it was she's a free ride. She can get us drugs. That's all I really cared about, to be honest. I mean, she seemed like a decent enough person, but let's be honest. If she wasn't going to take us to get drugs and do drugs with us, well, would we have hung out with her? Probably not. Probably not. So that ends up taking, you know, control of Cody a little bit because he starts hanging out with her a lot. He doesn't stay home very much and he wants to be out and about and live his life, and I understand that looking back, but at the time it started frustrating me because like he would go out, and I remember there was a few times they would like, you know, he would be going out with people and there wasn't enough room for me. I just worked at, you know, McDonald's all day and now I can't go, and then like they're going to a party and once again I can't go, and then like one too many of those and I'm just like fed up at some point. I'm just like annoyed, but then he's addicted to alcohol and he's like going through what he's going through, and and I'm going through, and I think I'm in the right over here, but whole time I'm addicted to painkillers and I'm spending all my money on weed. We're not paying my grandmother any money for living here. He's not staying home with me. This girl is showing up in my driveway, leaving her car running all night. Like, what are we doing? And what we were doing was being addicts. We were being that what we were. We were being addicts. Like that's what we were. We were addicted. I mean, we were young too, but it was mainly we were addicts with no direction, no like guidance, no role models. Like it was inevitable this happened. So 6 months, like I think 5 months in, or like five and a half months in, all this is happening. You know, drugs. You know, great time, not great time. You know, I ended up getting serotonin syndrome and almost killing myself because my painkiller wore off after work, and then I ended up getting acid, and I came home and I took it, and I ended up almost dying from serotonin syndrome. So that was great. Um, sarcasm. I hate I have to say that, but I feel like somebody will hear that and be like, "That was great." Like, no, it was sarcasm. Um, but yeah, at the end of the 5.5 months, uh, I'm not gonna say who, but an old friend comes over to sell us weed brownies. So we're gonna get some weed brownies. And so the night starts off. I give, and before we get high, we all basically tell the person that came here to sell us these weed brownies, hey, I'll pay you now. So here's my money. So I give him my money, and then, um, Cody had to give him his money, but Cody didn't have his money on him, but he had money, but he didn't have it on him. So basically, he had to get it. So we told him that at the first of the night, and he was cool with that. Well, turns out he ends up getting way too high, and he ends up forgetting this. So like I don't even know how long it was. Maybe it was 2, 3 hours in. He's about to go to sleep because he's staying over here, staying the night. He came to sell us these brownies. He's gonna leave in the morning. He has his own whip, everything, and he thinks I'm stealing from him because he ends up going in the freezer to check because he had like he had like three, I think it was 3 or 4 brownies wrapped individually in some aluminum, and he ends up going into the he was leaving them in my grandma's freezer, which they didn't smell or anything, so it wasn't like a big deal in terms of like smelling up the house or anything like that. But he goes in there and he's like, "There's a brownie gone." Okay, well, we all three took a brownie, and there was like one extra that I think I ended up buying extra, so I think we paid in total like 60, $80, something like that. And he's like, "Why is there only one brownie in here? There's supposed to be another one in here. I only have, this much money." And I'm like, "Oh, like, um, Cody just hasn't paid you yet." And he's like, "No, whatever. You're stealing from me." And I'm like, "Bro, like, I wouldn't steal from you." So basically, we get into a back and forth, and I have to like Cody and the coworker out sitting in the driveway like they have been for the past 6 months, like they usually do at night. Like we get off work, she brings him home, and I either get picked up by my grandparents, and sometimes she would bring me home and take me to work, but most of the time it'd be my grandparents. So
Pulling up in a pain.
he thought I was stealing from him, and I wasn't. So I pleaded my case, and once I started getting upset, he started realizing like, okay, you're not stealing from me. Just tell me what's going on. And I'm like, Cody just has to pay you. He's out there in the driveway. Let's go get him and tell him, you want your money right now. And he's like, all right, that sounds great. So remember, 15 minutes ago, I just told Cody to wait in the driveway because I really needed him because they like to show up. And then, like, by this point, we started, like, riding around in the car some nights to just go do something. And I knew if I didn't tell them to wait, they were going to leave and go up, probably to a church to hang out or something. Regardless of where they were going to go, I needed him here to stay for right now because you know the friend is getting really upset and I don't want him to think I'm actually stealing from him. So I go outside and they left. So I got extremely upset because now I look like an idiot. And if I try to downplay it, if I try to just tell him like, "Oh, just wait till he gets back, you're gonna get your," then it's just gonna make me look like even like I just pleaded my case, I sold it, and now I just told him he's outside. I told him to wait, and now Cody's gone because they decided to leave. I guess they forgot or they got high or I don't know what happened, but it happened, and this would mark the end of Cody living here because I would go outside, I would see the cars gone, and I got extremely pissed because now I look like an idiot. I just told this guy, hey, I have your money basically, but oh, guess what? By the way, you don't get your money either because the person that's going to give it to you isn't here now, and I don't have money to pay you. So I'm basically screwed, and I don't know if he's going to get mad or cause a scene, and if I upset him, then he ain't gonna sell me weed anymore or sell us weed anymore, and then he's basically the only person that sells us weed. So all these things happen. So I end up coming in here, and Cody had like a tote and like a backpack, and I end up getting extremely pissed, and I basically take all of his stuff and I throw it on the porch, and I'm like, he's out, he's leaving, like. And I was like, "Don't worry, you'll get your money." I think I ended up having to like ask my grandma for $20 too, because I don't even think Cody ended up getting the money. Looking back on it, I'm not mad. I'm not mad at him obviously now because it was stupid what we were doing. But at the time, I was mad because if my addiction can't get fueled, then problems. So my grandfather, I thought I was being quieter than I was, but apparently my grandfather heard absolutely everything, and he's like, "Yep, Cody's out." And then I end up getting mad at him for some reason because I didn't want it to end up happening that way. I didn't actually want Cody to get kicked out. I just was mad that he left me, and like I just ended up making the scene to make it seem like I was really telling the truth, which I was, but like I said, I was scared that if I tried to downplay it and be like, "Oh, he'll be back in like 15 minutes, or let's call him and try to get your money," then it wasn't going to be able to be sold. That, and honestly, I was kind of starting to get kind of fed up with like just him leaving and not staying here, and so that kind of did upset me too, but mainly it was more so anyway, you get the point. But the point is Cody no longer lives here, so he has to move out. Well, guess what? He has nowhere to go because, and it's the same situation that he was in, right after his mom committed suicide. Like, he doesn't have anywhere to go. So he has to start living with the coworker, kind of, which was kind of weird because he wasn't even technically, obviously this girl's dad is like this girl's dad's a cop, and like here's this random kid, like, but apparently he would sneak in, and he ended up having to actually sneak back here to sleep in my bed one night, which I ended up finding out and kind of made me mad, but then, I mean, I ended up not caring. Like, I didn't hate Cody. I just hated what happened, but whole time I think I'm right, right? Like, I moved him in, I'm doing all this stuff, but also whole time I'm doing my own nonsense, but I don't see my own faults. Like, I'm doing pills, I'm getting drugs, like I'm doing everything I want to do, and I don't see my own faults basically. Like Cody doesn't have grandparents to take care of him, and like I'm taking advantage of them, letting him live here and us doing drugs because I can't emotionally deal with going to work. But I'm an addict, and I've never been told, other than like, hey, yeah, nicotine's addicting, caffeine's addicting, drugs can be addicting. But I always had this mindset growing up, like, I can quit anytime I want, um, you know. And then once I got into the huffing, like, I huffed 26 Axe cans one time going over to Brendan's because I ended up, like, going over to his house to drink and stay the night. And he ended up like abusing me by like hitting me with a basketball a bunch of times, and then he made me sleep on the floor. And then out of spite, I ended up burning a hole through his window and smoked a cigarette out of it and huffed 26 Axe cans. And how do I know it was 26? Because I counted every single one, and I sent videos to my Kick chat of people I played Xbox 360 with that I had like chats with, and I showed them me huffing Axe cans. Like, I videoed myself doing that. So I didn't realize what I was doing was wrong. And fortunately, finally, I would have to take some responsibility in my life. So shortly after Cody gets kicked out, we stay at McDonald's, but he can't stay here with me. And this is like the last month I work at McDonald's. He would go to stay there at what, another 6 months? Like, so you stay there like a year. And I wanted to get some more acid because we haven't had acid in a while, and that would be great. So let's do that, And he said he was making do with all I mean, we had to make do. There's nothing we can really do. My grandfather basically set in stone, like, no, he's not moving back in, not happening, forget it, I don't care. I'm sorry he's homeless, or if he doesn't have anywhere to go, he'll just have to find somewhere. Like, we're not doing that no more. So I have $40 and I'm like, I want to get 4 tabs of acid, and I know we can get it from this guy. We just need to hit him up. And he was off work that day and I had to go to work, so I was like, all right, let me give you this $40. You can go get this shit, and I'm gonna go to work. I'll get off, 4 tabs of acid, we'll stretch it out, we'll have fun, and that'll be the end of that. So that's not what happened at all. I go to work, I'm there for like 5 6 hours. I get messaged via Snapchat that we're getting a sheet of acid. I am now kind of scared because I'm like, I've seen the laws on acid, and I'm like, if you get caught with that, like, we're fucked. Like you're going to jail, basically. Like there ain't no way around that. Like they're not gonna ask you like if you're taking it for fun or whatever. Like you're gonna get in trouble,
Big time.
big time. So me knowing there's nothing I can really do or say to thwart it, and plus, hey, more acid. I only wanted 4 tabs. We're getting 20 now. Hey, yeah, sure. Sounds like great to me. But I was still skeptical. I was still nervous about it. But hey, I had good hopes. They were already on their way to get it, whatever. So they go get it. They get, unbeknownst to me, they get pulled over on my work. I come home. I'm home from work. Like, I got off at like what, 9:30, 10 o'clock. I'm here all night. Like 11, 12 goes by. Like I'm wondering where they're at. I thought they were just taking their time. Maybe they were out, like chilling, about to pull up. I text the coworker. I'm like, "Yo, where's Cody? He's in jail." I'm like, "Awesome! It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I just got off 8 hours work. I'm down $40, and my friend's in jail, and I don't have my drugs.
Super excited.
So like, this is all great." So he ends up getting hit for only 1 tab of acid because he ends up taking the 20 tabs of acid all at once in the aluminum foil.
Which is super not good for you, by the way.
Super not good for you. And he ends up getting in trouble for the 1 tab because we had went to the coworker's friend's house to do acid weeks prior, and her car, like the coworker's car that we hung out with, was really dirty, and she refused to clean it. And we had basically lost a tab of acid in there, and we thought it was just gone. And we wanted to get the night going and didn't feel like cleaning out a car, and so we just left it in there. And that's the tab of acid. Uh, we basically both ended up being in trouble for. He ended up, being in actual legal trouble, and I ended up being in like moral trouble of like. So at first I was just like, all right, this is their fault. They got pulled over. Like I heard how it happened. Like she didn't have a headlight in. They were blasting music. They were drinking and smoking weed. Basically screaming, "Come arrest me!" The vehicle.
Yeah, pretty much. Literally.
Like, which really sucked because if I was off work, I could have been there and been like, "Hey, let's turn the music down. Let's maybe not smoke weed while we're going to
Yeah.
possibly get 20 tabs of infinite
Safe.
jail time." Uh,
Infinite jail.
yeah.
Totally
So
safe. Totally safe.
I was like, it's on them. They were stupid for doing that. That's totally their fault. But then I started thinking about it and I was like, okay, like, let's think about this. If you didn't start, if you didn't not start, if you didn't give him that $40 to get the acid, he would have never went to get it in the first place. Now, it would have been different if you went to get, like, you know, his own drugs and got caught, then like I would have maybe felt for him. Maybe I still would have tried to be his friend, but I wouldn't have felt obligated because I would have been like, hey, that's on him. You know what I mean? And maybe things would have been different, but that's not the way they happen. At first I was gonna, blow him to the wind. I was like, this is his fault. He got himself in this situation. I'm not trying to get like I was paranoid. I thought the fucking FBI was gonna come to my house and be like, "Yeah, we know your friend took 20 tabs of acid. You're going to jail forever." Like no, like my life's already been terrible, so I can't risk that. So I became paranoid, and yeah, I just tried to go back to work. At McDonald's. My friend's in jail, and now she's hitting me up asking for my address to bail him out. I'm asking her why she needs my address, and she's like, "So like now I'm down my money, my drugs, my friend." I'm being asked for my freaking personal information. I mean, it's over. Like it's over for us. Like it's over. We're done. Like I'm going to jail. He's going to jail. She's probably maybe going to jail. Like who knows? Like we're done. Life's over. Not like this, right? So she ends up getting my address because I don't give it to her because she refuses to elaborate why she wanted my address. Which literally the only thing I wanted her to do was say, "Hey, why do you need my address?" And I kind of knew why she wanted it. I just wanted her to say it, and she refused to say it. And she just kept saying, "Just trust me, I need it." Like, no, I'm not just gonna trust you. Like, if you give it to the authorities and then you show them a message of me giving you my address, and then they show up at my address, and then show up to my house and start questioning me, or then
Show
find
up to my crib.
and have like find my carts in here, which were illegal at the time because Delta 8 wasn't a thing. Then like I wasn't willing to risk any of that. So she ends up just getting my address, bailing him out anyway. Turns out nothing ends up happening. Like nobody ends up coming to my house or anything of the sort. Although something did happen at McDonald's where these two black cars hung out at this high school across from, where I was, while I was on shift. And I didn't think anything about it, but literally they sat over there all day. And the moment that my grandfather and grandma pick me up and I get in the car, they both pull in to the drive-through, and like they were these black tinted window car. I am pretty positive that those were cars that were spying on me because they intercepted the Snapchat message that you sent me about getting 20 tabs. And they wanted to see if I was getting in a car with a drug dealer or not. Like, if I would have, I mean, obviously I wasn't going to because I already know, like, my friend just got pinched. I'm not about to freaking jump right back into looking for drugs. And plus, I couldn't anyway because the guy didn't have any more. So it was like, and weed I could just get from somebody to bring, to my house. I don't need him pulling up to my work. Whatever. But mainly, I was just concerned about getting in trouble. So after a little bit, I end up thinking about it, and I'm like, okay, this is my fault. I need to take some accountability. I'm not gonna leave him to the wind. I'm gonna try to make this right, and I'm gonna see what I can do. So basically, I decided to remain his friend and stick it out. And he stayed at McDonald's, and basically, for the next year, my life would change drastically. So in 2019 of May of 2019 is Cody's birthday. So Cody ends up getting some shrooms for his birthday, and we end up, doing some shrooms or whatever. We get some shrooms. We're gonna do some shrooms. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be sick. So we started doing that. Shortly after that, I find a book in the living room called My 365 Days with God by Joyce Meyer. So, up to this point, I'm an atheist. I haven't even thought about God in eons at this point. Like God is non-existent outside of me calling myself a god when I drop a 50 bomb in Call of Duty. So, it's like a day in like the middle of May, June, and here's a book. It's like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. My grandfather and grandmother are gone to town. I'm home alone by myself. Normal day, just video games. I wasn't high. And I walk in the living room, I see this book, and I read the thing, My 365 Days with God. And I just thought I should grab that and read it. That's weird because I don't really like reading books. Like, I don't prefer it. Like, I can read books, I can read well. I'm articulate. Like, I got really good at English towards the end of high school, but I'm not like preferable on it. Like, I prefer technology. I prefer to look and see and touch. Like, that's what I like to do. Okay, look, see, and touch. But technology, hear and see it, basically. Like, I just want to play my PS4, basically, or, my laptop, whatever. So I grabbed this book. I'm like, I start reading it a little bit, and I'm like, what in the world? These are the things I'm missing in my life. Like, what? Bro, I just opened this book out of curiosity. I was just interested in looking at it for a second. I was like, I started reading it, and I was like freaking mind blown. I was like reading some of these things that my grandma had said growing up, like, and here I'm seeing them repeated, and I'm like, oh, this is what I'm missing from my life. Like, these things, like, instantly I knew. Instantly I knew. I don't know why I knew. I just instantly knew that these are the things I'm missing from my life. because as I read, things just made sense. Like bro, I read a few pages in 30 minutes, and that's all it took for me to realize these are the things I'm missing. But then I remembered the title. It's My 365 Days with God, not 365 Days of the Year, How to Deal with Life. It's called My 365 Days with God. So right then and there, I'm like, wait a minute, maybe God's actually real, which I already knew that. I just didn't like God because I felt like God didn't love me, and I was convinced that was the case. So, but I definitely like what I was reading, how to deal with disappointment, like all these different things. Like how the standout ones were like how to deal with disappointment, how to be joyful and like bad situations, which I guess that's kind of handling disappointment. You could argue that's not the same thing. Discipline. So I start reading about these things a little bit, and I'm like, yo, I'm gonna keep reading this book. So I read a little bit. I think I ended up calling Cody that day. I kind of told him about it. I'm like, yo, there's this book, dude. I'm like, um, I think I low key might have found what I'm missing in my life. And he's like, oh yeah. I'm like, dude, yeah. Like this is crazy. Like I opened this book to just kind of read it a little bit, and like there's these things in here. Like I'm gonna keep reading it, and hopefully I have like more to tell you as time goes on. And then we went on and whatever, and went about our business, and we're gonna hang out and whatever. So fast forward, 2019 of November comes around, and I'm out of two jobs. Cody is on diversion for being caught with a tab of LSD. We have, I think, yeah, the coworker is out of the picture for both of us. I mean, she was only in the picture because Cody was living here at the time, whatever. And Cody now has a girlfriend that he met another one of his coworkers at McDonald's, which he is still with to this day. And so he starts living with her mom and her. So at least he has a place to stay now, but I know like he lives in a trailer from what I understand. It's a trailer park. And I don't know too much. I just know he has a place to stay and he's not like bed hopping and worrying about breaking into people's houses to sleep anymore. So that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's see. Let me not lose track here. I'm doing real good. This is probably the best video I've made so far. Um, so 2019 in November comes around. Me and Cody are still hanging out. Everything else is pretty much over. So like Sheldon, Isaiah, like hanging out with Jared, all of that is done and over with. Those were more like honeymoon. Everyone just graduated phase. Like that pretty much was what all that was. Like everyone graduated. Let's celebrate life. But now everybody's moving on. They're figuring out stuff. Like obviously everybody's got to get jobs and figure stuff out. But Zach is still taking his time. I got to figure out what I'm gonna do. But I don't want to figure out what I want to do at the same time because I want to stay here and relax after having to live in that horrible environment most of my life. So in 2019 in November, I had a vape cartridge that I ended up asking my grandmother for $40 for, and this is significant in a second, but I asked her, yeah, for $40 for her. I'm sorry, I just repeated myself. But I'm laying, so I get this thing. I kind of felt guilty about it, but then I was just like, whatever. At least I have my fix. I haven't gotten high in 3 weeks. Like I tried to justify it. Like I justified it. I'm like, it's fine. It's whatever. I wake up the next day. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. So at this point, I've been unemployed for about a year. I don't have a PS4. I don't think anymore at this point because it broke. So I'm not really playing like video games like I used to. Like, uh, I say that, but I just replaced it with my grandfather's laptop that I ended up just playing video games on. So I was still playing video games, but I wake up at 7 in the morning and I instantly grab the cart I just bought the day before for some random guy that somebody knew or that I went to school with. Somebody knew that whatever, and he was chill, sold it to me, whatever. But
Somebody come here.
I woke up the next morning and took a rip of this thing at 7 in the morning and got way too high
Way too high.
at 7 in the morning.
You can definitely do that.
You could definitely do that. Like, I haven't even woken up to pee, bro. The first thing I did, like, it was that right there, that
The
white
highest I can
chest.
remember
My
being in my
bed
whole
was
life
my bed was like,
was the early
I know the
morning.
people in the video won't be able to see, but like my bed was like this way because it was in the middle. Remember, it was in the middle of my room, and it was right there. And I reach for it, I grab it, and I hit it. I get really baked, and I realize I messed up. I'm like, damn, I shouldn't have done that. Like, that was stupid. Why did I just get ripped at 7 in the morning? But then once once you get ripped, you can't unget ripped. You know what I mean?
Facts,
You
facts.
can't just unhigh yourself. You just have to wait for it to wear off. For the most part, unless you go like to the hospital, and then even then, I don't think there's much they can do. Anyway, ends up being significant because I grabbed my phone to start scrolling like I always have, like my whole life. I've always just, ever since I was 12 and I got that first phone, it's been, scroll through social media, mainly YouTube, watch YouTube. And by this time, like by 2019, like social media is a big part of life at this point. Like Instagram, Snapchat, like people's whole lives revolve around apps on their phone. So mine was no different. Mine just so happened to be YouTube, and I just watched things. So it's 7 in the morning. I grab my phone. I'm scrolling. I'm not finding anything that I like. I'm like, God, the suggestions suck. This is so stupid. In reality, I just got way too high, and I'm guilty that I just asked my grandmother for a cart yesterday for money for a cart, and I lied to her and told her it was for a game, even though I don't have a game console. So I found a video. A video pops up into my suggestion, and I 100% now believe this to have been, God's will, no coincidence kind of thing. At least for me personally, or maybe I got lucky. But regardless, it was a video of David Goggins, and this would be the beginning of my like I'm gonna change my life journey. So up to this point, my life has been kill myself, do what I want, drugs, whatever, sex, yeah, sex, drugs, video games, porn, the whole nine of what not to do. Don't do any of them. So here's this video, and I see the thumbnail, and I see this guy's face in the thumbnail, and it's the thumbnail says like "Be a savage, fuck people," and I'm like, man, that's cool, that's great and all, good for this guy, but man, fuck that guy. So I just keep scrolling, and I'm like, gosh, my suggestion is trash, bro. And inevitably, I end up scrolling back up, and I click on the video. I watch it for 20 minutes. It pulls me in. I try to click off the video and watch something else, realize I can't, and I go back and end up watching the whole 55, give or take 55 minutes of this video. And by the end, I'm like, oh my God, I never thought I'd hear another human being relay my feelings through their voice and not mine. Every single thing this guy said, just about. Like, obviously, there were some things I didn't relate on, like being a Navy SEAL. Obviously, I've never been a fucking Navy SEAL. But, like, growing up in a toxic environment, fucking being made fun of, being called slurs, being scared, being paranoid, even, not having any self worth, any confidence. I was like, and then, like, some of the things he said, like, we walk around and we act like we are, but we're not. Bro, that's been me my whole life. I listen to rap music. I'm the next up and coming rap artist, but in reality, I'm a dipshit loser with no discipline, no life, no career, no goals, and really, I'm just passively committing suicide by doing as much drugs and staying up as late as possible. Like I always had planned to, even when I wanted to not kill myself because habits just become your life at some point. like I said earlier. So obviously, when I moved into my grandma's house, I didn't necessarily want to kill myself anymore. But after the Evan thing, I kind of did. Anyway, because I felt like I didn't fit in, and then felt like my life wasn't getting better because I moved in here and thought my life was going to get better. So after this 55 minutes video, it's been about an hour and a half, but high wears off. I'm like, oh my God, I have to change my life. It has to happen. Like, I have to change. I have to try to change. I have to do something, bro. I'm a piece of shit. I'm selfish. I sit in this room. I don't do anything for anyone. I got my friend in trouble for sending him out to buy drugs. I got him kicked out. Like everything just all at fucking once just hit me. I'm just like, holy shit, what the fuck has happened to me? Why am I this way? So there's something he ended up saying in the video, and in the video he talks about how you need to go back to the root of the problem. So I took that literally and I took it to heart. So the following week I would end up calling my mom, and I'm going to go back down to my mom's. So I figured my problems didn't start when I didn't become an addict in my grandma's house. I became an addict at my mom's house. So let me go down there and figure out why in the fuck I'm an addict. Why am I this way? Why do I act the way I do? Let me just find out some things. Let me go to, like he said, let me go to the root of where all this shit happened. Let me just and let me use my newfound knowledge. So after listening to Goggins, I mean, not maybe not obviously if you don't know who Goggins is, but I learned how to get steps in. So that was like the main thing. And eating healthy, like those were the first two things I started trying to do. I started looking up videos on how to quit smoking because literally right after that 55-minute video, I went outside. I tried to do like 2 laps around my shed. Couldn't even do fucking 2 laps. Come to the realization, oh damn, I have to quit smoking now. I'm like, so like my whole life has to change basically. Like I have to quit smoking. I have to make things right. Have to start working out. Have to get myself together. All these things. But first, let me go to the root of the problem and figure some things out, like you said. So fine, if what he says is true, if I truly have to go to the root, I'm gonna go to the root. I'm not gonna try to, if there's no other way, so be it. So I'll go down to my mom's the following week, and I'm planning on staying there. My mom thinks I'm just visiting. My grandma thinks I'm just going to visit my mom's. The whole time I'm trying to figure out why my life is fucked. And I end up going there and I don't like I it starts off, decent. Like I start getting steps in. I'm staying in my brother's room. He has a PS4, so now I get to play a PS4. Like damn, my PS4 has been broke since 2018. But I'm an addict at heart, and unfortunately, as much as I respect and admire Goggins, there wasn't any advice on how to not be an addict in that video. So unfortunately, I just took all of his advice, which just made me a better, faster, stronger, like he says, quitter. But in my case, it ended up making me a better, faster, stronger, smarter, stronger. I think I said that already. Harder addict. So the steps in the eating healthy just made it more fun to get high. So I start going to my mom's. I start taking. I'm still taking painkillers. I've been taking painkillers since I got out of McDonald's. Like I'm still doing that on a regular basis. I start getting steps in, working out. I start working out and getting steps in on painkillers. I start I learned how to stretch when I went down there. And I stayed there from November of 2019 to January of 2020. For 3 months, I stayed there, and at the end of the 3 months, my sister at this time, like, she has a boyfriend, her now baby father, and they have 2 kids at this point that she ended up meeting when she ended up going to the other school. Not the kids, obviously, but you get what I'm saying. Anyway, my mom was gonna go pick her up to come down to hang out, and I didn't think anything of it. I just thought I'll ride with my mom. I'll go down there. I want to get out of the house, whatever. At this point, I'm staying at my mom's regularly. I've been there 2 months. Every once in a while, I'll have my grandma come pick me up to bring me home to hang out with Cody, and our friend that we used to work at McDonald's with, Brandon. But that's it. Once Cody goes back home, I leave here. I go back to mom's. Uh, which started out with me trying to find out the root of my problems, but ended up just being like I just went down there to be an addict again.
You went in to be an addict.
Not everything that happened there was bad. Like I ended up, um, like I said, I ended up, this was the beginning of my journey when I started getting steps in. I started trying to jog. I started trying to work out. 2.5 months in, I learned how to stretch for the first time. But the problem is, the whole time I'm vaping the jewel. I'm still watching porn. I'm playing video games all day. Um, and yeah, so at the end of these 3 months, in January, my sister ends up coming over with her boyfriend. And before we end up heading back home, we stop at the liquor store. And they go get some liquor, and I don't think anything about it. And plus, he's going to sell me weed, so whatever, this can't go bad, right? So we ride all the way home. Everybody gets out, uh, settle in, smoke a blunt. He sells me some weed. I go back in to hang out with my brother, like I always do. And like always, I'm off a painkiller. And turns out they end up drinking the whole bottle of liquor that they ended up getting. And they end up getting really, really drunk. So I ended up taking a sip of vodka that night, but everyone else got drunk. I think except for my stepdad. And obviously the kids did not get drunk. So sorry. Cannot be doing this to me mid life story. We get we, we can get to that later. Uh so yeah, the night goes bad. They get really drunk. Her boyfriend ends up like running in the street. We live out in the middle of nowhere. There's no street lights or anything, so I have to run in the street and grab him. I run in the street. I assure him everything's okay. I just kind of like lightly grab his shoulders and like I'm like, hey, come on, let's go back. Everything's fine. And he was crying for his children because he was extremely drunk, and I guess he just got really drunk and emotional because it's an antidepressant, and then he also smoked weed, so like it just puts you in an awful mindset or whatever else is going on. So when I bring him back into the yard, once again it's like pitch black, can't even see anything. He ends up collapsing. His head ends up bouncing off the ground into this indent, and I'm like, this is really going back. Like, nah, seriously. At this point, I was like, this is really like this can get really freaking bad because if he dies, his family, I know his family. Like, if he dies, it's gonna be either like war, and then like cops are gonna like possibly war. Not that I was like guaranteed on that, and then like cops are gonna be here. We're all drunk. There's kids here. Like it's gonna be bad. So I'm like, all right, fun time is like clearly over. Like I went into full panic, like survival mode, and like I just did only the one thing I knew to do. I was like, I ran into my mom's house, filled up a cup like all the way to the brim with water, and ran back outside, grabbed him by his head, and I was like, please drink this, and like basically had to force feed him water, essentially. Got him off the ground, got him back in the house, got him upstairs. My sister starts getting mad. And I thought she was coherent, so I thought she was just getting mad and like, but it turns out she's extremely drunk too, and she's in her own reality. So I'm not in my own reality per se because I've been doing this a really long time, so I'm completely aware of what's going on. I think I just saw somebody die. The cops are gonna get called. My stepdad is downstairs. It's 11 o'clock at night. This was supposed to just be, they show up, we drink, we have a little bit good fun time for a few hours. Everybody goes to sleep, and we all wake up and go our merry way. But that is not what happened. All this stuff happens. I take him upstairs, I get him in the bed. Can't get him to go to sleep because my sister's yelling at him. I start arguing with her. He gets upset that we're fighting, even though like he is so drunk. He's like, "Guys, please don't fight." I'm like, "No, like it's ridiculous. She's getting mad at you. Like, why is she getting mad at you?" So I give up on fighting with her because she's clearly out to lunch and I just can't get through to her at all. So I just get upset and I'm like, yeah, F you. And I go down the stairs and I go back to my brother's room. I close his door. He's asleep. And I'm just gonna lay down and I'm just gonna try to go to sleep and I'm gonna let them figure it out. So I hear everything still going on upstairs and apparently my sister ends up breaking a mirror. And somehow through all this, my stepdad never woke up because I was honestly just waiting for him to get up and go upstairs and handle it because I was like fed up at this point. And turns out they end up calling my grandma and she comes to get him. Takes him like taking him to the hospital. She ends up calling me like 30 minutes after I realized they're gone because I ended up going upstairs. I'm like, where'd they go? My half sister's like, oh yeah, they left. They went. I think your grandma came to pick them up, and I was like, okay. I think I either called my grandma or she called me, and she basically was like, "Yeah, what's going on? Like, um, they're drunk, aren't they?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And she's like, "Were you drinking too?" And I was like, "Well, I only had a sip of vodka." And she's like, "You're not supposed to be doing this. This isn't okay." And I'm just like, I'm trying to justify it. I'm trying to be like, oh, it's fine. Like, I'm not that drunk. Like, I'm coherent. Like, I literally saved his life. Like, his head bounced off the ground. I literally had to force feed him water. Like, my sister, like I told her, like, yeah, she broke a mirror. Like, my sister's mirror. Now my other sister's gonna be upset because she wasn't even home, and my mom wakes up and is like, "What happened?" I have to tell them what happened, and then my stepdad's like, "Yeah, they're never coming back." And I'm just all this, and I'm just like, I get off the phone with my grandma, and I just sat there and I reflected for once in these 3 months I've been there, more so than I had been doing, and I was like, "Why am I here? Why did I come back here? Like, I spent my whole life trying to get out of this place, and I willfully came back for what? Like, okay, yeah, I'm getting steps in. I learned to stretch. That's great, but I could be doing all those things not here and like not be in this environment that clearly promotes this like like if he would have died, like dude, we could have all got in major trouble, like legally and or personally, with family ordeals. So like it wasn't some little thing. Like it was a big freaking thing to me. And like just because it didn't happen doesn't mean there wasn't a possibility that it could happen, and I didn't want to ever be in that situation ever again. So I thought to myself, you know because at first I was kind of like, oh, they ruined my night, but once I sat there and had time to reflect, I was like, nah, I shouldn't be here at all. Like I shouldn't be here doing drugs. I shouldn't be here drinking. I shouldn't be here, you know playing video games all day. Like I don't have a job. I don't have any money. Like I'm coming and going. Like I'm doing all this crap. No
I literally
responsibility,
dodged.
basically.
I literally dodged. I'm backdashing as we speak. Dude, thanks. Man, you were whipping my ass when you were done.
So I got what I needed. I got what I needed from, hey, you need to go to the root. Okay, you know what I figured out by going to the root? The root needs to not exist at all, ever. Like, don't go back to the root ever. In this case, my root was not going back to my mom's house at all. That's how you get rid of the root in this case. And I meant it, so I was like, all right, I'm never coming back here. And I woke up the next day, like they were buying my brother vapes, and then or like he said he was stealing them, but then he told me they were buying them for him, so that made me mad at them even more. And just like I just couldn't, like I was mad at them, I was mad at myself. I come back out here, they're out here surprisingly. That made me even more upset. I didn't even want to be around them with what just happened. No apology, and he goes in in our shed to smoke pot like nothing had happened. And I'm just like traumatized at what just happened, and I'm like, for the first time in my life I actually did not want to smoke weed. So I'm getting steps in and everything, like, and I couldn't even bring myself to go talk to him. Like I just looked at him because I was like doing laps around like the yard, and back then I would do like these wide laps. So I was like, I would like go around the backyard into the front yard, and on one of my laps, I guess, just walking, like he waved his hand, like my sister's boyfriend waved his hand over to me to smoke pot, and like I'm over here just thinking like, bro, you're in my shed smoking pot. Like I just watched you almost die last night, possibly get us all in trouble, and you're just here willy nilly like smoking like nothing happened. Like forget that. I'm not coming to smoke with you. Like I was so disappointed. I was so upset. But I was disappointed and upset with myself too for even putting myself in that situation. But I knew, I was like, all right, I can't go back down there. So now what? So now what is I just went back to what I know best. I think I ended up going back to the book actually, periodically, and I'd read it, but I never got like serious about it. And somewhere along the like somewhere along the timeline of like 2020, I end up starting to understand the book. So at this point, Cody has his own house. I'm going over there to hang out with him, and at this point, you know, the whole mom situation is dead and gone. Like I'm not going back there. Um, and oh yeah, I forgot to mention. Right before I left mom's, Juice World died. Juice World died in December of 2019,
Same year
and
my mom
and
died.
I was listening to one of his unreleased songs the night before he died. I woke up and I took a painkiller at like 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning and started playing video games.
That's crazy, bro.
And I was like, I figured out, you know, it wasn't a joke. He actually died, and I realized if I did not quit painkillers, I was gonna die. Like this was real. This was no longer a joke. But prior to this, I didn't really know much about painkillers other than like, you know, the serotonin syndrome. I looked into it a little bit, but I never wanted to stop taking them because I was, you know, I liked being high, and they were an accessible high, way more accessible than weed. So, that began my journey of I have to quit painkillers or I'm gonna die. So that happened, and then shortly after that, next situation happened because even though he died, I went on to still listen to his music, and then you know that night happened shortly after Juice World died. Yeah, probably like a month later. Yeah, like literally a month later in January, like somewhere around that time. So now in 2020, I'm trying to quit opiates, but I can't because I'm looking up how to quit them, and I'm reading on the internet the withdrawals might just straight up kill you. You might not be able to quit. And I've been taking these
Fuck
things
that.
for 2 years. Like, I went to work. I got, like, and now I knew what getting steps in was. So, like, I've been getting steps in on them. I've been working out on them. Like, what have I been doing to my body and my brain taking these pills? So I was terrified. I was like, if I quit these and die of a heart attack, like, I'm screwed. So out of fear, I kept taking them because I thought I was gonna die. So I just kept taking them. So that happened. That kept going on for a long while. Uh, Luckily, somehow I would end up finally quitting opiates. Thank God. I think sometime in the summer of 2020, I finally just stuck it out. Like I just cold turkeyed it 3 days in a row, and I was like, man, fuck it. If it's gonna kill me, it's gonna kill me. But I'm either gonna die from the withdrawals or I'm gonna die. Keep taking them. So I can't keep taking them. So I had a choice to make, and I figured, well, I might as well just try to quit. So luckily, I was able to quit. And so the withdrawals went away, and life, went on. I still play video games, still watch porn, still freaking nicotine, still smoke weed. 2020 in November comes around, I get COVID. And I, at the time, thought COVID was kind of fake. And even if it was real, we lived out in the middle of nowhere. So surely it's not going to, it's not going to affect us. So at this point, I have like quit the opiates, but I started like taking, like, after a while of not taking them, I started dabbling in them again. I just didn't take them every day because I didn't want to get like addicted to them again and have those withdrawals. So I did take them. I did try to, like, I would take them still. So I would get them and I would take them and I would like play video games, but I wasn't taking them like every day, and I never ended up like getting re-addicted to them because I wouldn't take them in like the frequency I was taking them in. Because I never ended up taking like more than like one or like half of one because they would get me extremely inebriated. So I never took like two or like three or anything like that. And like if I took two, it was like I took one, it wore off, I took another one. But I never ended up taking like, two at a time, three at a time, like nothing like that. But still, even just taking one half, like that was enough to do damage to me. So I forgot to mention while I was at McDonald's too, I ended up getting liquid pneumonia. I figured that's significant because the damage that the cartridges do to you, man. Like, I got sold fake cartridges because the guy we were buying them from for $300 were fake, and I ended up fronting like I was gonna sell them, but I didn't. So I ended up smoking them and got liquid pneumonia, and that almost killed me too. So it's 2020, and I've almost died like two or three times. You know, like I've almost died twice. One from liquid pneumonia, two from freaking opiate withdrawal, and just taking opiates in general. And then three, I've almost gotten into major legal. I've almost gotten into major legal trouble. Once at McDonald's with Cody, and then another one with my sister and her boyfriend coming out and possibly killing someone or someone being, well, I didn't, no one killed him, but I'm sure that would have went sour, because we were from what I understand, yeah, my sister was underage. I think, yeah, I was underage. I wasn't even 21 to be drinking, so yeah, it was just gonna be bad. And then obviously if somebody dies, that's extremely bad. So 2020 November comes around, I get COVID, and I got the bad stuff. And I ended up getting COVID because I'm an addict, and I ended up running out of my vape, and I called my people to get another one, and they refused to get me one. So out of spite and anger and out of addiction, I walked down the road to butt dive. Life just comes full circle, don't it? And I go down the road all the way up to this church about, 2 miles, and pick up as many cigarette butts as I can, and I come back to the house. I load them up in this pipe, and I smoke them. And I'm not thinking anything about COVID because I don't think it exists. And I'm not thinking about, COVID being on cigarette butts. Like, I'm not thinking about any of that. So I got my fix. Uh, Whatever. End up throwing on some YouTube to go to sleep to, and then wake up and I'm deathly sick, and I'm like, what is happening? What is going on? Like, so I end up going to the doctor. They test me. They're like, yep, you have COVID. Come home, and I'm like, Well, this is not good because um I seen like the news about it, but I didn't like take it seriously, so I know people were dying from it. But like I said, I thought it was like either A, not real, or B, it was nowhere near around where we lived because we lived in the middle of nowhere. And when you're fiending for nicotine, you're not really thinking, at that point I'm gonna die if I don't get my fix, in an addict's head. So you're willing to do something as stupid as walk down a road and pick up cigarette butts off the side of the road. So I do that. I get COVID. I'm sick for 3 weeks. I thought I was gonna die. I was like, "Yep, this is it. I die from doing the one thing that the people that buy me nicotine bought me nicotine for, which was to not butt dive." And then we come full circle. Uh, what 8 years later, 8 or 9 years later, and I die from basically butt diving indirectly. I die from indirectly butt diving by getting a virus, a deadly virus that has no cure, and I have to lay in my bed and just basically be at the graces of God. And I lost my smell, I lost my taste, I was deathly sick, like basically laid in my bed and felt dead for pretty much 3 weeks. Like I know the first week was like hell on earth. Second week was like pretty miserable, but not as bad. And then the third week is when I started getting better. So in this time, I actually had to quit smoking because I could not smoke while I was sick. Like it was that bad. So sorry for the long pause again. So my grandma comes to me and she's like, "Yo, there's this PC up at this American rental place. We should go check it out." And I'm like, "Well, I'm not really worried about that, you know." I've been told stuff like this my whole life, like, "Oh, we'll get you a computer for Christmas." I don't know if I mentioned this. I probably haven't. I've always wanted a computer, a PC, to the point like, and I grew up watching YouTube, so there were times like I would watch YouTubers, I'd be jealous, I'd be envious, why do they get this? They get good internet and like so I always wanted a PC, like wish I had one. And now I'm being told, "Hey, there's this really decent PC up at this rental place. Let's go check it out." And I'm like, "Hey, why not, right? Like I just almost died from COVID, I wasn't looking for a PC or anything. Like I'm not sure how, she heard about it or got tipped off about it. But yeah, sure, like absolutely. Like if I can get a PC, I'm 100%. Like I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I don't want it. I just kind of knew, we've never really had like a lot of money, but I forgot the stimulus checks things came through or whatever, or they were about to hit, or like they either hit or they're about to hit. Everybody got theirs at different times, whatever. But I think we had like gotten ours. I had not gotten mine yet, but I think they had gotten theirs. So we had a little bit of extra money, and I guess that's why she did that. And she also probably did that because she was like, you know, maybe she actually thought I was gonna die too, because she was the one taking me to the store, uh, to get my flavored waters, and I was just going to town with her because I live here, and she's just saying, I'm riding with her, like, yeah, I'm gonna die from COVID, like, and she's like, nah, God didn't bring you this far to kill me, and I'm like, well, obviously, or God didn't bring you this far to kill you or let you die. And I'm just like, well, obviously not, because I feel like I'm gonna die, so I'm probably gonna die. Because apparently, if you feel some way, then it just has to be, which will come into play later, and you know, affects my life to this day, and I feel like affects a lot of our lives this day, or every day. So I go up to this American rental place to get this PC, and we check it out. She ends up getting it for me. I'm ecstatic. I'm like, oh my God, I cannot believe I just got a PC. So we bring it home and I hook it up, and it is everything I dreamed of. Like, it was literally like, oh, hey, like, the world is at your fingertips. The problem with this is I just got a toy that never gets boring. So like there's that saying, right? Like, all kids get bored of their toys eventually. I just got a toy that if I get bored of one toy, I can just download a new toy and play with that toy, and it never gets old ever. Then so um at this point, I have quit the opiates. I'm not addicted to them, but I get this PC and I am getting steps in. I know how to stretch a little bit. I only know how to do like 4 stretches to be honest, but I was doing something, right? I'm getting steps, I'm eating healthy, and I'm stretching. And I'm working out. Actually, at the time, yeah, no, I was lifting weights, I was doing push-ups. So, I'm not down at mom's drinking and taking pills anymore, so that's good. So, I don't know, I got this PC. I thought maybe I was going to do something with it, but just like everything in my life, you always have to take time to settling in. So I graduated high school. Let me take time and enjoy myself. I deserve it. Oh, I just got this PC. Let me take time. I deserve it. Like I just got COVID, almost died. I deserve it. So that's what I did. I figured I would do something eventually, but nothing too soon because that means I have to put in work and that means I have to put in effort and that means I have to be responsible. I don't like those things. But I also kind of didn't really fully understand those things yet. I just knew like discipline, face your fear. What Goggins said. Some. I think I did. I took like some of his parts of his message, embrace the suffering. So I started doing these things, and I applied it to my life in my own way. And I ended up taking this PC. Yeah, so basically what ends up happening is like I basically go overboard with this PC. So I get this PC and like right before I get this PC, bro, I'm going to sleep at circadian rhythm. I'm literally going to sleep 10, 11 o'clock at night, getting really good sleep. I'm eating healthy. I'm counting my calories to make sure I'm eating enough calories for the day. I'm getting steps in. I am working out. I am stretching. I am still vaping and stuff, but I'm like, I'm in my own business. I'm not in any situation where somebody's gonna die from alcohol poisoning or anything. So yeah, I'm still smoking and stuff, but in my eyes, I'm like, all right, I'm doing better. You know. So I took this time to enjoy this new PC. Like, almost just died. I deserve it. So I got it in November of 2020. Literally, like, what, a few days after I had COVID. And in 2021, the start of 2021, I got Destiny 2 back, and I would get my like main account back. And I'm not going to go into super specific details because it's not really important. But Destiny 2 is important because I would go on to meet people, and I will talk about this in a little bit later. But I took the PC overboard, and I ended up staying up way too late. Like at first, it was gradual. I'm like, I'll just stay up till 12. I'll stay up till 1. Even that was bad, and I knew it because I had learned about circadian rhythm at this point. I knew like if you miss like a few hours of sleep, it can take days to catch up on it. But I figured I'd justify it. I was like, man, I've been sleeping good, all this time. Like, what's staying up late? I've been doing it my whole life. It ain't gonna hurt me. Like, I ain't got nothing to do. Like, no responsibilities. I'll be fine. I'm not gonna die. So that's what I started doing. I started staying up really late, and the time just starts gradually increasing as the months go. So it's like 12, 1 a.m. in the first, months. And then once I start getting more comfortable with, you know, the fact that, yeah, I'm really going to stay here and play on this PC every day with no other responsibility other than responsibility that I make up for myself, I'm also, so yeah, just January, February, it's like 12, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. By the end of February, it's 3, 4 in the morning. Waking up midday, like 12, 11, 12, 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. By March, I'm staying up till 4 or 5 in the morning consistently, waking up consistently at 1:30 to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, some days even 2:30. By April, I'm staying up. So it just got bad. And like by March and by the end of April, I'm staying up like till 7, 8 in the morning, going to sleep when my grandma is going to work at 7 and 8 in the morning. And I'm waking up at 5, 6 o'clock at night every day. To the point I'm even going over to Cody's house, like in some of those early months, and like his girlfriend's like, "Is your friend gonna sleep all day?" Like that's how bad it got. And by the end of March was the beginning of the end. So somewhere in between March and April, something started going on with my heart, and I didn't know what it was. So I kept, smoking weed. I don't think I did painkillers anymore. If I did, they were like very occasional. I still vaped. At this point, I don't even smoke cigarettes. I vape. I forgot. Yeah, so um, sorry for the pause. I kind of lost my train of thought there. But yeah, my heart basically was like not liking what was going on. And up to this point, I've never experienced anything like this in my life other than the opiates. But the opiates weren't really like, from what I understand, like I've been high in my life where like my heart rate's gotten high and you kind of feel like you're dying. But then when you look up on the internet, it's like, it's just anxiety. And then, obviously you do that and you don't die. And then it's like, oh, everything's fine, obviously. But this time, I wasn't really doing anything that seemed bad. Like I'm eating, I'm just staying up late. I've been doing this my whole life, and back then I was taking like a bunch of Adderall and watching porn all night. So like, why now is my heart, doing whatever it's doing? But I ignored it because I'm an addict and my addiction comes first. So I don't care that my heart feels a type of way. I'm just hoping it kind of goes away, and I'm sure it will. May hits and it is not gone away. So it's still there. I'm still trying to get high. I start having these episodes basically. The episodes before the episodes, if you will. These were different episodes. I would basically smoke pot, and if it was a sativa, it would basically spike my heart rate extremely high, like 200, 300 beats a minute. And I would basically just feel like I was going to have a heart attack and die. So I convinced myself that I can only smoke sativa now. Whole time I'm not thinking to myself, dude, you're staying up way too late. You're not eating right. Like, because I started just throwing whatever in the microwave. I stopped eating healthy. I stopped getting my steps in. I stopped stretching. I stopped working out. Like, my life became this PC. Like, before it was like I had a life and then games were a part of my life, even though and they were a massive part of my life. And now games are my life. Like, they are nothing but my life. My life revolves around them and nothing but. So by the end of May, um, I'm basically telling Cody, like, yeah, I can't smoke weed anymore. I'm having this thing with my heart. I don't know what's going on. Like, I'm still vaping. I end up buying some weed from my sister's boyfriend, and I'm like, which ended up, I think, being laced. I don't remember if it was or if it just ended up being some weed that didn't agree with me, or if my heart, just started getting worse. Probably a mix of all those things. Probably. And yeah, basically God said no more. And I was doing my thing one night. At this point, I can't smoke pot. I can barely vape. Um, I just had this like I'm having these terrible episodes I'm not telling anyone about. Like the only people that are experiencing them are my grandma and my grandfather. Like I ate a piece of pizza the other day and like my heart rate like went absolutely ridiculously crazy. Like I had to go in the living room and like get on my knees and like my freaking grandma was in the recliner and I had to freaking like put my arms on her legs and like put my head down on my arms and I was just like I think I'm gonna die. And she's like, "What did you do?" And I'm like, "Literally nothing. Like I'm not like at this point I'm trying to stop vaping because I know it's affecting my heart. I'm trying to stop smoking weed because I know it's affecting my heart. But at the same time, I hate being sober and I can't stand it. So I'm trying, to finesse as much high as I possibly can. So in these months after I got this PC, a few things happened that I was unaware of. I was extremely isolated, which started doing horrible negative things to me. I started not eating right, not getting my steps in, not stretching, like not doing anything because my life became this PC and like I love this PC and like I wanted to make something of it, but instead I just was using it. I took it just too far basically and like I wasn't handling it well and like I'm basically killing myself, trying to justify, my heart, feeling like it's gonna fail on me by saying like, well, it didn't do this when I was 14, so it shouldn't do this now when I'm 21. Like that's how gone I am. I believe just because when I was younger, my body worked better and I hadn't been all through what I'd been through. Like yeah, your body worked better when you were 14. You hadn't huffed a bunch. You hadn't watched as much pornography yet. You hadn't, been abused as much yet. So May 31st was the beginning of the end of my life. The day everything changed. Cody hits me up. He's still living with Lindsay, his girlfriend, and her mom, and she's like going to work, and I think he hits me up, and he's like, "Yo, I'm gonna slide through," and I was like, "Bet." It's 10 a.m. I should probably honestly be in bed, but if you're gonna slide through, I wanted to see him because I wanted to see him any chance I got, so he ends up not sliding through, and which was fine on his part, but unfortunately for me, I decided to stay up until 1 p.m., which I don't think it would have mattered if I got off at 10, 11 a.m. and went to bed anyway. It just had to happen this way, but I ended up staying up till 1 p.m. I got sucked into my game. I checked the clock. I realized he's not coming out. I'm like, I need to go to sleep. This is the latest I've stayed up at this point. It is 1 p.m. I woke up at like 7 p.m. last night.
I dashed toward it. Deflect.
So
Hello.
I panic. I check the time. I'm like, I need to get off. I freaking turn my PC off. I push myself away from my desk. I stand up and my freaking heart rate soars to 140 beats a minute. I walk down the hallway. I'm twitching. I can't even barely like walk down the hallway. I'm trying to not collapse. I go in the living room. I'm like, please check my heart rate. My grandfather has a pulse oximeter. He checks my pulse. It's 140. He's like, oh yeah, it's a little high. And I look at him and I'm like, okay, so why am I twitching then? And then he gives me this look, and I knew right then and there I had royally screwed up, and I was more terrified. than I've ever been in my life. Like this was opiate withdrawal is gonna kill you times 8 million. And like the look he gave me was like terrifying. I just remember I looked at him, he gave me this look, didn't say anything. I looked down at my legs and I'm like still semi twitching and I'm just like I think to myself, what have I done? I have messed up really bad this time. Like really, really bad this time. So I couldn't even go to sleep. I had to come back here to my room and I had to like I had to take an anxiety pill that one of them had because I physically could not go to sleep at all. Like and at that point I was willing to do anything to try to get to sleep. Like I stayed up probably till 3 p.m., 3:30 p.m. trying to just get to sleep. So they end up giving me that. I fall asleep for like an hour and this would start the start of me waking up every single day for the next 3 weeks and for the rest of my life since then feeling my heartbeat in my chest every single day. And back then, like, I thought that was it. Like, I was gonna die. Like, here we go. I'm gonna die again. Like, geez, how did we get here? Like, so they end up taking me to the hospital, checking me out and everything. Turns out I weigh 115 pounds. I weighed 130, 135, even after I had COVID. You know why? Because I was eating. Because even though I did play a laptop, my grandfather's laptop, I was on it 6, 8 hours a day, but I was eating right, and I didn't get as I was taking more time to make my food and other things like that because it wasn't as stimulating. So, like, I'm playing on this old laptop. I'm not really as interested in, you know, like, yeah, I wanted to do something. It's better than doing nothing, but is it worth, not eating food? But for some reason, when I got this PC, it was so stimulating that I didn't want to remove myself from it, and I mean, I still struggle with it to this day. I struggle to pry myself away from this thing because it is so damn stimulating that I just feel like I cannot pry myself away from it. So I lost all that weight because, well, one, I was staying up really late, and it turns out that's the time where your body's in breakdown mode. So I'm in full breakdown mode every single day, basically, and eating is not enough to save me. Because as it turns out, God designed it that when nighttime hits, sleep, and when sunrise hit, wake, for the most part. That's just what I believe personally. I know, like, I'm not gonna get into that argument right now. Like, I mean, I will say, like, I know people that work nights, and I met somebody shortly after that was like, yeah, what about people that work nights and all that? Like, I get it, some people can do it, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it was intended. Like, yeah, you can do certain things, but it doesn't mean that they're always intended. And in this case, yeah, you can have a circadian rhythm that you go to sleep at 6, 7, 8 o'clock in the morning and wake up at 4, 5, 6 o'clock at night, but that doesn't mean that God necessarily intended it to be that way. And that, and just like like most for the most part, it's just weird. Like, wake up, it's all dark, everyone's asleep, like, which I'm going through right now. But anyway, I got off track. The point is like heart failing, think I'm gonna die. So in this time now, something interesting happened. So I think I'm gonna die. I'm still having these episodes. Now I'm not smoking weed and I'm having the episodes. And I thought at first the weed was the only thing sparking the episodes. It wasn't even the nicotine. But then like now the episodes just started happening regardless. Like, it didn't matter. Like, look at my phone for 20 minutes, episode. Look at the TV for 10 minutes, episode. Like, sit there and lay there, do nothing, episode. Like, it was just random, it felt like. But it was mostly like when I looked at stuff. But I was basically bedridden for the first 3 weeks. So May 31st to June 21st. So, like, literally 3 weeks. I laid on in my bed and on my couch every day and only moved a little bit and basically died. And in this time frame, I was going to the ER one of these days, and on the way to the ER, I felt my soul coming out of my body, and I thought to myself, if you do not say something, you're gonna die, and that's gonna be it. Something along those lines. But I felt my soul coming out of my body, and I felt I had to say something. So crazy enough, in that moment, I realized like as we're heading to the ER, we're 10, 15 minutes down the road. We just left the house. I realized I know what I've been doing is wrong. So after I got the COVID and everything, so once God revealed himself to me in the book, something I haven't mentioned is we have to backtrack a little bit, but um, this is absolutely crucial because when I was reading the book, the reason I mentioned the book earlier and then, didn't kind of mention it again is because so I did end up reading the book and I took the things that I liked from the book and then I dismissed the things that I didn't like. So once again, this is a book called My 365 Days with God. With God. You cannot remove God or the whole thing falls apart. It's just that simple. I mean, you can pretend to remove God and pretend like all those things aren't from God, but those things are from God, as it turns out. And God had revealed himself to me through that book. And once you know the truth, you cannot unknow the truth. You can lie to yourself and pretend. You can lie to yourself and tell yourself you don't know the truth. You can pretend that you don't. You can, uh, pretend not to know the truth, which is equivalent to basically lying to yourself. And you can justify it. And I decided to do a little bit of three. But at first, I basically justified it. So as I read that book, somewhere along the lines, I started looking up stuff on Google about God, and I was like, what does God say about this? What does God say about that? And a lot of it I liked, and it made logical sense. And I'm like, oh, hey, how to deal with disappointment. Hey, don't get upset. It happened anyway. You getting mad isn't going to change the situation. That was a really big one, learning moment for me because I was like, oh my God, if I had this on all the, growing up, all those days that, you know, my drug dealer didn't show up or I wasn't going to get pot and like, if I would have known this stuff, like my life, who knows? Maybe I wouldn't have even did drugs. So how to deal with disappointment, discipline, like, well, that one I found that from the Goggins video. Like, yeah, I don't want to go get steps in. I don't want to stretch, but I see this man, I see what he's created, and like he spoke through my soul. So I'm 100% convinced that these steps, these stretching, like, yeah, they're not what defines me, but they absolutely are helping my mental state, helping my physical state. But the problem was, as I ran into the things that I like to do, and that's when I decided, no, I'm not doing that. So those are three things for me. So one is video games. I play video games where you murder things and people. Like I've always played Call of Duty. You know, yeah, I played Mario and stuff like that. But like most of the games I've played through my life, games where you fight or you kill or whatever. Well, you start finding out about God. You realize one of the 10 Commandments is "Thou shalt not murder," and then you're like, well, it's not real. It's a game. It's not the same. So, that one didn't make a lot of sense to me at first, so that one was not like the biggest problem. Turns out it would become to be just as equally as bad as all the other two problems. The second problem would be drugs. No drunkard shall enter the kingdom of heaven. So that means I can't smoke pot, and that means I can't, do psychedelics and whatever other drugs I wanted to do. Well, I don't like that. I don't like that. That's stupid. That's boring. Drugs are fun. Drugs open my mind. Drugs make me feel better. Like drugs have given me a feeling nobody could, nothing could when I wanted to kill myself. Like, no, I'm not quitting drugs. Especially for a being that isn't physical, isn't real. Like that's ridiculous. I'm not doing that. Like Come on now. And thirdly was pornography. Lust is a sin. You know, for a man lusts in his heart, he has already committed adultery. So I'm watching people have sex. I've had sex throughout the years. I mean, at this point, I'm not having sex because I can't, because I will get in deep trouble if I do.
It sat me down.
Literally.
Take a seat.
Like the last time I had sex was when I was 17, right before I became a legal adult. And I stopped because I was like, yeah, if I get caught, I'm going to get in trouble. So I didn't have sex anymore. And, well, I didn't like the fact I had to stop watching porn because I was like, well, I can't even have real sex anymore. I'm not going to be able to get a girlfriend because I'm ugly. Because I had already, like, there was a girl at McDonald's that kind of was a thing. And then I realized I needed a car and a job and a life and all this shit. And I was just like, yeah, nah, like, F all that. I'll just keep watching pornography, justified it. Justified every single one, logical reasons. Video games aren't real. Drugs, gave me something, you know, God clearly didn't give me. And pornography was like, hey, my meat ain't gonna beat itself. So we know that's a fact. That's crazy. Um, so God doesn't care about your reasoning or justification for your sin. Sin is evil, sin is wrong. So this whole time I was like, come on, God, you understand, right? Like, come on, I grew up in that house.
Right.
You weren't there with me. You
Breathe.
didn't care about
Breathe
me.
touches them.
Like, now you show up and now you want to care about me? Like, this is ridiculous. But I had a choice to make. I knew I'd done wrong. So in that car, I screamed out, please don't kill me, God. Not like this. Don't take me. Don't let me die like this. I'm sorry. Forgive me. And I'm not going to reenact how intensely I actually screamed that, but I screamed it probably loud enough to hurt my grandmother's ears, who was right next to me. Because I knew the truth. I knew porn was bad. I knew video games, like me playing them all day, every day, relying on them over God was bad. But I thought, hey, God, if I do everything else, be a nice person, be disciplined, have joy, have grace, deal with disappointment and all these other things, take responsibility, accountability. If I do all these other things, then you'll basically let all these other three things slide. No.
No.
God is not pick and choose. He is just, he is fair, and he is perfect. He cannot lie, therefore he speaks the truth. And the truth is, lust is wrong. Murder is wrong.
Wrong.
Idolizing murder is wrong.
Wrong.
Idolizing music,
Wrong.
watching
Everything you
pornography,
love doing. Wrong.
everything you love doing wrong. Yeah, exactly. And of course, if not obvious, I did not like that at all.
Not at all.
So I tried to justify it by just telling myself, God, if I literally do everything but these three things, then you'll give me a pass. Unfortunately, but maybe, well, fortunately now, I know that now, he didn't do that.
He saw right through it.
So he's like,
Nah.
no, you have to quit porn, you have to quit video games, and you have to quit drugs.
He's like,
But I didn't want to do that. So I kept doing them, despite the fact I know I'm dying, I know I'm ruining my sleep, I know I'm neglecting my physical health now. Relationships, that's been out the window. I've been hating people. Fail to even realize that's a sin too. Like, to hate other people, like, so I'm failing to see that's a problem and think that's just, I love the people that love me and just hate the people that hate me, and but I didn't really learn about that yet. So we get to the ER. I think I'm gonna die. I'm telling my grandma you have to go on without me. And we pull into the hospital, and she's like, and like I step out of the car, and whoosh, I feel this whoosh feeling come over me, and I'm completely fine. And I was like, I was astounded. Like surprise is not even a word for it. Like I was astounded that I had just survived this because I just felt my soul coming out of my freaking torso in the car like 25 minutes ago, and now I'm like out of the car standing on my 2 feet. Like I couldn't even stand up 25 minutes ago. So we go in, I get checked, they tell me I'm fine. I know I'm not, deep in my heart. I know I'm not okay. Go home, episodes stay happening. Because I go back to being lonely. I'm not around people and I'm isolated because I screwed my sleep schedule up. So I'm sleeping all freaking night while everybody's asleep. So I have no one to talk to. I have my phone, and it's like I just get to lay there and stare at black, or I get, maybe I can grab my phone and watch that for maybe 20 minutes before having a major panic attack. So, in these 3 weeks, I was unable to move, barely at all. I thought I needed a heart transplant. I get told that if you die, you die. I reflected on my life and realized I've done nothing with it. I realized if I did die, I was just going to be some random kid that just died vaping and staying up too late at night, and that was going to be the end of me, and that, you know, my story would never be told.
Finally, I got the new Dominion map. They just added this whole
And
village.
so there was a few things I realized during these 3 weeks. One, heart failure is the worst thing I've ever experienced in my entire life. That's number one. Like waking up feeling your heartbeat in your chest literally is I
Do not recommend.
I don't I like I can't I yeah.
10 out of 10.
Number 2, the world life really does go on.
It really does.
World really moves on.
It really just keeps going.
And number 3, God really saved my life.
Already.
So now the last thing, number 4, is I had a choice.
You got one.
So somewhere in these 3 weeks, and not really realization, but I decided to promise God that I wouldn't go back to video games or pornography or drugs, even though I knew I couldn't go back to drugs because I was already having those heart episodes anyway. But I wouldn't go back to the pornography and the video games, and the drugs I didn't have to really worry about, so
Damn, this shit looks kind of cold for real.
I wasn't really worried about the drugs part. So I stayed on a couch and on my bed for 3 weeks. Once again, sorry for repeating myself. And died basically. Like every day I woke up, feel my heartbeat in my chest, and every single time I closed my eyes, I had to accept I might not ever wake up again. Every single day. So that's what I did. 2 weeks in, I get feeling a little better. I start realizing a little bit more that God saved me, and I'm not gonna die. And then week 3 comes around, and at the start of week 3, I started feeling a little bit better. So I started getting my strength back. I started being able to like eat a little bit more. Like I couldn't even barely eat, bro. Like I couldn't even barely eat. Couldn't barely walk. Like all I could do was sleep. That's it. Like definitely couldn't look at any screen that wasn't the TV, and I couldn't even look at that for very long. I had a Bible storybook that I was reading, and that is it. And I was only reading that because I don't know, I kind of felt obligated to, even though it was the Old Testament, and then I realized it was kind of pointless that I was reading it, but Um, but it was something to read. So yeah, I get to feeling a little bit better, and then I was like, okay, some things had happened. So at the end of week 3, by this point, my sister's been out for 2 weekends in a row. I've only at the start of this, you know, thing, I ended up having this horrible episode, and
Love this. Yep, love this.
sorry for the long pause again. Yeah, I ended up having my sister left her child out, which she had never done, and I told my grandma because at this point, my sister and her boyfriend have 2 kids, and I'm like, okay, I know they come out on the weekend. My nephew comes out on the weekend, but I'm literally dying, and I literally like beg my grandmother, like, please do not let anyone come out, just until I get to feeling a little bit better. Like, I don't want to wake up to screaming or anybody running up and down the hallway. Like, it's not like because before it would happen and it would be like annoying or like get on my nerves, but now it was like okay, like it's actually gonna affect me, like possibly very in a deathly manner. So a thing happens. They end up, leaving their kid out here. I end up calling my sister and confronting her about it because apparently her boyfriend didn't like that and yelled at her. And my grandfather came home at 7 o'clock, and I was trying to get to sleep for 6 hours. And then he comes home and he's like, yeah, he yelled at her. And then I don't like to hear that. And then I also don't like just hearing people talk about drama in general, especially while I'm dying on a couch for 6 hours. And now there's a kid out here that's gonna wake up and possibly scream and wake me up in the morning. So like, I literally just grabbed my phone. I called my sister on Snapchat and I was like, hey, like, if your boyfriend can't handle your kid staying out here, then maybe you should take him home. And I don't know why you left him out here anyway because you've never done this prior to now. Like, why? Like, out of all the times I'm dying on a couch. And then he's in the background. Apparently, he got off work and he was on like drugs, apparently. And he starts railing into me and telling me I only care about myself and I'm 21 and I need to have a job and all this stuff. Whole time, they're coming out every single weekend and using my grandma for, you know, arguably just as much as I am, if not more. But to me, in my eyes, it wasn't justified because these are my kin, and I've always wanted to live here. And you're some random guy my sister just met like a year ago. Like,
I love that I'm always getting
I don't care
ganked
about your
every
opinion, and
time.
if anything, like, I don't like you because you're literally pawning your children off on us, and then getting mad that people don't want to be around your children.
How could you go out every 2 seconds?
Anyway, and plus, like, yeah, and that's another thing. Like, growing up with all the siblings, hearing screaming and yelling every day. Like, yeah, by the time I was 16, I don't want kids. So, the fact I have to deal with somebody else's children that I didn't, that are not mine, like, yeah, that's just a no no for me. Like, absolutely not. Like, I'm not gonna hurt them. I'm not gonna do anything to them. But I don't want anything to do with them. They're not my responsibility, like whatsoever. Like, and I feel like that's the way it absolutely should be because people are, there's just too much of that in the world. Like, where people just get to pawn their children off on people. Cody's an example, literally. Like, didn't even know his mom forever. But anyway, I'm getting off track. The point is, I was mad. I was mad. I was mad that that happened. I ended up yelling at him, swelling my lymph node. Already took me 6 hours to go to sleep. Now then it took me even longer to go to sleep, and now it stressed me out because I just screamed at him and basically said "f him" and he's an a-hole and like I don't like you and He told me how he felt about me, and I told him how I felt about him, basically. So that happens. My grandparents end up sticking up for them, and they're like, "Yeah, you shouldn't even call them." I'm like, bro, like he like, you know, I'm like telling my grandma, like, bro, your husband literally came in, and he's up, he's freaking upset about it earlier, and you're defending this, like, that's ridiculous. So I had reasons, logical ones. I just provided them. So I thought, hey, God, thanks for saving me, but if this is what your life is going to entail, then I don't want any part of it. So thanks for saving me. Yeah, I'm not going to go back to the drugs. Not going to go back to the porn. I want to be on that no fap grind. I want to get, all the benefits. But yeah, I'm not praying to somebody that lets people, lets people, you know, be, manipulated and hurt again when they've already been so their entire life. And so yeah, I basically, and then there was other things I realized, like I'm gonna have to get a job, I'm gonna have to get my life together, and so I was like, I don't know about that. That means I have to go back out and deal with those, shitty coworkers and ask people for help. Help people 50 times and never get help once. And yeah, nah, I'm good on that. I'll just be selfish because if I'm not, then I'm not. I'm not gonna get anything in life. So I'll stay to myself, do what I want, and if people get in my way, then I'll handle it. But as long as everyone stays out of my way and lets me do whatever, and then I'm good. So I come back to my room. I tried to stay focused on God, but after all that, I just realized, yeah, I'm gonna. Like, I tried to get back on video games. I was like, I'm just gonna play passively. Like, I'm not gonna kill anything on video games. Like, I'm just gonna do like these pacifist runs. Like, I'm gonna get on games and speed run where I don't kill anything. If it's a game, with killing, even though I could have just went out of my way to get a game where that doesn't. But really, in reality, I was swan doodling myself into getting back onto games so I can play shooter games and murder things for fun again. And then once again, I started justifying it. I was like, okay, I just died on a couch. People just manipulated me. My sister just told me she freaking cared about me. She clearly didn't. She was out for 3 weeks, didn't even bother asking me how I was going. The people next door that apparently loved me didn't even bother asking me how I was doing. The people that were taking care of me just kept looking at me and say, if you die, you die. But they took care of me nonetheless. And then they stuck up for something that ended up causing them a problem. But now I'm a problem for sticking up for it. So it's like, yeah, nah, I'm going to just go do my own thing. So that's what I tried to do. I came back to the room and started breaking my promises to God one by one. Oh, I'm not going to close my door anymore. I'm going to leave it open. Close my door. I'm gonna do pacifist runs, start murdering things on video games again. And all it took was what, like a week? Start getting lonely. Been in this room, doors locked. Gonna have to do something. So I realized I was like, I wanted to masturbate again, and I was like, all right, well, can't just sit in here forever and do nothing. And so this would be basically God's ultimate punishment that is semi over, but now I'm dealing with the punishment of video games now. So the first one was the video games, obviously, and I just thought, okay, if I just play the video games and don't watch porn, it can't be that bad. Like, I justified it once again. Killing things on video games all day is not as bad as watching people have sex on a screen, for sure, dude. You know, mentally, obviously, like it's just not. And while that is somewhat true, morally to God, that isn't true because in God's eyes, sin is sin. You know, you steal an apple, it's a sin. You rape children, it's a sin. You have sex before marriage, it's a sin. You do drugs and rely on drugs more than God, sin is sin. And there is no justification for sin, no matter your reasoning, no matter your life situation, rich, poor, strong, weak, doesn't matter. So for the next 3 days, I ended up like the first day, I talked myself into it, played with myself for like 5 minutes, and then I was like, nah, don't do this. The Holy Spirit convicted me, bro. It was like, don't do this. This is wrong. I've never had this before. You know, before my whole life, I've never hesitated to do anything. Take a pill, take a drug, smoke a something. No hesitation. Never thought twice about it. Unless it was like going to get me in trouble or something, or I was going to get caught. That's literally the only second thought I ever had. I never had a second thought of like, this is going to ruin my life. Because I didn't care. I didn't care about my life. Second day, 10, 15 minutes, same thing. Holy Spirit starts convicting me. I'm like, don't do this. If you relapse, like I started trying to just be logical about it too to help myself out. I started being like, if you relapse, you're going to lose all the benefits of no fap. You know, come on, you made it 3 weeks. You just quit nicotine, THC, porn. You know, come on now. Like, you just beat death. And on that third day, on a Friday, I play video games until about 9 o'clock. I don't know how long I played. Probably all day. Like, of course I did. And that was it. I decided I was gonna watch porn and relapse. So I get off at 9 o'clock. I played, Fortnite with I think Cody and ironically my sister's boyfriend. Funny how that worked. And uh my half sister's boyfriend at the time, Chad. And I got off at 9 o'clock and I told them all bye basically. And that was it. I basically closed out that tab and I knew what I was going to do. I was going to pull up pornography and I was going to masturbate to it. But I was just going to try to edge to it because I was like, okay, if I just edge, I won't lose any of the benefits of NoFap. So I pull up pornography pretty much instantly, don't even hesitate. Like, I've been thinking about it for 4 days at this point. And I pull it up, do my thing for 30 minutes, close out the tab after I realize it's been 30 minutes. I'm like, all right, that's long enough. And I didn't finish because I was like, I'm gonna keep the benefits. I'm not gonna relapse. This doesn't count. Get up, go to the bathroom, wash my hands. I'm like, yeah, I'm good. Go back to my room. Or no, 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 no. While I'm in the bathroom, my arms start going numb, and I'm like, what's going on? So I look myself in the mirror, and I'm like, what's that feeling? Like, am I good? I've edged before, so I know it'll go away. But then I look down, I keep washing my hands, and I look back up, and I'm like, oh my god, I think you really messed up. And like I said that verbally to myself while I looked myself in the eyes in the mirror while I was washing my hands. So I had to like finish up washing my hands, and I was like freaking out, thinking about what to do, and I only thought one thing, and I was like, dude, I got to go back in there and finish. Like like this is ridiculous. Like this is what is going on? So I came back in here, rushed back in here, finished, and felt literally the worst feeling and the best feeling at the same time, and more so the worst feeling. Ended up calling my brother, my half brother, the one I was staying with at my mom's back in 2019, and I was like, "Yo, I just relapsed. Like, what the f, bro? Like, I made it so long. Like, what am I doing?" And he was like, "Did it feel good?" I was like, "Yeah, but that's not the point. The point is I just disobeyed, God. You know, I don't think I called it disobeyed God at the time. I think I just was like, I know I did wrong, is what I would say. Like, pretty much the same thing. Uh, Correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, this would birth the what I call the episodes and begin the 3 year hellish journey that I've been living for the past 3 years, where I woke up the next day and thought I'm never doing that again. So that night I ended up watching a video on relapse, and it was like relapse is a part of the process. This was supposed to happen, and you know, and as logical as it seemed, the person on the TED Talk was saying it was a girl, I think. I didn't like what I was hearing because I was like, I don't like the fact I relapsed at all. Like, I didn't want to relapse. So, and then my heart started messing with me again. Like, I forgot to, yeah, like my heart started chilling out during those 3 weeks while I was on the couch too. My heart went right back to being like 100 plus beats a minute consistently. Like, just like I laid there that night and I'd been using the pulse oximeter that my grandfather used that first day that I was talking about when I went down the hallway twitching and he checked my thing. I started using his pulse ox like all the time. So now I keep this pulse oximeter on me and I'm constantly checking my heart rate now. So the next day I decide, I'm never doing that again. It's over. Don't do that again. That was stupid. Like, I almost just killed myself. Like, I might have just downplayed the explanation, but like I felt buzzing in my like entire left arm, entire right arm, and like in through my whole chest, like the most euphoric but like anxious feeling I've ever felt. And I was terrified. And the fact that I had to give in made me feel like shit because I didn't want to give in. So the next day I was like, hey, easy fix. I just won't do it again. I'm good, bro. Relapse is a part of the process. I messed up once. Won't happen again. It's just one time, you know? So as the day goes on, I'm laying in my bed. I'm like, okay, like, I start realizing, like, bro, I just got off the couch. Like, should I really be jumping back into just playing video games like nothing just happened and all this? And I'm just like, no, I probably should just focus on, resting. So I decided to rest in my bed most of the day. And I think 4 o'clock ends up coming around, or maybe I didn't rest. Maybe I did get on my PC and play video games, but I think, or I probably got on my phone. I know I had a phone. 4 o'clock ends up coming around, and the image of the pornography that I just watched the night before popped into my head. But I wasn't thinking about pornography, and I did not want it to be there, so I was really confused. And I was like, like, hey, what the, like, why are you here? Like, go away. Like, I don't want to think about you. Like, I don't want to think about this. But my brain was adamant that I think about it. So I laid there and I thought to myself, all right, like, I laid there maybe for a little bit and I was just like, okay, my brain just keeps thinking about this thing. It's really getting on my nerves. Maybe if I just watch porn, it'll go away. Maybe my brain just wants to see porn and it'll be fine, whatever. So, and plus I was curious anyway. I was like, I wonder, I had missed kind of watching porn, I guess, in a way. So I went to the hub and scrolled down to the bottom to an ad, watched it for a bit, started realizing it looked mighty fun, and but I stayed true to my word. I was like, I'm just gonna watch it and then I'm gonna turn my phone off. So I watched it, realized I'd watched long enough, and then I was like, all right, turning my phone off. I'm gonna lay back down now. Thus began the beginning of the episodes. So I lay back down for like 5 minutes. Brain gets this extreme vivid fucking image of the porn I just watched. And that feeling came back that I had the night before, the feeling where my like arms started getting numb and like the buzzy feeling in my chest and like my heart rate started to increase and like so I was like scared and I was like, "Oh my god, like here we go. Like something's happening. Like, maybe it'll go away." So I sat there for a little bit. Then I realized it wasn't going away. My heart rate was getting really high and I was like, "Okay, like this is getting dangerous. Like I don't feel like good. Like I don't know what's going on with my heart. Like this is scary." So I grabbed my phone, I looked up something real quick, like, is it normal to be, is it normal to watch porn or whatever? And then found this like article on this guy talking about him being a pornosexual. And in the midst of trying to read this to bring myself peace of mind, and maybe the fact that this what I didn't even call them episodes yet, but that's all I really know to call them, this episode would go away. I just exited out of the article and then just went right back to the thing I was watching and then actually just masturbated to it and then felt purely defeated. So I ended up seeing something in the article. It's like, yeah, this is normal for me. It's like this 45-year-old guy talking about this is just his life and this is just what he does. And it's just like, urinating. It's just a natural part of life and you just do it. And you know, he even has like a code name for it. It's called leaking the lizard. It's just like it's just nothing. Like it's just nothing. So I know I feel like deep down I knew that was all BS, but I decided to confide in that explanation because I was like, well, I don't know what just happened to me or what happened to me last night with the edging thing, and I have no idea what is happening now. Like I'm literally laying in my bed. I haven't watched like the whole night had been up. Like I relapsed. I went to bed at like 10 o'clock, 10:30, and I woke up the next day. It's like 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. It's been a whole day. Why am I thinking about pornography in my bed at 4:30 in the afternoon when I haven't looked at it all day? And, like I haven't seen anything sexual on my phone, like so I don't understand. So I just kept hoping it would go away and it never did. Like day after day after day after day. And now I just gotten off a couch, defeated seemingly death, gotten better, all to just ruin my chances with God in 3 days. Like, it's all it took. 3 days of edging, and boom, like, I just ruined my life. Now, at first, I didn't really think about that. I had hope for a long while that it would go away. I'm like, I just, did something. It'll just take a while for my brain, to heal from this. And unfortunately, it never came. It just kept getting worse, and I didn't know why. So at some point, I had to learn to live with it. But it tortured me for so long because I, for once in my life, don't want to watch pornography. And I have to, seemingly, to not have a heart attack and die. So I fight with this for the next year, basically, from 2021 to 2022. I mean, even last year, and finally this year, it's kind of been chilling out. But that's because God lifted my punishment, and I'll get to that. But unbeknownst to me, God had punished me for breaking my promise. Which, well, not even just breaking my promise, but for sinning. Like, I know I'm not supposed to sin. I know the things I'm not supposed to do, and I'm going to do them anyway. And I did. God doesn't like that, like, at all. So, he punished me. He was like, okay, if you want pornography, if you want video games, here, you can have all the video games and all the pornography that you ever will want, and I'm going to give you so much of it that you're never going to want it ever again by the time you're done. And that's exactly where I'm at now. So the year goes on. I tried to fight it. I tried to look stuff up about it. I tried to justify it. Like, oh, this is just my life now. I'm just a pornosexual. Like, this is just me. This has always been me, really, if you think about it, because I've been doing this my whole life. But in reality, I had disobeyed God and received righteous punishment for what I deserved. So, Destiny 2. Destiny 2. So, 2000 and during all this, well, I just start going back to playing video games. Life of God, get my life together is completely thrown out the window. I'm definitely not going to be able to get my life together if I'm having these episodes. And I've looked them up. I don't want to be doing this, but it feels like I have to, so I'm going to because it's like, well, do I let myself die of a heart attack trying to fight it, or do I just give in and have to live around it? But the problem is, this was no life worth living because yeah, I had some good days every once in a while, but 90% of my days are do I have to masturbate today? Am I going to have to masturbate in 4 hours? Am I going to have an episode later? Is my heart rate going to go up to 200 beats a minute if I don't masturbate? Am I randomly going to think about porn? I don't want to think about porn. God, I'm randomly thinking about porn. Like, it was hell on earth. Like, and the more I tried not to think about porn, the more I thought about it, and just, it was terrible. And then, like, so the video games, I confided in those, and those were great for a lot longer than the porn was. I feel like the porn got soured pretty quickly. But luckily, I had the video games, so at least the video games were there for me, right? So, start of 2021, I. No, is this 2021? Kind of lost track, kind of where I was at. No, no, no. This is not start. All that happened, almost died. Yeah, everything. Um, into 2021. I've been, stayed playing my PC. Learned a little bit more about stretching. Ended up getting some shrooms during those 3 weeks, by the way. So I had shrooms that I actually only touched like twice, but now I'm having these episodes, so that scared me to do those. I didn't want to do those. Ended up doing those a few times. Ended up having a horrible bad trip in like September of 2021, and I was just microdosing them where I didn't do anything all day, didn't get any steps in all day, and then I decided to take a microdose at like 5:30 in the afternoon and absolutely had the worst trip of my life because not only did I take it after not doing anything all day, I then took it and then proceeded to have an episode on top of it. So that was literally hell on earth. And like I remember I was playing like Elden Ring with Jared, and I had to keep freaking like getting in my bed and like getting up and back in my chair and like getting back in my bed and getting back in my like it was like I can't even explain to him. He's like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm just having anxiety," but I can't explain to him what's exactly going on because he's not gonna get it even if I tell him. And then if I tell him exactly what I'm doing, getting up in my bed and getting in my chair, he's gonna freaking call somebody, and I don't want that. I'm not trying to get in trouble and go anywhere. So, oh man, so time goes on. I stopped doing the shrooms, even though I only did them a few times from what I recall. And so yeah, like I love how I just skimmed up. Yeah, there's the drugs. I'm not gonna go back to the drug. There's the drugs. Like literally the three things. Like seemingly like right after I almost died. Like that's crazy. Like I'm on the verge of death, and the devil is like, here, you want drugs? You want porn? You want video games? Like, I didn't even go out of my way to get them. Like, this was right before I got laid on a couch. I went and asked about them. And here we are months later, and I'm getting hit up like, hey, yeah, I got somebody to get. Like, dude, I almost just died and all this. But I just got asked a question, like, do you want them or not? And I just was like, well, if I don't say yes, I'm not going to get them. But the other part of me, this was right before I relapsed on the porn. I was like, well, if I don't get them, I'm not gonna, probably get another chance. Might not be able to take them right now with the episodes going on, but I can just wait. I can save them, whatever. But deep down in my heart, I knew that I wasn't supposed to be taking drugs at all. So, like, there was no reason for me to go get any drugs, and I needed to say no, and that was the right answer. But instead, I said, yeah, I want them, and yeah. So I ended up getting them. So 2022 arrives. I've been playing Destiny 2. I end up meeting these people in a raid who would come to be basically my new best friends for the next year, or for most of the year anyway. I got on, I played every day. I'm basically a pornosexual now. At some point, I stopped even worrying about the pulse oximeter because I was just like, you know, what's the point of checking my heart rate? I know if it gets high, like I'm having an episode, I don't need to check it if I'm having an episode. I just need to whack it and get it over with. So, Witch Queen comes out, and right before Witch Queen comes out, it was Christmas. I live here with my grandparents, so at this point, I don't if I need a little summary recap. I just in case anyone needs to hear it. But yeah, I don't do any like I don't do things like I used to. Let's say that. So I don't do any drugs. Like even though I was doing the shrooms a little bit, but I wasn't doing them like every day. I definitely don't smoke because I cannot smoke at all because my heart, and I can't. Um, I mean, I never had a problem with drinking or anything. So mainly it was just that, like, had to stay away from weed, nicotine, and that was like the main thing. So Witch Queen drops in Destiny 2, and it was probably the most fun I've ever had in video games in my entire life, next to Black Ops 2. Back when I was like 13 or 14, and I met my best friends on there, and unfortunately though, what they what I failed to realize, and what they obviously didn't need to know, or but also didn't realize, is that I'm being punished by God for disobeying him, and this is my punishment, being giving up to my own sin. So, we go through Witch Queen's a banger and absolutely have a blast with people. At the start of 2022 in January, I ended up getting more shrooms because I ended up getting into. Oh yeah, did my dad move in when it was 2021? Yeah, my dad moved in at the end of 2021. That would end up becoming significant because my stepmom ended up getting COVID because they moved out when it was like 2017, 2018, you know, and when my stepmom basically passed away from COVID. He basically came to move in. So he came back all the way from Texas to move in, and I didn't really think much of it. I mean, I was kind of skeptical at first, but then I was like, maybe, this is a sign from God. My dad will move back in, and I'll be able to teach him about, like, getting steps in and working out. And I could teach him a little bit about eating healthy and, counting calories. Like, never dawned upon me that, my dad just already knows this stuff. He went into he went to the military. But, who knows? Maybe he forgot or doesn't care. Maybe, he will care if I care, kind of thing. But he moved in and he was you know, he suffers mental illness, and it was not a, at first it was you know, like I wasn't necessarily rolling out the red carpet for him, but I wasn't necessarily ready to shoot him down either when he first got here. I was kind of neutral because so much time had passed. I just kind of figured, like, I don't really need you now. I don't really need your advice or anything anymore. Like, I kind of know what I'm doing. I got everything I need: eat healthy, get steps, stretch, discipline, deal with disappointment. Like, I got what I need. I don't need anything from you, basically. Like, not in a bad way, not like, you're worthless or anything, but just in a way like, yeah, I don't want to have a relationship with you, kind of thing, or like anything serious. Like, I don't mind to talk to you or something, but like, I don't want to like really do anything for you or anything like that. So he moves in. It's an absolute nightmare. Like, my brother screams at the top of his lungs every morning, wakes me up every single morning. My dad has these episodes and these blowouts and screams about, how he should have died, and, you know, no one has to think about what he has to think about, and no one has to deal with what he has to deal with. So I really start not liking my dad, because I'm like, well, that is inconsiderate stuff. Like, how do you know what anyone else is thinking about? Because at this point, I've seen some YouTube videos. I've listened to Goggins' story. Like, and like, I know people have it hard, and like, I don't want to judge anyone at this point, especially with me almost dying, like, showing me how short life is. Like, who am I to judge people? But then having this person, like, I know he's hurting extremely, extremely hard. Like, understandably, yeah, I don't feel what he's feeling, but, I'm going through stuff too. So at first, I was willing to put, my stuff to the side, like, all right, yeah, I still got to focus on my problems and make sure, I don't die of heart attacks from episodes or anything. But, you know, I'll, I'm not going to say anything. Like, if he has blowouts, I'll just, whatever. I'm not going to say anything. My brother screams, I'll let it slide. Like, get woke up every single morning. Like, yeah, it was annoying, but I didn't say anything about it. I didn't cause any issues over it. I didn't speak out loud about it. I just kept it to myself and minded my own business. But seemingly as time went on, like, it's 2 months now. It's 3 months now, and I'm like, okay, like, I read the Bible. Like, I think the longest grieving that they did was like 3 months for Moses. I might be wrong about that. And then all the other grief that people, spend their time grieving is 30 days. Like, not to take away from people's grief, but I do think grief is a lie from the devil, and I do think grief just, you know, like, I tried to look at it from a very logical point of view of like, okay, it's like, it is sad they're gone. It is sad when people die, but like, you can't just live your whole rest of your life being upset and mad at the world, or, you know, like, yeah, okay, 1, 2, 3 months, that's understandable, but like, anything after that, and I was over it. I was like, all right, I'm going back to my life, and it's like, okay, it's time for me to matter now too. I'm sick of listening to screaming. I'm sick of listening to a man have blowouts and scream about how he's gonna freaking he should have died, and he wants to shoot this woman that nobody knows because apparently she hated his wife, and instead of being a man about it and just being like, hey, calling her and telling her to blow off. I mean, apparently she was doing some legal stuff. It was none of my business, but it's kind of hard to not make it your business when you're screaming it down the entire hallway to the entire house, letting the entire world know what's going on. And then my brother's screaming for like an hour and a half, and like, you're just keeping him in the kitchen. You're just letting him sit there scream. Like, forget that I'm back here asleep. I've lived in a house where I had to wake up to this every day for 10 years, and now like, can you not take him outside? Like, the door's right there. Like, you know, put him in your car. Be mindful. Like, you're clearly awake, fully capable of using your legs, and yet you're gonna subject me to a kid screaming at my ear. So I started to really not like my dad living here. But nonetheless, I tried to remain patient and, tried to remain open minded about his situation. And one day he ended up telling me that he was going to go to this place that he had to go to. I can't really remember. But the significance of this is that he ended up telling me that he was going to go there and purposefully tell this lady, like, whoever was there. Apparently he knew it was a lady or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But he was going to, like, tell this person off. And I was just like, don't do that. Like, so I basically think I was even on a microdose too, which is ironic. And I basically had to, like, talk to him. And I basically kind of, like, spoke kind of how God would. And I kind of tried to, like, bring my knowledge about God into the picture and, like, think about this person, like, and I never would say directly, like, hey, you know, your wife's dead. Like I never like I was that mindful. I wouldn't even say the specific thing that was on his mind. Like that's how much I respected his grief and how much I was willing to consider his situation with him, like, just showing up out of the blue, moving in, and now all this is going on. And he's telling me basically, like a 14-year-old angsty teenager, that he's going to go up there and purposefully be an asshole to cause misery and pain and suffering and ruin this person's day. And I'm basically like, I walk out on the porch and I'm like, yeah, please don't do that. Like, that's not a good idea. Like, this person is not the reason you're hurting. They have no control over, why you're hurting. They have nothing to do with why you're hurting. They had nothing to do with it. Like, and honestly, nobody really did. It was just COVID. Like, I mean, there was something else, but I'll keep that to myself because it was kind of not COVID. I mean, it was COVID, but anyway, the point is like I basically had to bring God into the picture and be like, because those are things that God would have said, and those are things that God taught me, like dealing with disappointment, and which is the biggest one for honestly. This is just such a big one for me. Like I wouldn't because he wasn't even just disappointed. I don't even know. I'm trying to find like a better way, but yeah, the point is like I basically like appealed to him through logic with like, okay, like this person is not, it has nothing to do with what you're going through, didn't do any of the stuff. And luckily that got through to him. And, I didn't like, I told him basically at the end of the conversation, I was like, look, you can do whatever you want. I highly advise that you don't do what you're going to do because it's not going to bring anything back. It's not going to help anything. And next day he came to me and he's like, I didn't do it. I didn't go there because I thought about what you said. And I basically told him that's God. That was God speaking to you, and those things come from God, basically. Maybe I didn't say that, but I swear, like, I knew deep in my heart that those things were true. Anyway, time passes on. I'm still living my sinful lifestyle, of course. I'm still playing video games, watching pornography. At this point, oh yeah, shortly after my dad moved in, I relapsed on nicotine. So I started stealing his cigarette butts. At this point, I was what, a year clean from nicotine? Yeah, like, oh no, 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 wait. Was it a year? Yeah, it was like a year, going on a year and a half. Like not even a whiff of nicotine, smoke, nothing, from what I recall. And my dad moves in. The stress of him moving in just got to me, and like there wasn't enough steps in the world. There wasn't enough steps in the world. There wasn't enough proper nutrition. There wasn't enough getting good sleep at night to just absolutely not get like to get rid of this angsty like thing that was bothering me. Not calling my dad an angsty thing, but just like his attitude, the his reactions towards stuff, like because like oh, we had this little interaction. You think, oh, then he went on to think about his whole life and applied that conversation. No, because he's mentally ill, and day by day he changes, his mind changes. So of course, he probably forgot about that conversation we had. So of course, after that scenario, everything goes back to normal. And one day I'm playing Warzone with Chad. At the time was my half sister's boyfriend, and we were playing Warzone, and I turned off the Wi-Fi wireless router, which basically pissed everybody off because everybody uses the internet 24/7, and that's the way we live life now. But I was also pissed off that I can't play my game because I've already been on here for 3 hours and I'm lagging and blah 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 blah. Whatever. So I hear my grandma like, "Oh, he owns the internet, whatever, blah blah," and that pisses me off because I'm like, "No, I don't think I own the internet." Well, it didn't really piss me off; it more just kind of annoyed me that I was like, "Why are you in there like running your mouth to people, telling them like, making them seem like I'm some like dictator or something? Like I don't tell you what to do or anything. Like I don't threaten you, nothing." So that upset me. Um, and once again, I'm just talking for my experience at the time. Obviously, it's not right that I was turning off the internet. I have no right, honestly. Like, I shouldn't have been playing games at all. I shouldn't even be here at all. But, this is what happens when you don't have God in your life. So, I go out there, I confront her. My dad's standing right there. I didn't think he'd say anything. He ends up saying something. I look at him because he starts saying, like, he said something, but I didn't like. I thought he was like maybe talking about something, or maybe he's talking about that girl again, and just maybe she just called him or something. And then I look at my grandma and I'm just like, I'm not a dictator, all right? And I was just like, please stop making me seem like I'm a dictator. And then I was just like, that's it. Like, I was like, the internet's on. I'm going to go back to my room now. And my dad just flips out. He's like, "You pay for the fucking internet then." And I'm just like, "Yo, whoa, whoa, whoa. Are you serious? Like, why are you getting mad at me? Like, I just sat here and told everyone the internet's on. It's clearly not off. I don't see the problem." And he just basically was like, "No, you pay the bill and whatever." And so then we got in a fight, and then I was just like, "Yeah, like." So then, same thing like I did with mom. I eventually got fed up, and everything that had been piling up, I just started letting him have it. I was just like, "You're inconsiderate. You're not graceful at all. You never have no peace. You never have no joy. You're constantly freaking talking about how no one knows what you're thinking or feeling about, but you don't give a shit about how anybody else feels. Um, you're rude. Like, because there'd be times like I would talk to him and like you try to disengage because you have to go, pee or take a poop or you have to go, and then he gets mad. Like, you're not even listening to me. Like, bro, are you serious? I just listened to you yap for an hour to 2 hours about the pyramid creation and how you can't fit a $1 bill in between the bricks. I have to take a piss. Leave me alone. And stuff like that just piled up, and I was just sick of it, and I was just not gonna let any of it slide anymore. Like, okay, fine, I was turning off the internet, I turned it back on, fine, I won't touch it again. But let's talk about what you got going on. I'm not gonna sit here and be the sole culprit and be like, yeah, it's all me. Like, nah, bro. He basically told me I was disrespectful, shit talker. I basically says the disrespectful shit talker because I mean we both were. So got in my face. My grandma thought we were gonna end up hitting each other. I told her I'm not gonna do that because I'm not an idiot. But if he ended up hitting me, I mean he's more than welcome to. I don't care. Can't hurt me more than he already has. And then he stayed over at my aunt's for 3 days. I got the worst sleep. I woke up. I was twitching, all type of stuff. Knew I shouldn't have reacted that way and all that stuff, but it just been happening. Basically, like everyone tried to attack me, but I stuck up for myself. Like I meant everything I said. Like I wasn't about to back down from that. So, time goes on, and I reflected on that. Like, I got upset about that because that's how I lived at my mom's. I woke up to kids screaming every day, and I woke up to people, screaming similar things. And that's something I told him too. I was like, yeah, you're kind of like, you're more like mom than you're willing to admit. And he's like, don't you even compare me to her. I'm nothing like her. I was like, I don't care what you think. Like, you're more like her than you want to admit. Like, y'all both smoke, y'all both shit talk, y'all both are freaking pessimistic. Like, y'all are both rude. But anyway, so yeah, I had PTSD from living in that house, and like it was right back. The thing I've been trying to escape my whole life. Like I've been out of high school for 1 or 2 years, and like I thought I was gonna have 2, 3, 4 years, you know, and like I almost just died, and like all this stuff happened. Like, so I wasn't putting up with any shit from anyone or anything. Like it was just gonna be that simple. and I made it very clear to people like I'm lucky to be even alive. I have heart problems now. I have these episodes which I started slowly but surely revealing to people. And so yeah, so that all happened. Witch Queen happens. Meet these people on Destiny 2. Start playing with them. Everything's fine and dandy at first, but then I start, which I was already staying up late, but I start staying up late to basically talk about my life, like I'm doing in this video. But instead of light at the end of the tunnel, it's just me get on, join up. Like at first, it was like I met these guys, these people through a raid. I just wanted to play the game. I didn't care about getting on a video game to vent about my life. But then the as this year went on, like I bought Witch Queen, so I felt committed to it. You pay $100 for something, you're gonna feel semi committed to it. Especially it was something I wanted to commit to because I wanted to play the game. I wanted to play Destiny 2, and honestly, it was the reason that I wanted a PC since I knew what Destiny 2 was back in 2017, which I never talked about, but I didn't feel like was very significant. But yeah, I was playing Destiny 2 while I was working at McDonald's, but I never got like super heavily invested into it. I just got like semi invested into it. Like I was pretty invested into it, but not like super mega like I would end up becoming. And Witch Queen was the start of the super mega investment that I would, so I just thought to myself, well, I have these episodes, I can't get my life together, my life is miserable with somebody living here that I don't want living here. So I'm just hoping, he moves out with my brother, as soon as possible. And when he moves out, I'll figure it out when things go my way, basically. So, yeah, I play through Witch Queen, everything's great, but as the year goes on, things start turning sour, and I start, getting attached. Like, this is over the course of a year, so I'm kind of skimming over a lot, but a lot of late nights, a lot of raids, a lot of grinding, and then, by the end of the year, I've done everything in the game that you could possibly do. Even, I mean, there was new content coming out, but like I'd done more than I ever thought I was gonna do in the game. Like 6 months in, I'm getting stuff that I was trying to like, ask people to carry me for. So like I felt a sense of progression and like felt like I had, owned up, bossed up, in my own way, which is completely stupid. It's a game, like whatever. But that's how I felt at the time. I felt, hey, this is cool. I can't commit to anything else in my life. I'll commit to Destiny 2. And now I'll commit to these people that, seemingly love playing with me. So I'd play with these people. We'd have a grand old time. Jokes, teaching, great times, talking about the game, talking about life. Eventually, one of the people that I met through LFG would end up, making a Discord, and we'd all end up, sending pictures to the Discord, and we all end up getting like super involved in meeting each other, getting to know each other on a more personal level. Because I guess at some point he decided this is more than just a game, and like we're spending days, like our life on this thing, like semi. I mean, he worked, but and like the other ones, like two of them worked, and the other two were in school still, and I'm unemployed and I don't do anything other than try not to die every day. But people don't really care about that in the real world. Most people, anyway. But I'm not thinking about that. Although it does eventually dawn upon me, like occur to me. I'm still watching YouTube. I know like the Andrew Tate videos started coming out, and like I would see the Goggins videos again and get reminded, like get reminded how I basically gave up my journey, and but also realize I kind of can't do what Goggins is doing because I'm gonna die of a heart attack if I decide to go on a 18-mile run. Um, so I just Destiny 2. But by the end of the year, I started trauma dumping on people and basically like because the stress of my dad living here, and then shortly after my dad moved out, I think he moved out what at the end of 2022 in September. So boom, oh my god, my dad's moving out. Thank God life is going to go back to me, my grandma and me, and Cody comes over occasionally, but that's not like super significant like to the like message of the story. Obviously, I love that he came over and like I longed for him to come over, but Um, yeah, my sister ends up having to move in because she's been living with my boyfriend. My boyfriend. God, you know I've been making the video for so long when I say that. She was living with her boyfriend still, her baby daddy. They still had the two kids. They never had more. But at this point, they've been living together. What? They started living with each other in 2018, 2019, I think. And now it's 2022, about to be 2023. Uh, about 3 or 4 years. And things have reached a tipping point. Like, I kind of knew their situation was kind of bad, but I was like, I didn't realize like how fully bad it was. And plus, we all kind of agreed, like my grandma and my grandfather, like kind of agreed that she had put herself in the situation, and that if she wanted out of this situation, she was gonna have to take, charge in some way, whether that be like, take the kids and move out, or get a job and save up money and move out. Whatever it was, she was gonna have to do something. But my grandma kept telling me she's not gonna move in. She can't move in. Maybe I'll help her get an apartment or something. So I've been told this time and time again. So I'm like, but I know in the back of my mind, if my sister showed up and absolutely needed a place to go, she's gonna move in. And it's not that I hated my sister; it's the fact that she has two kids, and if she ends up living here, then that means they're gonna have to live here too, and that's means they're gonna wake up in the morning and scream, and it's gonna be dad all over again. And I kind of knew how she was. She was kind of gossipy and drama-y, and like, so I was kind of skeptical about all that. And I was like, um, yeah, this is where it goes like 0 to 100. Yeah, I was fucking infuriated. Like, disappointed is not even a word. Like, I was infuriated, rage induced, like more pissed than I've ever been in my life because I knew as soon as my grandma told me my sister's moving, let alone while my dad hadn't moved out yet, but he was about to move out in like a month or two. Like, it was guaranteed. And now my sister is moving in. Like, I was beyond upset. So I got in a screaming match with my grandma. She basically told me I have to move out, and I'm just like, you know, like, I'm not going down without a fight. I will do something. Like, I know she does drugs, and I'm not going to let her come here and just get to live scot free and do drugs while I have to be sober all the time. I don't get to do any drugs. I don't get to do anything. I'm dying. I'm lucky to be alive and all this shit. And now you're going to let somebody move in and basically ruin every single day that I wake up. And that's the way I was feeling at the time. And, you know, I realized it was inevitable. It was going to happen. I figured she wasn't going to kick me out. She just said that so I would shut up and stop yelling at her. Like, it was official. I already knew deep down that she was going to move in eventually anyway. Like, she had nowhere to go. Like, I'd already heard the situation, how they were living and everything. And it was horrible down there. And I don't take that away from her. I just wish she, didn't end up in that situation ever. But everything happens for a reason. So the same thing with my dad. I actually decided to have a mindset change, and I was like, "Hey, you know what? Maybe this can be a good thing. Maybe, Dad didn't work out very well with the working out and the drinking water and the eating healthy and all this stuff. Maybe, I didn't even talk about that. Yeah, I had to learn how to eat healthy on the couch when I laid down on the couch for 3 weeks. Because at the end of the 3 weeks, I also, because I thought I needed a heart transplant, so I ended up looking up, how can you reverse heart damage? And I found a Google search that basically just says eating vegetables and fruit every day, like 3.5 to 5, or like basically 4 to 5 servings of veggies and fruit every day, um, can prevent, reduce, or even get rid of existing heart disease. Well, I thought I had some form of heart disease. So by this point, while I was on that couch, I ended up telling another thing that was revealed to me is like I weigh 115 pounds. I'm extremely underweight. That was another reason why I was having heart problems. Like my body doesn't have enough energy, uh, you know, to really feel its best. Like I'm supposed to weigh 135, 140 pounds, and I weigh 115. So, like I said, I decided to go in with a good mindset. I was like, she's gonna move in. Maybe I could teach her about eating healthy, and maybe this will be more successful than dad. It was not more successful than dad. It was actually worse than dad, and everything that I had feared had come true right in front of my face.
Every bit of it.
Every bit of it, and I hated every bit of it, and it made me want to start killing myself. So now the suicide comes back, something that I've always struggled with and, thought about, but like it kind of went away after I moved in with my grandma, after I graduated high school. But it has always been there, and I've never really changed that mindset of I'm going to do what I want, live for myself, do what I want when I want, how I want. And plus, I had to kill myself anyway because if I told people, I committed incest, yeah, I'm gonna have to kill myself. Like the people that find, if the people find out, who I committed incest with, they're gonna kill me, or the law is gonna find out, I'm gonna go to jail. So there was no hope, basically. Like, and I tried to keep it to myself for as long as possible, but something like that eventually, like, I mean, God says, bro, all the darkness comes to the light. So anyway, she ends up moving in. It ends up being the worst. I like it was worse than mom because now, like when I was living with mom, I was a young kid. I had energy. I was young and full of beans, as they say. Bro, I'm dying now. I have heart problems. And she moves in and she is taking it very difficult to adjust. Like she's moved in, but she's in that mindset that she's been in for 3 to 4 years, where she lives in this hostile environment. She lives with people that are freaking doing drugs all the time. She lives in a house where people are selling drugs, you know, possibly putting her in danger. Who knows? These people probably have guns and apparently, like they're selling. Apparently, like I don't know. I'm just hearing all type of stuff about what's going on, and she just lives in a hostile environment. Like, and she has to fight to survive. And I thought when she came here, she'd realize very quickly she's in a safe environment, but that is not what happened. She came here, and all the shit from the 4 or 5 years that she's developed transferred over, and I wasn't ready for that because a lot of it reminded me of my mother. I mean, she was selfish, she was inconsiderate, she was waking people up by slamming doors at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning, yelling at my grandparents to take care of her kids. And I'd already formed my own opinions on these things while she was living down there with her boyfriend because she would come out on the weekends and my grandparents would take them stuff on the weekends, and I would hear stuff, like, oh, they constantly need cigarettes and they constantly need this, and they're, your sister's asking me for $40, and I didn't like it because it reminded me of myself. Because before I decided to do this journey, that's exactly what I was doing. I was in this room, in this house, and I was doing the same thing after I graduated. I was asking my grandma for $40 to get a cart. I was living, asking them to buy me nicotine products, living free, doing whatever I wanted basically with no responsibility. But I was mad at them because not necessarily, my grandma giving stuff to my sister, but now, her boyfriend has to be accommodated too, which is like completely ridiculous in my eyes because I'm like, you're a random stranger that we don't know. And if the tables were turned and we needed shit, y'all wouldn't fucking dish out a dime to us. So the fact that we're helping y'all is complete, utter nonsense. Like, and like, plus y'all are drug addicts, drug dealers. Like, I'm a recovering addict. Like, your boyfriend told me I only cared about myself and I only care about my heart, health issues and all this stuff while I'm dying on a couch. Like, of course I didn't like anything that was about to enter my house, even though that, her boyfriend wasn't allowed to move in because he moved in, I think, in 2018, 2019, and that didn't last long, waking up to them fighting. It was mom and date. It was, I almost said his name. It was my mom and stepdad all over again. He was my stepdad and she was my mom, and I just, no. But I think they ended up getting in their own kind of trouble, and my grandparents kind of put a stop to that because they were like, yeah, like you guys already have a kid, and I'm not letting you gonna stay in a room with the door locked because they kind of already knew like. Staying in a room with your door locked playing video games, is terrible. It's bad, and I hate to justify it, but at least when I close the door, I'm not gonna have a baby. So she moves in. I start wanting to kill myself, and now I've also revealed to these people on Destiny 2 basically my entire life story, albeit not as wonderful as this video. These two videos are going to be. But they basically knew, like, yeah, I grew up in an awful environment. It was toxic. Let me tell you how toxic it really was. Like, I could tell you it's toxic. People calling you mean names, like, nah, nah, nah. Like, your life is expendable. Don't matter. Like, your own mom doesn't care about you as long as the chores are done. Like, but she'll tell you she loves you, but she ain't gonna show it in the ways that matter and that the ways that need to be, addressed. But she's mentally ill and she needs help. And she never. They grew up in a time where mental illness, it was suck it up, deal with it. There was no treatments or medicine, as many medicines. I'm not sure. Like, I'm not a freaking. I'm not. I don't know everything. But from what I understand, yeah, it was a different time that they grew up in, and it was more like, suck it up, deal with it. Now it's like, hey, this actually costs lives, and if you don't get this addressed, like, you know, sucking it up and dealing with it eventually ain't sucking it up and dealing with it no more. So, because you've sucked up as much as you can, and the deal is off the table. Like, the deal has been long gone, long time ago. So, she starts making me angry, depressed, suicidal. I start getting flashbacks about killing my mom and my stepdad, which makes me start wanting to kill her. Um, and at the end of 2022, I decided in October I was gonna kill myself. I was like, I'm done. My life's over. I've been wanting to kill myself for a long time. I tried to get my life together. It didn't work out. I'm gonna commit suicide because I can't stop having these episodes. I can't stop masturbating. My dad moved in, and I relapsed on nicotine. I didn't even talk about that. I ended up getting a vape and hitting it a bunch of times in one day, and ended up locking up my lung. To this day, it is still messed up. Um, I can feel it every single day that I wake up, which I can't tell if it's my heart or my lung, but I swear it's my lung. But I hit the vape probably 70 times in one day because it didn't have a throat hit. Because if you've been a vape addict, you know what I'm talking about. You got to get that throat hit. If you've ever drinking alcohol and it hits the back of your throat, that's another similar thing. But more things that was a part of my addiction. If I didn't have the throat hit, I didn't like vaping. And I thought if I hit it a bunch of times, I would get a satisfying throat hit, but instead, all I ended up doing is damn near killing myself with a vape. So, and I thought I did kill myself because I ended up laying in a bed for 3 days, like barely able to do anything. Although I did end up quitting nicotine because I only ended up relapsing for like what 3 months, 3 months. But still, it was horrible. That was one thing, and then having the episodes on the nicotine was like super freaking scary. Like, I remember like having to give in on the nicotine. Like, I think my heart's about to burst. I'm like, for sure I'm dead. And like, oh my god. But yeah, so I was gonna kill myself, and this was it. This was my life. I tried. Maybe a few people would know my story now. At least I got off the couch. I tried. But in reality, I still haven't done anything. I still have done not much. Like, yeah, I've told people my story a little bit, but I haven't told people the whole story. And the whole story is I've been living a life of the devil my entire life. And I knew that. But to me, God didn't exist, nor did he reveal himself to me until I was 19 years old. So, but at this point, God's out of the picture because, you know, while these episodes have been going on, I'm asking him, God, take these porn images away. I don't want to think about this anymore. Like, I'm asking for your will, not mine. Like I started looking into those things and it wasn't working and it was driving me insane. So then I thought I committed the blasphemy against the Holy Spirit. I'm like, well, I'm fucked. It don't matter what I do. I'm screwed no matter what I do because I literally um and I thought I blasphemed the Holy Spirit because when the Holy Spirit convicted me, those 3 days that I gave into my masturbation and I edged for 3 days and started these hellish episodes, that I committed blasphemy against the Holy Spirit by disobeying the Holy Spirit because it was very clear that God was speaking to me and saying, "No, don't do this. Do not masturbate." And yet I just kept doing it. Like I just started to try to do it every time. Little do I know I already messed up when I got on the video games. Like I already messed up a week ago. Just because I haven't lost my no fat benefits don't mean nothing to God because all sin is sin and it's all equally as terrible. It's not all equally same in punishment, but it's all equally separates you from God, and there can be no sin in heaven. So I thought about killing myself. We have a gun. I was going to get it out of the closet. I was going to shoot myself, and that was going to be that, you know? So I had an episode one night. I get done having this episode. I'm watching YouTube, like a Doom 2016 speed run, watching performance I can't reach and feeling bad about it and feeling bad that I don't have anything to show for anything I've done or said and feeling like a weak, the weak person I've always been and worthless and there's no point. So I had those shrooms in my closet that I had bought at the start of January and I decided, you know what? I don't know, like I just thought about them and I thought, okay, why am I thinking about them? I'm thinking about killing myself. Why am I thinking about, why am I thinking about this? So then I kind of thought about it and I was like, okay, hey, maybe God's giving me a sign. Okay, wait a minute. Maybe I don't need to kill myself. Maybe I forgot completely about the shrooms. They've been in my closet for a year. I haven't touched them at all. Like they've been in a bag, fresh, in a backpack. Bought them with the last bit of my stimulus money, like everything, like all fuego, right? So let me do, like, I've heard stories before. I've been doing drugs long time, and I've heard stories over the course of my life, seen them, read about them online, really, not really heard about them so much. About people taking psychedelics and breaking free from their addictions. Like like one of them that stuck out to me was the guy that was addicted to heroin for 50 years and he took LSD and then proceeded to not be addicted to heroin ever again. That one was insane to me. So I was like, if that guy can do it, I can surely quit, this addiction that's only been causing me problems for the past like year. Like, yeah, I've always watched porn, but I've never had episodes. I never had, like, if I didn't want to masturbate, I could just not masturbate. Like, now it's like, if you don't masturbate, you're going to have a heart attack and die. So it's different now. But in reality, I've always been this way because I've always had this thing. And, I've always done this thing since I was 6 years old, even before pornography. But nonetheless, I decided I'm going to look up a regimen and I'm going to try to rewire my brain and fix this shit. And if this doesn't work, fuck it, I'll kill myself. That'll be my final straw. Because I can't think of anything else after that that I haven't tried. Um, tried God, tried eating healthy, getting steps, stretching, working out, all these things. Like, not enough, apparently, or too much to handle on a, like a permanent, perfect basis is what I thought it needed to be. So I look up a regimen and I start doing this regimen 4 days on, 3 days off. I waited like a week. I told Cody about it. I was like, I'm going to try to rewire my brain. I'm going to quit this porn shit and I'm going to get my life together. Well, of course, anybody, especially your best friend hears that you're going to get your life together. He's all on board. And hey, yeah, I know he doesn't have to quit an addiction or anything, but he can do them with me. And then, my sister's moved in at this point, and I have an issue, I just couldn't keep it to myself, so I ended up telling her, so now she knows. Because I was like, hey, Cody's coming over on Monday. I have shrooms. So, fun fact, I actually didn't take the shroom the first night on Monday. I waited all day. I was gonna take it, and the episode scared me. I just thought, what if I have an episode, after I take this, and then what if I die, while I'm having the episode? Like, I don't want to do that, so like, let me just not take it. And they left. I gave them a microdose. They left, and I think they went and hung out, and I stayed here in my room with this microdose in front of me, trying to build up the confidence to take it, and just couldn't do it because I was like scared I was going to have an episode, or what if it caused an episode, or like those were the two things. What if it caused an episode? What if I have an episode while I'm on it? I can't take that risk. I don't want to take that risk. I'm not gonna do it. But then I didn't do it. I end up getting depressed. I end up listening to a freaking depressed song on YouTube, and then I'm like, okay, dude, if you don't do something, you're gonna kill yourself. So you might as well take this thing, because if it does kill you, you're going to kill yourself anyway. So you might as well take a chance, and if you don't die, surely it'll help. So the next day, um, or maybe it wasn't even the next day, maybe it was like a day or two after, Cody comes back out. I'm like, I'm doing it this time. I'm not bitching out. I'm doing it. I don't care if it kills me. If it kills me, so be it. Maybe I deserve to die. If I'm that weak, I just need to die anyway. I meant it, and that's the way I felt. And that's what got me through my death anxiety. So we started doing this regimen, 4 days on, 3 days off, and it is amazing. I was mind blown. So as it turns out, I didn't have episodes on them because I did something different from the first time that I was doing the shrooms, like a year or two ago when I was microdosing them. So a year or two ago, I was microdosing them. I was doing it a different way. I was doing it like I took a microdose and then waited 3 days and then did it on the fourth day. But this one is, you take it 4 days in a row, take a microdose each day at a certain time, and then after those 4 days, for the next 3 days, you don't take anything. And so that's what I did. And I actually saw rather surprising results. I realized like I wasn't having episodes. I was able to get my steps in again. I was able to stretch again. I was able to sleep better, wake up better, like everything improved. My relationships online on Destiny 2 were improving. My focus on Destiny 2 was improving. I just mentally felt better. I felt like I was get truly doing something finally. But unfortunately, uh, I would not know that this thing in my head was being fueled by the food ingredients I was consuming. So whilst I'm doing this regimen, I'm literally causing overexpression in my mind. So when I first relapsed on the pornography back in 2021, literally 3 weeks after God saves my life, 3 days later, I turned my back on him. And sorry, I'm just realizing like I actually have made this whole video, and that's a wonderful realization. But yeah, I realized I wasn't getting steps in when I was doing the microdose regimen the first time. So even though I was doing it properly, like I wasn't abusing them, like I was taking one, wait 4 days, more than enough time. I ended up having that bad trip because I had an episode because I wasn't getting steps in or anything. So my blood pressure was all messed up, all that. It didn't occur to me, but I could like it was hard to get steps in during that time because my anxiety was so bad from staying up all night and then almost dying on a couch and then somehow seemingly coming back from the brink of death. Like I was convinced I was going to die on that couch. Now I have death anxiety. My life is not the same anymore. Like my whole life as I know it. Like I've never hesitated to take drugs. I've never been worried about dying or overdosing on drugs because I've always been smart. I've always looked up what I was doing, putting in my body, even if it was hard drugs. And I always like felt like I knew what I was doing to some degree. So, you know, I missed that, and I tried to, cope with and like, oh, I could just still do that. If I did it 10 years ago, I should be able to do it now, What's the difference? Because growing up, I thought I was immortal. Like after I did the 26 axe cans, I was like, I'm unkillable. I just drank last night. I huffed 26 axe cans. I am immortal. You cannot kill me. I might be the only human being to be invincible on planet Earth. Like I genuinely thought that. How naive that was. Um, but that's what happens, when you get that false sense of security. Like I read, you read stories people died doing inhalants one time, and I just did 26 cans in one night. I mean, I'm basically God. Like they sniffed a Sharpie. I huffed 10 pounds of freaking aerosol. So the point is not encouraging it. It's just like that's what I thought. I was so deluded in my thinking. I was so addicted. I've been so addicted through my whole life. So anyway, we start doing this regimen. It lasts about 2 weeks, and in these 2 weeks were the best 2 weeks I've had in my life in years. Like, um, man, like felt great. Like I said, slept great. Just all good stuff. But the episode started bleeding through. Uh, I guess the chemicals I was giving to myself. So I was basically just suppressing the episodes. But what I thought I was doing was rewiring my brain because I thought it needed a rewire and not a reset. So I just kept trying to rewire it. I mean, I've done everything else. I don't know what else there is to do. I eat as healthy as I think I'm eating, even though the whole time I'm not. I'm eating preservatives and food, which is fueling this thing in my head. I'm eating chips, you know, bags of chips like Doritos, Lay's, all that. But I don't know any of that at this time because God is still punishing me. Just like he punished the people for disobeying him, he let them wander the desert for 40 years. Now, it hasn't been 40 years. I mean, he didn't I'm not in a desert, but for 3 years, he did not reveal the information that I needed to quit my pornography addiction because he wanted me to learn a lesson that this is what happens when you disobey my word. This is what happens, not because he hates me, not because he wants to take away my fun like I thought this whole time. I'm like, no, you're taking away my fun. Porn is fun. Drugs are fun. Video games are fun. But the problem is, bro, is they're unhealthy when you already don't have a life. But to me, like I said, I don't matter, right? My whole life I've never mattered. So who cares? God cares. And he showed up to finally be like, yeah, I finally like or like not I finally, but he works on his own time and I guess he let all this stuff happen to me because if it was anybody else being like, "Hey, hi, my name's Zach. I'm a recovering porn addict and drug addict, and porn and drugs. God save me. He loves you. Put your faith in God." Like, and I'm not taking away from the people that tell those stories. Those people, in God's eyes, everyone matters. So those people matter for sure. Those people's stories matter, and but everybody is meant to reach the people that they're meant to reach. So, obviously my story and testimony is probably not going to be as, who knows? God's probably not going to reveal it to people that don't, need to hear this. Like, if you're mentally, financially stable, like, you probably don't need to know anything about, like, if you're physically, mentally fine, like, you already know about eating healthy and, like, preservatives and, like, Delta Phos B. And, like, if you know the things I know, then and you need God to some degree, or even if you don't have God, you still have a good, decent life, right? You're a good, decent human being. Then yeah, maybe you probably don't need to hear what I'm saying. And those people are probably not here listening right now. But I think God has created us all for a purpose. I believe now this is my purpose. My purpose is to tell this story, share my testimony, and be specific. Like, yeah, I committed incest. Yes, I did a bunch of drugs, and yes, I've wanted to kill myself. I wanted to kill people. Like, this isn't some like I got addicted to drugs and I ruined some relationships, which is, like I said, still really bad. But all like this is like objectively, all this is this is it's a lot more bad stuff. It's not any less bad. Let's say that. Like, it's not just like a few things, get my life together. It's like, boom, whole life absolutely in turmoil until God shows up. So the regimen only lasted 13 days. I relapsed, and I told myself if I relapse on pornography, I'm not going to take the microdose. Well, I started relying on them. I started having realization. I was like, well, if I don't take this, I'm going to go back to having the episodes. I knew the only reason I wasn't having the episodes was because of the microdose. And I didn't like that. So I knew I needed to. And up to this point, I did the regimen pretty if I recall correctly, we did the regimen to the T, 4 days on, 3 days off. Like, not 5 days, like, not, I mean, arguably you could do less and be just as fine, but I wanted to do as many days as possible. So 4-3 was amazing sounding for me personally. So I start realizing all these things, and I'm like, well, I relapsed and I made it 13 days. I can't make it any farther, or at least that I know of right now. And starting back up it's going to take me another 2 weeks to get back here. I'm supposed to take a break. I just relapse. I wake up, I masturbate to pornography. I'm like, I need to, no regimen today, no takey. Even though it was a part of the schedule of the 4-3, it was one of the days out of the four. But I told myself, even if that's the case, if I relapse, no taking the microdose because I need to stay on track, which is I'm trying to rewire my brain. I am not trying to take a bunch of drugs and become addicted to drugs again. I just want to rewire my brain, quit pornography, and then the shrooms can go bye bye, and I will not need to do drugs ever again. Um, so yeah, I ended up taking the microdose, even though I'd relapsed that very day. I waited a few hours and I justified it and just like, well, Cody's coming out and I don't want to wait another, 3 days for him to be off work. And, well, I relapsed. I'm going to keep relapsing anyway. And, I got the episode out of the way. So I guess I don't have to worry about an episode for the rest of the day. And, which was not completely true. You could totally, it was totally possible that I trigger other episodes. And obviously, as previously, 2 years ago, um, episodes can occur while on the microdose, which is why I stopped taking them the first time, because I thought I was going to die. But I was playing Elden Ring, getting back in my bed and on the chair and whatever. So I then become reliant on psychedelics. But now I don't want to kill myself because I'm like, well, if I only have to give in every so often, it's not every day, because prior to this point it's every single day. Like, maybe I get a day where I do not have an episode and like have to masturbate to pornography, maybe. But for the most part, ever since you know that day that I decided to relapse on pornography, ever since then it has been like, if I'm not watching porn, there's going to be images in my head, and if I'm not thinking about the images in my head, then they're going to pop up eventually anyway. So, I wasn't willing to give this up, and now I just real like not and like especially with how good I'm feeling, I'm taking care of myself again. I'm starting to get steps in again. I'm like, nah, man, I'm not giving this up. Although I went in before doing, this regimen, unlike the first time, I did not start getting steps in and getting cold showers, which maybe that's not the most important thing, but it was very important that I did that before starting this regimen. I wanted to do it right for once. I wanted to do something right in my life. So, yeah, time goes on and the shrooms start being problematic. They start messing with my sleep, they start messing with my mental state. I become way too reliant on them. They're just suppressing the episodes. Eventually, my brain adapts because when in the first 2 weeks it was something new. I haven't done psychedelics in 2 years, and I've never done psychedelics like this. I've never done this like regimen thing. Like when I was doing acid in McDonald's, and when I was 14, I took acid one time, and then when I did acid in McDonald's, it was like, you know, take acid, go to work, or take acid and stay up all night, and commune with the universe, but really I'm just sitting in my room playing, Destiny 2, or I'm butt naked trying to not die from serotonin syndrome with my AC on max blast because I'm way too hot thinking I'm going to die. So I'm literally start getting confused and I'm like, what's going on? But then it dawns upon me, oh, hey, my brain is adapting to this because my brain recalled, some of the stuff Goggins told me and some of the stuff Goggins, or not told me, but has said in his videos, which is your brain will adapt to whatever you put in front of it if you're willing to endure the suffering. And most people aren't, and most people don't, so they don't give they don't give their brains time to adapt. Now, obviously, there is exceptions to this, but I took what he said to heart, like most of the things he said, but not all the things he said. So I basically just kept doing them, and then I became relying on them, and then I was like, well, if I stop doing them and I start having the episodes again every single day, I'm gonna go right back to wanting to kill myself, and I don't want to do that because whatever. Like surely, maybe if I just keep doing them, eventually my brain's got to rewire at some point. Maybe it's just gonna take longer than 13 days. Surely, that's what I thought at first. No, it never happened, and my brain never rewired, and then I just end up messing up my brain. And then in the summer of 2023, my sister ends up getting acid, and then now the one thing I've been wanting to do since McDonald's comes back to me. And now I'm reflecting on my life because she shows up randomly in my room and is like, I have acid. And I'm just like, instantly, I'm playing a game and I instantly just, what? And I'm like, because my brain has that association with acid of being the best thing I've ever done in my entire life. So if I hear acid, I'm like, I have, and that's all I need to hear. So she's like, I have it, blah, blah, blah. We're kind of talking about it, whatever. I'm like explaining to her, yeah, me and Cody are doing the microdose regimen thing, whatever. Um, can I have some acid? And she was like, oh, yeah, I have hella acid. So then the beginning of the end begins. So now, at this point, I'm kind of starting to get tired of the shrooms anyway. I'm like, they're stale, they're outliving you know, they're kind of outliving their stuff at this point. I've trauma dumped on some people on Destiny 2. I am like Destiny 2 is my entire life, basically every single day. Like that's all I do, all I talk about, all I think about, other than like eating and like maybe I get steps in, but I only get steps in so I can play Destiny 2 and take microdose, and watch YouTube and listen to music. So we end up getting the acid, and I couldn't do it that night, so I waited until the next day. And the next day I took it, and it was just as good as I remembered it. It was the best thing I'd ever felt in my entire life. I didn't do the whole thing because, like, obviously, if I can only do microdoses of I'm only doing microdoses this whole because, like, after the heart thing, I just thought, 2 + 2 = 4. Hey, if I take a bunch, probably not gonna end very well. So let's not do that. Shrooms or acid. So now I'm like excited. I get to play with a new toy. And I'm like, yay! I get to do a new regimen, and this is gonna be a new experience. And It was. So the first day was absolutely fantastic. And since the shrooms had started to become stale and, kind of mess with my mental state, the acid started to become. It was fun first day, but the acid got out of hand way too quickly, as it always does, as it did at McDonald's. Because, like, I think I tried to do the regimen thing when we worked there too, but it's kind of hard to resist from grabbing the best thing you've ever felt on planet Earth, and you've never had a bad trip on it, and every time you take it, you're literally God, and God is you, and love is love, and everything's love, and you feel giddy, and you are the universe, and the universe is you, and yeah. Like, everything good all in one, like joy, excitement, like, it's just the whole shebang, laughter, like, whatever. For me personally, anyway. So anyway, I do we start this new regimen. I look up a new kind of regimen, but then at this point I was like, well, I'm not really doing the other regimen. I might as well just fucking, willy nilly this one and just kind of do whatever I feel like when I feel like. Obviously, I'm not gonna take it too far. Like, I'm not gonna try. I don't want to kill myself. Taking too much and have a heart attack or whatever the case may be. And so now we start doing this regimen, and I think I can do it like the shroom regimen, where I do 4 days on, 3 days off, because I did that with the shrooms. Why wouldn't that work here? And plus, this feels better, and plus, this is more enjoyable. So surely this will work just fine. So no, it actually didn't. So the shrooms worked out great 4 days, 3 days, 4 days on, 3 days off. But for some reason, the acid decided to not cooperate. And I mean by that, like, if you took it a second day, even if it was a microdose, it just didn't work. Like, it just didn't work. Like, not that it didn't work, but it wasn't as potent, and it also caused seemingly, like, it was worse to take 2 days in a row than it was to just take one and then not take it all. Because the first day I took it was amazing. Like, I'm talking to this girl I met on Destiny. She's talking to me about God, and I just took acid, and I'm freaking feeling amazing. And, like, I wake up the next day, Cody shows up, I sell it like a Billy Mays freaking, a Billy Mays ad. You need this now! And so he hops on board, but I just took one yesterday. I'm gonna take a second one today. Take a second one. Realize very soon in, I probably shouldn't have realized there's no going back now. Do the second one, get to the end of the day, realize I kind of felt shitty and didn't feel great like I did the first day. Like, honestly, at that point, I had wished I'd only taken it, one day, but I'm an addict. I've always been an addict, so I let things get out of hand every time. So, this goes on, and the acid made my episodes way, way worse. So I end up damaging my body super bad during this period of time. I think we did the acid for like 3 or 4 months. I end up masturbating more than I ever have in my entire life. I went from having 1 to 2 episodes a day, which was hellish, but it was consistent. Like, I never did more than two, and two was even pushing it, considering I've been doing this for years, and they were draining, and every time I did it, and no, like, I felt like I wanted to kill myself, and it was just terrible every single time. But the episodes had gotten to a point that when the acid wore off, unlike the shrooms, like when the shrooms worn off, the episodes would kind of be at bay for a little bit. Like, it was kind of because, like, just they just work differently or whatever. Like, whatever they do, they just work differently. So the episodes would be at bay with the shrooms, but with the acid, the episodes would turn on, like full, like, it would take the suppression I was doing from all the shrooms. Because keep in mind, during this microdose regimen on the shrooms, like, I hadn't stopped the microdose regimen, and I'd been doing this since, like, what, we started in October of 2022, and it's June of 2023. So I've been doing this shit for months, and I never took a break other than the 3 days. Like, I never, like, maybe I took like a month break, but like never really took like a long break. And I don't even know if I took a month break from the shrooms. So I hopped in straight from the microdose regimen. Like, I'm pretty sure the day before I did acid, I had just done microdose of shrooms. And this whole time, I'm just microdosing shrooms after getting steps in and, eating a meal in the morning. And then I wait 3 hours and then I microdose and then I play video games all day. That is literally my life. That's been my life, but before the shrooms, it was, play games, masturbate, want to kill myself. Now it's do shrooms, only have to masturbate every so often. So this is helping. Surely, this is beneficial. What's the problem with this? Especially if it helps me not kill myself. But the acid ended up starting messing me up super, super bad. My cousin ended up showing back up. Jared, he shows back up. I can't even explain what's going on to him. I can't explain what's going on to and my addiction became so bad that I started having to duck off in the bathroom when like Cody's coming over to fucking watch porn because I literally couldn't control. Like my urges started literally becoming more powerful than they ever been. Like while the acid's like going on, yeah, it's not there, or it's like kind of distant, like it's kind of there, but as soon as it wears off, unlike the shrooms, it's kind of faded. The acid bring it to life. So I go from masturbating 1 to 2 times a day to I'm doing this 7 to 15 times a day, and this is significant because this is like not good for your heart. Like people have died doing this, and it starts freaking me out. I'm like I'm gonna end up killing myself, but I cannot stand these urges. Like they're killing me, sitting here being like basically aroused against my will all day, you know? So that goes on for a while. The acid ends up running out, and but I have been doing some damage to myself, and all this damage has been done. All this stuff has happened to me. Um, and after the acid and like the masturbation, like the masturbating 7 to 15 times a day, like my heart has been worse shape than it's ever been. Like that did a number on my heart, and not to mention, why like shortly, I think what 3 4 months after the microdose regimen, I finally relapsed on THC via a vape cartridge that because Cody still vaped and stuff, but I didn't. And at this point, Delta 8's a thing, so it's legal and everything. But I end up asking him for a hit before he goes home, and I'm like, F it, and like I've dabbled with maybe trying it before, maybe taking a hit to relive the old times, and I did miss smoking weed, and I did realize the only reason I stopped smoking weed was because I had to all those years ago when I got put on a couch. Like I didn't want to stop. I didn't miss the addiction. I didn't miss being addicted or putting myself in dangerous situations or ruining my relationships, but I did miss the feeling I had when I was high. And the shrooms were significant to my relapse of THC because they broke that barrier of if I hit the THC and have an episode, I'm going to have a heart attack and die. I already feel like I'm having a heart attack when I'm completely sober and I drink water and I eat healthy food. Once again, seemingly healthy food that I've been eating all this time. So, like, I guess I might as well. Chicken, vegetables, oatmeal, and fruit because I started doing that after the heart thing. I made, and that never changed. Like shortly after I got off the couch, that's something that became normal. Like I started eating vegetables and fruit every day in some capacity. Started off small and then ended up becoming like, all right, I eat 5 servings of fruit and vegetables every day. So yeah, so I've relapsed on carts. So I'm kind of doing those here and there because I can do them for some reason after I do the microdose because I don't have an episode. But I can't do them if I don't have afterglow effects from doing the microdose or if I don't, get steps in or whatever. And I end up ruining my heart and my lungs even more than they already were because and then I started taking microdoses and doing the freaking vape cartridges because when I relapsed, I was like, I did it because I had afterglow effects and I wanted to get high for the night and I was tired of
feeling left out. My sister vapes, my cousin vapes, my Cody vape, and I miss it. I miss not being able to have, I miss the flavors, I miss the feeling, whatever. And I feel left out, and I'm lonely because I'm like the only one getting steps in. I'm the only one stretching and all this stuff. Not realizing my main problem is that I'm an addict with nothing going on in my life and like no help in sight. And I've rejected God. So it's just not looking like there's any hope for me. So boom, end up getting towards the end of 2023. Lightfall for Destiny 2 is about to come out, and a lot happened. So after the relapses of the shrooms, after the relapse of the THC vape cartridges, um, and after the acid, I went, you know, I, I just started realizing, okay, like I've been doing this since October. It's like September now. It's literally almost been a full year since I've been doing this, and like it'll be a year and a month since I started this regimen, and now I have nothing to show for it. I'm not. I haven't quit porn. Even worse, I freaking relapsed on THC vape cartridges. That was not a part of rewiring my brain at all, and neither was the acid either. So I went back to the suicide thing, and my sister started being, stressful, living with her and all the stuff going on. So I was just like, okay, that's going on. I can't deal with that. I can't deal with myself. I can't deal with the world. I can't deal, with my past. I can't deal with the fact I don't have a future. I can't deal with the fact I committed the
Cannot
unforgivable
touch this
sin, or so I
motherfucker.
thought. I'm gonna kill myself.
Oh, light power
That's it.
instantly every attack. No matter what you throw.
I had a good life.
Some attack.
At least I got to make it, this far. I was supposed to kill myself at 14. Whatever. Started saying a bunch of stuff, justify it, coping with it any way I could, but I was going to kill myself. And come September, the girl I was talking to about God that I ended up getting close with, seemingly like I had a potential for a relationship there, realized, a lot of the times when I would be off the microdose, like, you're only able to articulate yourself as well as you can because you're doing the microdoses, and like how awful you are when you don't do these. You're a freaking porn addict. Like you wouldn't even be able to keep like you know whatever. But she was texting me every day because she felt bad for me because I wanted to kill myself. And I wanted to talk to, I was lonely, so I wanted to talk to somebody. But come September, it's been a year. We've been talking to each other. She's graduating senior year of high school. She's a Venezuelan girl, sweet, amazing.
Yes,
Thought I had a
side
chance,
heavy.
but
Don't carry nothing.
in my heart, really, I just wanted,
Really trying to carry every single
I low key kind of just wanted a girlfriend to have sex with, and then, do other, like, that wasn't the main thing, but that was a part of it. And, sex before marriage, bad thing. So, and arguably getting married to have sex is arguably also not a good thing. Like, solely to have sex. And that's kind of, the way I was thinking about it. So in September, I have basically I've had these manic episodes because I mean, how can you not when you're doing psychedelics as often as I've been doing them? And then like you've relapsed and all these things have happened. And September comes around and she's like, "Yeah, we're not gonna talk anymore. Like it's a sign from God. Like I need to not talk to you. Like we need to not talk to each other. Here's some things on God, and basically bye. I'm not texting you or calling you anymore." And she tried to be as nice about it as possible, and I couldn't handle it. I was like, there goes my emotional support, and it's gone. Even though it was just text messages on the phone, a lot through 2023 was the reason I woke up out of bed to just talk to her and talk about life and just have her talk to me and talk about God and whatever. And Now that's gone. And not only is that gone, but at this point, I've also had a mental breakdown on Destiny 2 and basically told everybody else the same thing. Hey guys, I'm killing myself. And it isn't because of anybody on the game. It wasn't because of her. It wasn't because none of that. Like, I had an extremely positive experience with Destiny 2 for the most part, outside of the outliers and, the rude people and whatever life, right? It just happens. But in terms of like the overall experience, has been positive. Witch Queen was amazing. I got to meet a lot of amazing people. I grinded a lot. I got to have a lot of fun. But the problem is this whole time I'm supposed to be doing God's will, and I decided, that's not going to happen. God's just going to have to make an exception for me. I know He will. I feel like He will, and if He doesn't, then He's wrong because of the life I lived, and how could you not give me an exception after see like the life I lived, you created me to live it, so like surely but now it's different. I want to quit pornography, I want to quit video games, but now I can't because I'm super addicted. So she leaves me in September, and literally September 1st, she had talked to me since November of 2022. She started talking to me because my sister ended up having a blowout. That blowout she had, like, she woke up at 5 in the morning, woke everybody up. I ended up getting really upset about it. We got in a fight, made me want to kill myself. So I basically told everybody it was done. This was before the mic. I think this was right before I thought about the microdose regimen. Um, like right before I did them. Right, yeah, it was literally right before I did that. And so yeah, we had been talking almost a year. Um, Whatever you want to call it, 6 months, almost, whatever. Um, and now she's gone, and she's not going to text me or call me anymore. And I knew it was for the best for her because I was emotionally unstable, and honestly, she'd be better off without me anyway. And I knew that, but I still hated the fact that even the most understanding, the second most understanding human being I've ever met in my entire life, the first being my grandmother, like the things I've said to my grandmother and the way I've treated her for her to be nice and sweet to me. This girl was just like that, and I had no idea why. I just thought, they're sweet girls. It's in their nature. They're just like that. They're born to be that way. Dude, whole time they're like this because of Christ, bro, because of God. But I'm not thinking about that. So boom, right back to kill myself. And this is when I actually like take action. Like it's not just a thought. I get up. I'm like, I'm gonna get the gun out. I'm gonna load it up. I'm gonna start looking up how, where I need to aim, where I need to shoot, you know, how long it'll take to die, whatever. I'll lay in my bed on my back. I'll put my head, lay the back of my head on a pillow. I'll cover myself up with my big red comforter, and I'll basically put the gun in my mouth, and I'll pull the trigger. And that'll be the end of my life, and I'll never have to suffer again. I'll never have to go through anything again. Why did I go through anything I went through? Why has all this happened to me? For what, why did I have to suffer? Why did all this, just I couldn't understand. I was like, God, I'm doing all these other things, discipline, joy. I'm nice to people, even if they're mean to me. Like, what's going on? Like, I thought if I did all these other things, like I said, that you'd understand. Like, come on, man, I'm just addicted to porn. I'm just addicted to video games. But what really happened is I decided to go do those things because I was mad at God. And instead of humbling myself and going back to God and being like, look, I still need you. You just saved my life. I don't need to jump back into these video games. I should not have called my sister to confront her about her child. Clearly, that was God testing me, and I failed miserably. I was supposed to respond out of love, but I didn't know any of that at the time. I just thought, hey, you're treating my family like trash. You're treating me like trash. I'm going to treat you like trash back because that's what I've always learned. Treat the people that treat you good, good, and treat the people that treat you bad like trash because they treat you like trash. You give in what you put out, you know, pretty logical, yeah. But God says no, love your enemies. And so in September, like, so I end up getting the gun out. I try to kill myself. I put the gun in my mouth. I loaded up everything. Like, I put the barrel to the back of my throat and everything. And I just sat there and I felt the weight of the gun. And I was like, okay, this is more heavy than I thought. But I wasn't just talking about the weight, the physical weight of the weapon. I was talking about the physical weight of what I was actually about to do. Like, I have always wanted to kill myself. I've always thought about it, or at least I've always thought I wanted to kill myself. Some like I mean I want to believe at points I genuinely meant it. Like I know there were some points in my life like like yeah when I got in that fight with my mom like I was serious like I meant it. I will kill myself if you don't let me live with my grandma. Like I no like I meant it. If I can't kill y'all, I'll kill myself. So I couldn't do it, and there was only one reason I couldn't do it, and it was because I right there, right then and there, I was like, if you pull this trigger, yes, your life will be over. But if you wake up in hell, you just killed yourself for nothing. You're going to be in a worse state than you're in already. So I didn't know what to do. I was like, but like, come on, man. I've tried everything steps, stretching, regimens, did it properly, even though I didn't. And, you know, I was praying to God to take away my pornography images in my head and like take away the bad thoughts and do all this stuff. And like, you know, I'm not praying for a Lamborghini. I'm praying for you to take away sin in my mind. Like, why would you not take away the one thing that separates me from you? You know, so it didn't make sense to me. So I couldn't kill myself, but so I was like, well, I'm not gonna be miserable all day and sit here and do nothing. So I started. Well, now I didn't have to worry about a girl texting me. I stopped doing the regimens. I mean, the acid had been done. I did continue like I did the shrooms every once in a while, like a little bit after that, but all I knew to do was wake up and start stretching. Like that's all I knew to do because like I was like, well, I can't sit here and loathe in my bed. I've been through this before, you know. I've gotten broken up with before, you know. Even though we weren't dating, but to me, she's my girlfriend because I'm an idiot and I like to get a, you know, I like my reality to be what my reality is, and don't actually like to face reality unless you know it benefits me or isn't too much of a hassle to go out of my way to benefit someone else. Or if benefiting someone else benefits me, but if I just have to benefit someone else and constantly get used, nah, not happening. So I start stretching, and what is it now? It is 2024 September. So since oh my God, that's crazy. Since last year, I've been stretching. I started getting my steps in again.
Professional dick holders.
And 6 months ago, like nothing really changed with my sister. Like things just, you know, got worse. More doors were slammed. My dad's moved out at this point. My dad moved shortly after my sister moved in at the start of 2023. So I think he left in like literally at the start of 2023, January or February, something like that. And he was with us what at the start of 2022 or at the end of 2021. So yeah, I just did what the only thing I knew to do, which was be disciplined, and I basically cut off all contacts. I told everybody on Destiny I was going to kill myself. I unadded everybody. I left my clan. I deleted my Discord. I deleted everybody on my Discord. I deleted everybody on my Steam. I deleted everybody on my phone. I deleted all my contacts. And I was like, this is it. I know what I need. Because I had kind of knew, because I was seeing YouTube videos like social media, I know is part of my problem too. And,
Oncoming attack should be swerved.
but I always try to justify things because I feel like the world should work the way I want it to work. And when it doesn't, I justify it, get upset, pretend that it isn't when it is, whatever the case may be. Or did I say isn't when it is? I mean, like, pretend that it is when it isn't, yeah. So ever since then, I've been doing that, and this is kind of coming to the close because it's 2024, so I've made it through all the significant parts. But now it's time for the most important part of all this, and that is 6 months ago, God shows up and he reveals to me a video. So I still have my phone at this point, but I am stretching regularly. Like, I started stretching like more than I ever have in my entire life. I started getting steps in, like, not anything like I haven't done in the past, but I started being more adamant about it than I was. Like yeah, I was getting like 30 laps in. Like, I started getting 60 in now. Started go like 5 days in a row getting 60, you know, 6,000 steps, 60 minutes of steps in every day, along with like an hour and a half worth of stretching every day. And eventually, a video is revealed to me on YouTube, and it talks about food ingredients. Okay, so I think actually even before that video, um, something I realized is I was gonna have to change. If I'm not gonna kill myself, I'm not. I don't want to be in this room and be miserable. And well, I can't just go out there and get a job and get a normal life because, like, what if I have an episode and then die at work? Like, I don't want to go get a job to just die, and I've relapsed on all this stuff. My lungs are messed up. My heart's messed up. Like, so like you know yeah, I can get steps in, but I can't run, I can't jog. Ever since I relapsed on the vape, like when my dad moved in, I was getting push-ups, like 100 push-ups, a bunch of pull-ups, squatting, doing. I can't do none of that now because like if I do two squats, my heart rate goes up to 200, and so I can't even like all I can do is get stretches and steps, and so that's what I do because that's all I need to do, and obviously eat, and then you know, watch YouTube on my PC and my phone and play video games like I have been. But now, like, I'm not emotionally relying on getting on Destiny 2 to vent to people, which, like I said, at first it wasn't that. But as time went on, I started to become fond of these people, and I started, emotionally relying on getting on this game. And if I check the app and I see they're on, I'm going to get on. I'm going to fucking, tell them about my feelings and what happened with my sister and what happened with my dad. And they're going to listen to me. I'm going to feel better. And, like, even though I'm not thinking about any of that, I'm just doing it. So, yeah, so for this past year, I've been stretching, getting steps in, and I think 8 or 9 months ago was the last psychedelic I did. We ended up getting these gummies that ended up being like these Amanita muscaria gummies. So we completely moved on from the shrooms. Me and my sister got in a fight, and I flushed them down the toilet because I knew I needed to stop taking them anyway. But also the law kind of got mentioned, and I didn't want to go to jail. Like, especially with my situation, like I definitely like that's death sentence for sure. Like, I highly doubt they're going to care about my need for vegetables and fruit in prison and my heart condition. So I threw my shrooms away. I ended up, like, the gummies were legal, so I did them a little bit, but those started doing the same things as the acid, kind of. Like, when they would wear off, the episodes would be really bad, so I stopped doing those. And plus, it would make me stay up all night and not eat because I knew what was causing my episodes and I knew it was eating. Now, I haven't talked about this, but somewhere along the lines of, I don't know, maybe 2022 to 2023, I started realizing I only have episodes after I eat. And I knew that, but I also knew I couldn't eat. So that's why this whole time I figured I was screwed and there was nothing I can do.
Screwed.
But whole time, bro, there's this thing in my head called Delta Phos B. How did I learn about this? So when I relapsed doing the edge thing, I wanted to quit early on. So in 2021, I searched up probably like a month or two after all this happened. I searched up like a Google search, like talking, like saying like I don't know, something along the lines of like edged for 3 days and fucked my brain. Literally just typed in what I did. And I found one one website talking about a similar experience, how this guy would edge with toys and like the pornography and stuff, and how he had fucked his brain, and it sounded the close. Now I knew he didn't have all the other stuff in there. Like I've been smoking my whole life and all that, but I try to just stay focused on what I was there for, and I tried to get some insight, like because I felt like the only person that's ever gone through these like episodes or whatever. Now, in the post, it didn't talk about him going through episodes or anything, but it did talk about him. Like he asked the people on the I think it was the NoFap website for. Actually, I think yeah, it was on NoFap actually, and he talked about how he edged a lot. But his was only like a year, and he had just started watching porn when he was like 17 or something. And like me, I'm like, dude, I've been watching that since I was 12, so maybe this doesn't pertain to me. But it's all I could find, so it's literally all I had to go on. I could find nothing else. I looked everywhere, like no, other than edging's bad, don't do it. But no, hey, like this is how you fix your brain if you mess your brain up doing it. So, and I obviously believe God led me to that as well, but I found my answer. So not in the post itself, but scrolling down, I found a reply, and it said there is this thing that grows in your head whenever you engage in pornography or these or certain drugs. Well, in my case, it's pornography, so that's all I'm really focused on right now. Although opiates are another one that can grow this thing in your head, which honestly makes sense why it was so hard to quit opiates. That is significant because I was addicted to opiates for a year, and I did think they were going to kill me. So that could be helpful for somebody if they're addicted to opiates. So it turns out certain food and like certain ingredients in the things we drink and things we eat can trigger this thing. And there's some other things too, like who would have thought THC, alcohol, all the things that I was worried about doing because I thought they would cause an episode. 100% would have caused one. So now I have what I need to know. But I looked into Delta Foss early on, and I found it overwhelming and decided to disengage with it and just go on about my business and try, something else. And so a few months after the girl stops messaging me, I'm stretching, I'm getting my steps in. I'm like, dude, how? Maybe no, I don't even know if it was months. It was maybe like a few days. And I look up on my phone like I've got to do something about this. I know what it is. Like I recalled in my memory for some reason. Now everything's coming together, and I just realized in my bed one day, Delta Foss B. Remember that thing, Delta Foss B. Like I never forgot about Delta Foss B. I just never looked into it because I was like, it takes 8 weeks for it to die. I knew that, but I didn't necessarily know what that entailed. I thought, oh, you just don't watch porn for 8 weeks and it goes away. But I have these urges and can't stop watching porn, so how am I ever gonna let it have time to go away? So, what ended up happening is I found my answer. And the answer, well, God revealed to me the answer. I found my answer, but God revealed it to me. So God had finally been like, all right, here's why you can't quit. You can't quit because you disobeyed me. But you've said you're sorry a lot. You have been praying. I started commenting on like spiritual videos. Like I've never made a YouTube comment in my life. Like I was so desperate for God. I was like commenting on YouTube. I was like, God, I don't even know why I'm messaging this random thing on this YouTube video, but I pray that people pray for me and that I can get better and I can actually quit what I'm doing, and I know it's wrong and I want to quit. I'm just so stuck and I don't know what to do. And God finally answered me in his perfect timing. And so I go to the Wikipedia. So I look up Delta Foss B. There's a Wikipedia page. I go through it. I find out Delta Foss B you know, uh, grows due to certain behaviors such as drug use and pornography abuse, or actually drug abuse and pornography abuse, not just use. If you're using it, drugs or even porn in moderation, I don't think this would happen, but I could be incorrect. But regardless, that it's a sin and it's still bad anyway, so that's not really saying anything. All right, so now I have what I need in terms to kill this thing. So I actually didn't actually have all my answers at first. I just saw sucralose causes overexpression. Overexpression basically means that once you activate overexpression, it causes this protein to fire off for 10 to 12 hours, has an extremely long half life, and once it's firing off, it takes 10 to 12 hours to deactivate, which made sense. I was putting these food ingredients in my body by waking up and eating preservatives in food, sucralose, which I was drinking in my flavored water, and um, other stuff. But it's been such a journey, and I'm still not 100% sure on everything. Because like I looked into like certain things. Um, Somehow I got led to like meat has this like some chemical that starts with an A in it, and like it just naturally occurs, and that causes minor overexpression. Um, like like I can't stop eating meat, or so I feel like anyway. And so I basically get this video on my YouTube shorts from this guy named, I think, uh, Bobby, and I don't know his full name. And shout out him though. People make fun of him, but he has no idea that he is part of the reason I'm still sitting here speaking right now. And God bless him for that. I 100%, because all good things come from God, so give glory to God. And he shows up on my YouTube short, and God reveals this YouTube short to me, and this YouTube short is basically him talking about how awful seed oils are. So that leads me to seed oils. So then I think, what if I get rid of seed oils? They're not healthy. So I cut out sucralose, I cut out seed oils. Then that leads me to start looking up my food ingredients. I'm like, okay, what if I start looking at my food ingredients and start like researching every single food ingredient on a food product before I put it in my body, unless it's like all natural. Like if it's an apple, it's just an apple, and the bananas, like most of them are genetically modified and there's nothing you can really do about that. But then even certain stuff like bananas have these enzymes that increase your sex drive. Well, I'm trying to lower my sex drive because I'm trying to get rid of these these arousal episodes. So I start paying real close attention to what I'm putting in my body. So I start reading my ingredients. I start telling my grandparents, like, hey, not only do I need to eat vegetables and fruit now, um, I need to eat organic food, or I'm not going to be able to quit pornography, basically. Because I mean, it was right there. Like, you cause overexpression, like it's not going away until it's over, basically. And like, yeah, there'd been times where I had an episode and like I would lay in my bed for 4 to 5 hours trying to quote unquote fight it. And that, is I'm a living and breathing example of why you cannot fight lust. Like, I laid there for 5 hours thinking I'm not gonna, like, this was like what, 2022, like I'm not gonna give in, I'm not gonna give in, I'm not gonna give in. And I didn't give in, and it was hell. And I'm literally looking at my freaking ceiling with the light on, like I'm just recalling thinking about it right now, and thinking I'm gonna have, like, am I gonna have a heart attack? Like, my heart's pounding. I'm like, maybe I just need to get up, go get some water. I get out of my bed from laying off on my back. I stand on the ground. My freaking heart rate shoots to 160. I lay back in my bed. I'm like, maybe I should just give in. I don't want to give in. It's a sin. I'm not doing it. So, like, hell, like, literally hell. Like, something that used to be exciting, something that I used to love to do. And get freaky with, quote unquote, in my eyes, in my mind. Like that's the only way I could really describe it, because I've done some unspeakable things that I won't mention, growing up, masturbating. But and I fought it for 5 hours, and then yeah, it went away, but then it just came back like 2 3 hours later, so there's literally no point. But now I realize whole time I can't fight and win it, because I'm fueling it, thinking that I'm thinking that I'm killing it, or that it's gonna just die, or that it's gonna go away, but it's not, because I'm feeding it. So, for the past few months, I say few, but it's been like what, 6 8 months now. I've been looking into food ingredients, and God revealed that to me, and now, but then that started not becoming enough. So now I'm really at my wits end, because okay, so for the past few months I've been playing video games. A few months ago in the summer, I started. So much had happened. Like me and like police got called. My sister freaking broke several doors, and like so things just got worse seemingly. But I was determined not to commit suicide. I do not want to go to hell. I do not want to go to hell. I did not want to go to hell. I refuse. All this would be for nothing. So, because I'm trying to escape suffering and pain. And if I kill myself, and I know I'm not supposed to, because God, is giving me another way out, then I'm probably going to go to hell, because I'm rejecting his gift of life, and you know, but that's not worth it if where I go is, it's not going to be what I want it to be. It's not going to be drugs. It's not going to be women. It's not going to be an extravagant lifestyle, like all these things that I used to want growing up. It's not going to be any of these things. It's going to be endless, never ending torment, and it will never end. You will never be hydrated. You will always be hungry. You will always be tired. You will always be overstimulated. You will die just to freaking die again. You will. Every bad thing that ever existed, that ever exists, any bad scenario, it will be all of that permanently, forever, if one is to enter hell. If a human is to enter hell, a human soul. So now I'm at this point, okay, I'm eating the food ingredients, and lo and behold, I'm not having the episodes anymore. So I'm doing something. I'm doing finally something, and I didn't think this would work. But it's not enough, and why is it not enough? Because I still need Christ. Christ is the one that led me to these things. And now I got to work on my last one, which is quitting video games. Like, I have relapsed on porn here and there, but I can go like, what's the longest I just made it? 4 weeks. That's the longest I've ever gone in my entire life. Because food ingredients, bro, like seed oils, processed foods, like. But I feel like God's purpose is for me to like. It's not to worship food. It's one of God's commands is, you know, your body is a temple. Treat it as such. And you're not treating your body like a temple if you put bad things that you know are bad. Okay, like if you ignorantly put in bad food, and you're fueling your addiction and your bad lifestyle, and you don't know, when I was a kid, I don't think God holds that against us. But when you know sure and well, and I think that's why people feel guilty when they eat like trash. And they know, somebody like me comes around, and I'm like, oh, I eat healthy, but I have to. And they still get jealous. They don't even recognize, like, hey, I have to do this or I'll literally die. But they're still jealous because they see in me what they know they should have in themselves. Maybe not everyone, but a lot of people. And this is why I deal. Well, I haven't even talked about that, but yeah, like I've dealt with that. People, not wanting to lend me an ear, not wanting to be around me when I start talking about food ingredients and drinking water and all this stuff. It's not about just those things. It's about what these things do for your mind, your body. But so yeah, there's that. Delta Phos B, if you're addicted to pornography, opiate addiction, look into it, read your food ingredients, learn how to eat. And now I'm being particular with like how many carbs I put in my body to not trigger it, how many like, I try to keep track of my water. Right now I'm sick, and I wanted to get this video out, so I literally just was like, forget everything else. Like, I'm not worried about getting steps in, stretching, and anything else. And now I really can't, because a few months ago I started relying on my food way too much, and God called me to fast. And this is pretty much the end. And I'm supposed to have been fasting. I haven't been, and I've been worshiping my food basically, and making it seem like, yeah, my food is the reason I have life, but in reality, it's God is the reason I have life. So, with all this being said, Father, I want to pray in the name of Jesus that your will has been done. I have spread, shared my story, shared my testimony, and the dangers of, turning your back on God. He doesn't hate you. He's not letting these people hurt you because he wants to see you suffer. It's just, evil exists, the devil exists, you know, kind of because he has to, because free will exists, and if it has to exist, then the devil kind of has to exist in a sense. Like maybe he doesn't have to exist, but on earth, look, reality is he exists. And he will deceive you if you do not know the truth. And the truth, Jesus Christ claimed to be the truth thousands of years ago while walking this earth. And he's created all of us with a unique purpose. And my unique purpose is to share this story, a story of, what I was thinking about naming this video earlier. Um, mistake, mistake, broken, um, addicted, suicidal, saved. I went from all those four things, and in the end, I end up being saved because I called upon the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Romans 10:9 says, call upon the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, you will be saved. Declare with your mouth. I've declared with my mouth privately. I now declare with my mouth publicly. And I now also seek to obey the Lord, but I need help. I need help because I cannot control myself fully because, yeah, I've been an addict my whole life, and I've been lost and broken, and I didn't even realize how to start living until I was 19 years old, and now all of a sudden, I don't want to die because I just, dude, I can get steps in and feel better, and I can stretch and feel better, and I can work out and feel better, but, oh, dude, you've been smoking since you were 11, and you're messed up in the head from how much you watched porn and masturbated, and, you know, and you also have this thing, if it were to ever get out, you'd have to kill yourself, like, geez, bro, like, thank you, God, I appreciate you, like, from the bottom of my heart, that is failing, and for once, finally in my life, I pray that not for my death, but that if I do die, that it give me the life I could never have here on earth, that, you know, that I wasn't able to live out because, you know, I don't want to go to hell, but I still am in a lot of pain every single day. Like, I have heart problems, and I miss my old lifestyle a little bit, and I see people living the lifestyle I grew up wanting to live, like rappers and all this stuff, but Christ calls us not to be like the world, and that stuff's going to lead me to hell anyway, and that's something that started pulling me away from my sin too, because I was like, well, if you don't kill yourself and you just keep sinning, you're going to go to hell anyway. You're not even going to have to shoot yourself, and then you're going to be right back at square one. You might as well shoot yourself. But then, like, having my perspective change on, like, oh, bro, you love me. Oh my God, what is wrong with me this whole time? Oh my gosh. Like, that changes my perspective. It changes my attitude because now it's like, I mean, I don't think, yeah, I'm sure, I'm not perfect. It's not about being perfect. It's about Christ making us perfect. We're not going to make ourselves perfect. And I don't care what other people say. I do not believe you can be perfect in this life, because that would absolutely mean that you're pulling off what Jesus pulled off. And if Jesus is the only way, the only truth, and the only life, that means he is the only. Not not anyone else. No religious figures, no anyone, not me, not anyone. The president, from not the homeless person on the street. Nobody is above Christ. But we shouldn't look at that from a position of power, and like we should, like God wants to parade himself over us, and we should instead realize that God created us, and he absolutely knows the best thing for our life. And if we keep running away, we're going to keep hurting ourselves, because the whole time, bro, father's over here like, hey, this is exactly what you need. This is what you're missing. And you keep going to this thing that's hurting you, that's making you miserable, instead of coming to me and just give me your burden, like he says. And you just do that by speaking to him, asking through prayer, literally just verbally stating, and then eventually, yes, then eventually action. But it starts with word. If God was word in the beginning, then it has to start with word of some sort. Like, write it down, say it out loud, and then take action. And I think this is my take action part. I've said it out loud. I've absolutely declared Lord over my life, but I am still struggling. I've quit the porn, for the most part. Like I said, I've still not been like relapsing like a lot, but now even if I do relapse, I realize like it's because of my human nature. Like, there were a few times when I decided to do it, and I was like, yeah, I know I shouldn't be doing this, and I'm doing it, and that's wrong. That's wrong. I shouldn't have done those, and I have to ask for forgiveness. But when I slip up, and who knows? I'm not gonna lie and say my episodes died as soon as I started eating healthy, organic food, and like watching my food ingredients and whatever else. But I thought I would never beat this. I thought as soon as I ruined my brain, I was like, this was the most miserable thing. I've never heard any similar situation to anyone being locked in this like kind of thing with these episodes, and like want to quit but can't, and like I'm sure it's out there. I'm not, and if you have gone through this, God loves you as much as me or anyone else. He loves us all equally. We are all his children. And the devil is a liar. He is not your friend, and he is not protecting you like that demonic voice has always told me my whole life when I gave my life to the devil in this room at 12 years old. You ain't even got to give your life to the devil. You just live a life of it. You just live a life of it. Like, if you're not living for God, if you're not doing God's will, if you're not speaking life, you're living for the devil. You ain't got to worship him. He doesn't care about you, bro. He doesn't care about you. He doesn't care if you worship him, ignore him, so long as you are sinning and lost, then you're going right to hell with him, and he is happy as can be. And if that's scary, it should be. I don't want to go to hell. I am scared of hell. It's terrifying. But I don't want to be paranoid about it either, and that's where God comes in. I would be paranoid without God, and I was before God revealed to me, hey, hell is not the devil's playground. I created hell, and if you go to hell, you deserve it. Like, Holy Father, forgive me, for I have sinned. I am genuinely sorry. I genuinely pray for repentance. I genuinely cannot believe I could be so naive to think this whole time I've been insulting you and flipping you the bird and going my own way and justifying my sin, and all for me, my selfish needs, my emotional needs, my justification. And now it's time, yeah, like I should have gave myself to you years ago, I didn't. I got punished for it, and I unfortunately wasted a few years of my life. I mean, things happen. You could say things happen for a reason, but maybe they did. I don't know. But I want to believe that could have not happened. But like I was still ignorant to the word, but and now that it's being revealed to me as a recent, like I know I'm wrong. I know I was as wrong as I was 3 years ago for doing some of the things I was doing. Listening to the music I was listening to, letting that stuff get in my head, thinking it's not going to affect me. Playing the video games I'm playing and worshiping that. Like, I don't think God's going to send me to hell for listen. Like, He's not going to send you to hell for doing that. But like, yeah, if you keep worshiping it, if you keep relying on it, anything, if like even food, take away the video games, take away this PC, wake up and I live for food every day. Then what? You're taking God out of the picture. You're taking the creator that gave you that food. You're taking the creator that created the human being that created that food. You're taking the creator that created the creation to give you that food. So I now sit in my room at 10:20 p.m. It has taken me all day to do this. I feel like this is the one. It's taken me so many attempts to make this video. I'm not gonna sit here and lie and be like, oh, it's been 100 attempts. But I made I made my first video, but it's kind of all over the place, and I kind of got emotional during that video, way too much. Although you could argue that here, but this is it. This is me. My name is Zachary Dean Speakman. I say it loud and clear, otherwise known as Remember. Zachary means God has remembered, and He has remembered me, even though the world has forgotten me, and He can remember you too if you put your faith in Him and believe in the name of Lord Jesus Christ, declare Him Lord, and then obey His word, and ask for help. Ask Him to guide you, ask Him to help you. He will help you, He will guide you. But He will also give you the strength, and right now that's what I need, so I don't want to be a hypocrite saying this. I pray that He gives me the strength to overcome this last part of my life that is harming me, which is playing these video games and staying up all night because I lack real life connection. Like, I know that's why I'm getting on here and playing Destiny, like, and listening to YouTube. I want to hear someone's voice. I want to, you know, and I love. I hate. Oh man. And I know I could talk to God, but I know God wants, and I can, and I do, but I know He wants me to be sent to other people. He wants me to go to other people. And yeah, basically do what I've done here. Tell my story, my testimony. Maybe it won't be as long as this, but if I don't make it, I want this to be here as like I didn't want to I don't know. I didn't want to do this. I know this is what has to be done. And I'm glad, I don't regret it. That's not a bad thing. This absolutely needed to be done. I guess it didn't have to be. I could have been like, yeah, God, I know you want me to make this testimony. You want me to be real, raw. You want me to not leave certain things out. I left some things out, for privacy reasons, like in terms of like other people. But like me, I'm laying it all out. This is my testimony. Like, yeah, these things were really my life. And like, if the devil comes after me, so be it. They hated Jesus, they're going to hate me. I mean, they hated me before I believed in God. They hated me when I served the devil. They're going to hate me if I worship God. I might as well serve God because He's all good. He's all The other one's all bad. He just appears good. He just appears good. That's the problem that people don't understand. He shows up and he's like, here's some weed, here's some video games, here's some porn. It's not that bad. It's fine. Next thing you know, you want to freaking shoot yourself. Like, how did we get here? I just wanted to have fun. Because God created everything for a purpose, for certain things to be the way they are. Sex is meant to be in the confines of marriage. Why? God created that. God created it that way. Do I wish I could just willy-nilly watch porn? Maybe. Does that make it right? Does that justify my sin just because it's logical? No, it doesn't. It's still wrong. If I rob a bank because my family's starving, it's still robbing a bank. And a just judge is not going to look at me and be like, well, you do all these other things, right? You do discipline, you do joy, you do disappointment, right? You're empathetic, kind-hearted, I have parts of Jesus in me, as we all do, if we accept him. But yeah, I have parts of human downfall, which is sin, in me as well, like we all do as well. And the saving grace is Jesus Christ bled and died on a cross. So I don't have to keep living this lifestyle. I don't have to keep worrying about where my life's going to go, what my life's going to end up being. All I got to do is proclaim out loud to the world on this video, anywhere I go, in my room while I'm alone, to my family, to my enemies that are telling me to kill myself and telling me to go, I'm a freak and I don't deserve to live and I don't deserve to be loved and I'm worthless. Hey, Jesus Christ loves me, and he can love you too if you put your faith in him. But if you're not with me, you're against me, just like Christ says. For I did not come to bring peace but a sword. And with all that being said, I could go on, but I've been here for so long. I don't mean to sound like that, but Father, I pray in the name of Christ, your will had been done this day. I pray in the name of Jesus for peace, for hope, for healing, to inspire those that need healing. And I also hope that some of the things that I've shed light on can lead people to make the sacrifices they needed. I mean, oh my gosh, there's so much other stuff, like so much other stuff I could talk about, man. Like, oh man, like having free act, like, oh man, like yeah, like having free access to social media growing up and all this stuff, man. But Jesus has cast my past into the sea of forgetfulness and forgiveness. And even if the devil tells me, nah, no, he didn't, he's lying. So I'm going to believe a liar. I'm going to believe the guy that's telling me, nah, he didn't really say that. He doesn't mean that. Your past still haunts you. Bro, you're literally the father of lies. And the other guy's literally said he's the way, the truth, and the life. And it's been proven through his word and action. Two of the things we live our lives by, that he is the way, the truth, and the life as he created it to be. So yeah, I hope God's will has been done. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.